We are now live. Sound check. Hamilton City Council meeting for Wednesday, May 25th, 2022. Sound check.
Could I ask you all to please rise for the national anthem?
Did the lonely voice be free? Was roots free from war? We stand on glory, set free.
Good morning. Welcome to Hamilton City Council meeting of May the 25th, 2022. We are live. Clerk Holland, can you please confirm that quorum is present?
Yes, Acting Mayor, it's present.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website, that the presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and that members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate format. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to. During this meeting, members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or to make comments. Clerk Holland, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Acting Mayor. There are 18 added correspondence items. Item 4.6, various pieces of correspondence respecting the municipal comprehensive review, official plan review of Phase 1 amendments to the Urban Hamilton official plan and Rural Hamilton official plan. Item 4, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 4 of the Planning Committee Report 22-008. Correspondence item 412 from Kevin Gonke respecting the Toronto 2015 Pan Am and Para-Pan American Games, backgrounder on Auditor General of Ontario Special Report of June 2016, with a recommendation be received and referred to the consideration of item 7 of the General Issues Committee Report 22-010. Item 413, correspondence from Dr. Sarah Sheehan, objecting to the proposed 17-year lease to the current bidder as part of the sole-sourced unsolicited bid for Shadoka Estates, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 6 of the GIC report 22-010. There's also one change to the disposition of an item. Item 410, correspondence from the City of Brantford requesting Support for the resolution requesting the release of all federal and provincial documents related to the former Mohawk Institute Residential School, with a recommendation to be supported. There are 2 added notices of motion for today. Item 7.1, a budget increase for the Housing for Hamilton Community Improvement Plan for the Roxborough Mixed Income Tenure Demonstration project, and also item 7.2, amendment to item 3.1 of the Council Minutes 22-001, respecting the amendment to the mandatory COVID vaccination policy. There is 1 added bill for today, Bill number 124, to repeal and replace bylaw number 22-110, removal of part lot control block 1, registered plan number 62M-1283, municipally known as 1288 Baseline Road in Stony Creek. That is everything for today.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Hall, seconded by Councillor Danko. Any discussion? I recognize Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Just a note to yourself, the public, and my colleagues that at 1 p.m. I'll need to step out for a virtual medical meeting to accompany my mom. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Any speakers on this matter? Okay, may we have an electronic vote, please? It's duly moved and seconded.
I require votes from Councillor Wilson, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Whitehead, and Councillor Powers. Councillor Powers, Councillor Whitehead,
Councillor Powers, thumbs up, and I will be indicating orally, Deputy Clerk.
Okay.
Thank you. I approve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Whitehead is not in attendance.
Correct.
Thank you. Sorry.
That carries 13-0. Declarations of interest. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest? I recognize Councillor Clark.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
I have a declaration, a conflict of interest on item 7.1, which is the budget increase for the Housing for Hamilton Community Improvement Plan for the Roxborough Mixed Income Tenure Demonstration Project. My son has a retail business interest with the principal of the planning consultant, and as such, I need to declare a pecuniary disqualifying interest on this particular item. Thank you.
Councillor Danko.
There we go. I have a non-disqualifying interest on item 10 of the Public Works report. This is the replacement of the play structure at Armstrong Park. As my wife is currently the chair of the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board and also the Ward 7 trustee. Thank you.
Thank you. It's duly noted. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I am declaring conflict on the General Issues Committee report today. Item 10.2, I believe. No, it's 10.5. My apologies. It's vacant home tax. Thank you.
And I'll recognize Councillor Marula and Councillor Vanderbeek, please, on that item.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Pearson, for reminding me of that item. And I, too, as a result of being a landlord with my wife, have to declare an interest to prevent a conflict accordingly on that said item. Thank you.
Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I, too, need to declare a conflict on I guess it's a disqualifying conflict. On item 10.5 on the original agenda of GIC, which is now item HII, the vacant home tax, as myself and my family are landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are duly noted, and I'll add myself to the list. If I could hand the chair, do I have to hand the chair over, Clerk Collin, to do a declaration?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, can you kindly take the chair, please?
Certainly, please proceed.
Thank you. I will make a declaration with respect to item 3A on the planning report. It's a Heritage Committee report, and it's for the designation of 56 York Boulevard, known as the Copley building, as my husband's employment has ownership in the building. I will disqualify myself from that vote when it comes to the item. Thank you. I'll take back the chair. Okay. No further speakers. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting of May the 11th, 2021. May I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none. Thumbs up for me. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. It carries 13-0. On to item 4 on your agenda, communications. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion on the communication items?
Certainly, that the May 25th, 2022 Council Communications be approved as presented, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Marula.
Thank you. Any discussion on any of the communication items? I recognize Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. So item 4.11 and 4.112 is correspondence, one from Louis Frappaport, the partner of Gowlings, with respect to the 2015 Pan Am Games budget and funding structure, and one also from Kevin Conchi. Can I verify with staff that we have not made a final decision to invest in the games, and that we will have an opportunity to review the multi-party agreement prior to giving our final approval to invest, because these are startling numbers that came out of the Toronto Pan Am Games. I know the proposal for ours is different, but I still want to make sure that we have that opportunity. If the numbers are too much for the City of Hamilton, councillors can still vote against it.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to recognize the City Manager, Jeanette Smith.
Thank you, through the chair. Council members, I can confirm that first of all, the first stage, the MOU that we're doing with Hamilton 100 will come back to council for approval before the end of this term. And while staff may participate in the multi-agreement, any commitments from the city would have to come back to council for approval. We would have no authority to commit the city to any resources.
Thank you, Chair. A supplemental, if I may.
Thank you.
What happens if council becomes a lame duck council under the I guess it's the Municipal Elections Act? Would that mean that these decisions would be put forward to 2023?
See the bench deliberating. Council, City Manager.
Through you, Chair. I've just confirmed with staff. The expectations is the multi-party agreement will take a bit of time and it would not be finalized during the election period.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If I can hand over the chair to Councillor Nan, please.
Certainly, go ahead.
Thank you. On the same item, if I could just seek clarification on that as much as possible through the chair, acting chair, to the city manager. During the election period, that means the decision will rest within the domain of the next council? Is that the suggestion through the chair?
Through the chair, yes. Based on the timelines that we're aware of, the MOU that we're doing with Hamilton 100 would come back to this council, but decisions around city commitments through multi-party agreement and being a signature to the multi-party agreement would come to the next council.
Thank you. Second question for me, a clarification through the chair to the city manager. The analysis that is provided by the author of the letter, it is their analysis. It's not a city analysis of the Pan Am numbers, correct?
Through the chair, yes, I can confirm that the city did not participate in this analysis. It was done by members of Hamilton 100 using data available through public sources.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Nan. I'll assume the chair. Any further speakers on the communication items? I see none. It's been duly moved and seconded. Thumbs up from me. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. That carries 13-0. Thank you. Councillor Nan, may I have a motion to move into committee of the whole, please?
Yes, you may. As soon as it pops up, there we go. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jackson that council move into committee of the whole to consider committee reports. Thank you.
Okay, so we need a motion on that. So if you could declare your support for moving, is that true?
We need a vote on that, please.
Yeah.
It'll come up in e-scribe.
Thank you, clerk.
For committee of the whole.
Thumbs up from Councillor Powers and myself. Thank you, Janet.
Just waiting for Councillor Ferguson's vote.
Is this a vote on the entire report, Madam Clerk?
This is to move into committee of the whole, Councillor. Committee of the whole?
To move into committee of the whole.
Oh,
Councillor.
sorry. No problem.
That carries 13-0. On to committee reports. Item 5 on your agenda. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee report?
Certainly, that the Public Works Committee Report 22-008, being the meeting held on Monday, May 16, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Powers.
Thank you so much. Members of council, are there any items within the committee report that you would like to speak to amend, or to have a vote on separately? I recognize Councillor Pearson, then Councillor Ferguson.
Sorry, Madam Deputy Mayor, I just want to be sure, are we doing this through chat or are we doing it through eScribe? Because I'm not sure where to click that I wanted to speak. So anyways, I'll keep working through and see where we're at. I just wanted to mention, and I thank you for the opportunity on the Public Works report, there's the issue of a project in Ward 10. This is the resurfacing of DeWitt Road from Highway number 8 to Barton Street. And I think it's sort of an overview of what's happening with a lot of projects that will be going forward in Hamilton. There were cost overruns as far as the contractors costing, and we've had to unfortunately shelve this project to send it out to tender again. It was looked at as potentially, I think we were in the range of about $250,000 increase around March, and then another almost $700,000 increase most recently. And staff felt it's better to just put this aside and re-tender the project going forward. It's very unfortunate though, because this has been a long-awaited improvement in the ward that has been anticipated by that neighborhood since 2019. And I will be sending correspondence out to everyone so they know what's happening. But it is certainly indicative of what's going on in the trades community with regards to supply, contractors' supply and costs, and material supply and costs. Thank you for allowing me to put that on the floor, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Appreciate that insight. Councillor Ferguson, followed by Councillor Jackson, and then Councillor Clark. And to your point, Councillor Pearson, I am not able to see the chat when you're in the chair here. So thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, thank you. I just want to speak to item 8 on the agenda, which shows that this is the tender for the Dickinson Road Trunk Sewer over the Airport Employment Growth District. The tender's closed and it came in $34 million over budget. And that's deeply alarming. And the worst part is that there's only 2 bids, and the second bid was $100 million higher. And so there's something going on in the marketplace. Maybe it's just supply chain. But just through you, if I can, to Mr. Segarra, Mike, this is recommending we go ahead and award this project, and we fund it through the development charges debt. I'm hearing from other staff that they're seeing a 30% increase on most projects that are being tendered now. I don't know whether we're just putting terribly restrictive conditions in our contracts, whether there's a lack of competition, but I heard from the industry that are complaining they were not putting enough tenders out to keep their guys busy. So do we have the capacity to continue to see contracts like this that go $30 million, $34 million over budget?
Dan Segarra.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it is concerning with respect to what we see transpiring as it relates to some tender prices, not all bid prices. Staff are compiling information to report back to Council with respect to what may be transpiring as it relates to bid prices, not only with infrastructure projects, but on the operating side as well. And there are a number of driving factors, and that includes supply chain challenges, inflation, as well as some labor disruption issues, to name a number of those factors. So we will compile that information, and I hope to report back in August. With respect to the growth-related projects, just as a reminder, on today's council agenda through the audit, finance, and min, is the city does recoup some of the impacts from inflation. You'll see that the DC rates will be increased by 9.5%. That reflects the inflationary pressures that we're seeing in the marketplace as it relates to growth-related projects. So as it relates to growth-related projects, we do have some tools available to us to try to capture the impacts of as it relates to inflation. But as it relates to supply chain issues or labor market issues, or some with respect to the supply of contractors, that is information we're hoping to compile and report back in August.
Okay, so this will be the last meeting of this council then that you'll report back to.
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we hope to report back through our 2023 or in conjunction with our 2023 budget outlook report in August. We expect to forecast out for 2023 in terms of the budget outlook. At that time, we hope to compile this information and present that in conjunction with the 2023 outlook.
Okay, and I understand, and I tend to put some motions before Public Works Committee on next week, is that 2 problems are disposal of surplus excavated material off job sites. Apparently that's going up to thousands of dollars per load now to dispose off site. And so I'm going to ask at Public Works if we can, why we can't dispose on site like the MTO does. Just if it doesn't affect entrance to existing residents, just raise the grade a little bit to keep that material on site, because if it's under the roadway, it'll be okay. And also, I'm hearing a huge number of complaints about the lack of getting locates. It's taking months to get locates, which is holding up projects, which creates more cost to the bidders. And, locates are provided by the utilities, so there's no arm that the contractors or the city can put on the locate company because they don't work for them. And so instead of taking call before you dig, it'll be done in 7 days. Now it's taking months and months and months for contractors to get locates, which is slowing down things. So I'm going to put a motion before Public Works Committee, Madam Chair, to ask staff to report back on locates and consult with the utilities to speed that process up, because it's becoming painful. But I just wanted the public to see that $30 million over budget is a lot of money and only 2 bids. So there's something going on out there. And we got to get our arms around that, because we won't be able to afford to do many capital projects. You saw Councillor Pearson having hers canceled. We may have the same thing happen because we simply run out of money. And so that's all I got for today, but I will be picking us up further at Public Works next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, please.
Acting Mayor Wilson, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, there'll be a few items throughout the day. Forgive me being out of town last week and not being able to join in on committees that I would just ask for some clarification for my constituents. Item 5, the housekeeping update to Parks Bylaw 01-219. 5B, that staff report back with best practices respecting the regulation of alcohol consumption in public parks. I've traditionally over the years had been opposed, but had great concerns. However, I just need assurances. This is simply staff doing an exploration and coming back with potential options, that this simply isn't, they shall be proceeding ahead to implement alcohol consumption in public parks. Through you to either Acting GM Murdoch or Acting Director Cynthia Graham, please.
Ms. Graham, please.
Through the acting mayor is Cynthia Graham, acting director of environmental services. Yes, Councillor Jackson, that is my understanding that staff will be reporting back on all considerations related to what would need to happen if we were to consider alcohol being allowed in parks, not that we're proceeding with allowing alcohol in parks at this time.
Thank you very much, Acting Director. That's the assurances I needed, Acting Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Item number 6 and number 8, please. Item number 6 is the funding for the Woodward.
Feedback there.
Item number 6 is the funding for the Woodward wastewater treatment plant primary digester emergency repairs. Can I get some clarification as to was the primary digester a part of the reconstruction that occurred recently? An awful lot of work happened at Woodward Sewer Treatment Plant.
Ms. Graham.
Through the chair, I understand that Nick Winters is online and can answer questions in this item.
Thank you very much. Mr. Winters? Mr. Winters, are you virtually online? Okay, perhaps we can come back to that, Councillor.
That would be fine. If I could move on then, Chair, to item number 8, the same item that Councillor Ferguson was referencing, a significant jump of $34 million in the costing. Item C says that Council approved the single source procurement pursuant to policy number 11. Councillor Ferguson indicated that this was an RFP and there were 2 tenders received. Now this document says it's a sole source, so I'm trying to understand what really did transpire.
Is someone on the bench able to assist in this matter? Just a deliberation for a moment, Councillor. Ms. Graham?
Through the chair, I apologize. I was trying to get a hold of Nick Winters. Could you please repeat your question? No problem. So it's with respect to item number 8, the budget increase for Dickinson Road trunk sewer. Councillor, it's a $34 million increase. Councillor Ferguson had just indicated that it did go to an RFP and there were 2 bidders. Yet item C in the report indicates that we're single sourcing the procurement. Can I get clarification as to which it is? Did we RFP it or are we sole sourcing? Through the chair, I'm going to defer that question to Susan Jacob, who is online.
Thank you. Ms. Jacob, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Acting Director, Engineering Services, Susan Jacob. I can take that question. Dickinson Road, we did do an RFP for the consultants. So IBI consultants were selected through an RFP process. This is to request for their time increase for doing the contract administration.
So, Chair, can I ask then, why does item C say that Council approved the single source procurement pursuant to the procurement policy number 11, non-competitive procurements for additional construction administration services? What is that in reference to the overall budget increase?
Through you, Madam Chair, it is Policy 11 is required because it's more than 250,000 that is being increased, and the cost for the increase of consultant assignment is 1.5 million.
So we are not sole sourcing.
We are utilizing the same consultant we had procured for detailed design and contract administration. We are extending their assignment.
I'm sorry, and I wasn't at the meeting and I couldn't. So I'm hearing that the single source is because this particular consulting firm did work prior. Was it on the sewer trunk on Centennial? What work did they do prior that we're now enabling a single source?
Through you, Madam Chair, the extension is for the work that they are already assigned for Dickinson Road trunk sewer. They did the detailed design and they also have contract administration, but with limited number of hours. So this is more to increase their hours so that they can cover the entire contract administration. Being a complex project, it is good to continue with the same consultant, and they already have a few hours for this project, and it is to increase their number of hours on site.
I saw the Director of Procurement. Councillor, would you
yes,
like
Councillor
to?
Ferguson mentioned that Tina's on the line, so.
Good morning.
Good morning, through the chair. So this is being deemed as a single source because the procurement policy requires when additional scope is to be added to a contract, it needs to be cited as a single source via policy 11 non-competitive. So this particular consultant was engaged through a competitive process through a request for proposals. And we need to extend their contract in order to do additional consulting and administrative work. And therefore, we require council's approval in order to do that.
Thank you. That's very logical. I appreciate the answer.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Powers and then Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To whomever on staff, is there an urgency to do this work next year? Right at the moment, I'm inclined to vote against this motion. I mean, $34 million can be better spent either now or some other time, but is there an urgency? Can it be put off for a year? And once again, with the chance that prices might go up even more, but also on the flip side is there might be more players in the game after kind of reviving themselves or surfacing from the impacts of COVID. I'd appreciate an answer from whoever if possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to ask either Acting Director Jacobs or Head of our Procurement, Ms. Ayoko, if they would wish to speak to that matter and help shine some light on it.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Powers, this is a very important project, a corporate initiative to do the airport industrial growth area. The sanitary sewer is required to support this development up in the airport industrial area. So it takes about 5 years to do the construction, and to retender that will take an enormous time as well. As you can see, the second bid was $250 million, which is much higher than the lower bid. And so it is recommended to go ahead with a low bid, given the time that we require to construct this project as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing further. I find it an oxymoron when we say it was the low bid. So anyway.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say how privileged I feel sitting in council today. This is a great day and nice to see a lot of residents here as well. So this is a privilege. But anyways, thank you. I just want to go for Public Works 10. And I just want to publicly say, Kara Bund, thank you very much for putting an agreement together with the Board of Education to put a brand new playground on school property, GL Armstrong. The neat thing about this is we had to invest $50,000 more, and the reason is we've got all the school students at the GL Armstrong to put their say in what kind of park they wanted. And everybody was involved, not only the school teachers, the parents, and the community around Ward 7. So I'm proud to say that I was able to put an extra $50,000 for a better design playground. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There are no further speakers on the Public Works Committee reports. It's been duly moved and seconded. If we can have an e-vote on the report itself. Thank you. Thumbs up for me. Thumbs up for Councillor Powers.
Acting Mayor, I believe we have a conflict vote for item 10 for Councillor Danko. Non-disqualifying? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That carries 13-0. Thank you, council members. On to 5.2, the Planning Committee. Councillor Johnson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the report of the Planning Committee?
Yes, you may. It's been moved by myself and seconded by the Vice Chair, Councillor Ferguson, that the Planning Committee Report 22-008, being the meeting held on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to members, due to a declared disqualifying conflict on item 3A respecting the recommendation to designate 56 York Boulevard, Hamilton, the Copley Commercial Block under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, PED 22108 of the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 22-005. Item 3A will have to be voted on separately, but I do have a number of speakers before we can get to that vote. I'll recognize Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to be opposing this motion because there's a part of it that gives me indigestion, and that's that as a matter of right, developers can buy up large homes in single-family subdivisions and convert them over to fourplexes, three or fourplex, without, as a point of, I think the proper term, they can do it without having any public process, a matter of right, I think is the way that planners call it. But I think I see Steve nodding at me. It's as a plan right. They don't require to go through a public process. So neighbors won't know if they have a neighbor beside them that has a single family home. It can be converted into a fourplex, and all they have to do is get a building permit. And I think that'll create chaos in a lot of our, certainly in my ward, because we have a lot of large homes in residential areas. We have the old ER zone, which is large lots. And so developers are just going to come in and buy up these places. They don't give a hoot about neighbors. They demonstrated that to us pretty clearly at the last council meeting with another development in Ancaster. It's all about the almighty dollar. But I think neighbors should have the right to be able to be informed that this is being proposed and go through a process of some kind of public meeting. But a public process is something that's going to go to a threeplex or a fourplex. We already, during this council term, agreed that we can go to two housing units in each home. We do have the secondary residential units. I'm not sure I'm calling it the right thing, where you can put a granny suite on a home. I don't know whether that would count as the third, but it just, it worries me it's going to cause chaos. In my community, most people have two cars, and if they go from one family to four families, that's 8 cars. Where are they going to park? They're going to be up and down, plugging the street up. And I get complaints when people park on the street overnight, let alone they're parked there every day as a result of doing this. So I just think the public needs to be informed. If somebody's going to buy up a home and convert it into a fourplex or a threeplex without the neighbors being notified. And so I would urge my council colleagues to reject that provision of item 4. I may put it up as a motion, depending on what the reaction is today, but at the very minimum, I will be voting against this because I think it's going to be too disruptive to our residential subdivisions that have single-family homes now. And I'll leave it for that for now, Madam Chair.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Also on item 4 in the Planning Committee report, I just wanted to say thank you to you, Councillor Wilson, for bringing the motion forward at Planning Committee subsequent to the discussion that was had at the LRT subcommittee, and also thanks to General Manager Thorne and planning staff for assisting in getting this direction clear in order to enable our city to integrate a move towards inclusionary zoning, which is already approved and on timeline previously to get initiated and underway in Q, I think, I forget which quarter, but in 2023. But having it reflected here in the MCR OPA as work that is already concurrent in terms of the work we're doing as a municipality in our market and housing analysis. Many of my colleagues also, those who are supportive of inclusionary zoning bylaws, understanding that it's one tool and a municipal lever that's really important that has been granted by the province to help set a percentage of units in new developments that are required to be affordable. And with 17 LRT stations and GO stations as well, there are significant spaces across that corridor as well as at the GO stations to help support not only density, but more importantly, ensuring that mixed housing and affordable housing is something that we're going to be requiring of our private developers in the city. So just, again, I wanted to appreciate the work done to include recommendation D in this report. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Partridge, followed by Councillor Jackson. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. 2 items. I want to speak to 3A and 4D, but I'll speak to 4D first since the previous speakers have been speaking to that. You know, we have been discussing inclusionary zoning, I think, for at least 10 of the 12 years that I've been on council. And I'm pleased to see that it is in this report. However, I'm you know, the fact that it is only on the transit corridors and not, and the LRT line specifically, and not throughout the city in, you know, there are many other appropriate places that we could have inclusionary zoning, but, you know, baby steps, I guess, and I'm just very happy to see it here. And I'm not sure if you have any other speakers on 4D, or if I can go ahead and speak to 3A, Madam Chair.
I'm not sure. I would just ask that you proceed. You have the floor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And just very, very quickly on 3A, item 3A in the Planning Committee report, the Copley Building. I am a huge heritage fan and supporter, as I think most people know. And again, the Copley Building, I was delighted to see that the Heritage Committee was able to finally move this. You know, the 8 years I spent on the Heritage Committee, it came up often. And, you know, now that the company is located in their new building and there is some adaptive reuse that's going to be happening with the Copley Building, I think it's, you know, it's one of the true jewels that we have in our city. And so I'm just delighted to see it there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Acting Mayor Wilson. Back to item 4, the Municipal Comprehensive Review Official Plan Review. Again, this was one of the ones being out of town last week. And I want to get clear here because several speakers have spoken to different parts of it. There's A, B, C, D, and E. I want to speak specifically to C, and I think that's where Councillor Ferguson was speaking to. So through you to the Chief Planner Robichaud. C is about the adoption of the official plan amendment that would, what Councillor Ferguson was speaking to, that would allow for a single family home structure, Chief Planner, that hypothetically could be converted to a triplex or fourplex, in other words, 3-4 rental units within that structure? Is that the C part? And also, is that the part that, if approved, does not allow any right for the public to have a future public meeting? It'd be a right of proceeding. Through you, Acting Mayor, to get some clarification before I offer my comments.
Thank you. GM Thorne, would you like to comment, or are you going to delegate?
Through the chair, I can. Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. To the councillor's questions, yes, that would be the effect of the implementing zoning bylaw. Just for clarity, what C is directing is that we bring that implementing zoning bylaw back to a future statutory public meeting, so that zoning would not be adopted today. The direction is for staff to prepare that zoning bylaw amendment and bring it back to a future statutory public meeting, which would occur at Planning Committee, and in which members of the public would have the opportunity to come and speak to it.
Right.
So, GM Thorne, first of all, my apologies. Still being at home, I didn't recognize that you were there, so my apologies. I heard Chief Planner Robichaud's name earlier, so in protocol, my apologies. Back to you, a supplementary. So, GM Thorne, but if that bylaw is ultimately approved, if this direction today is approved, if ultimately that bylaw is approved, is it true what Councillor Ferguson has indicated and interpreted, and I have, that in the future, anyone then can convert and could have the right to proceed without needing a future public meeting? Through you, Acting Mayor Wilson, please.
GM Thorne.
Yeah, so through the chair, so if that future zoning bylaw amendment, once it's brought forward, is approved, then yes, there would not be a rezoning required. What may be required in some circumstances would be a variance application if there's some sort of modification to the existing structure in order to accommodate a triplex or a fourplex. That could trigger a minor variance application, which of course would result in a public hearing before the Committee of Adjustment. But if that's not required, then the homeowner will be able to apply for a building permit for the conversion.
Thank you, GM, for the clarifications. Acting Mayor Wilson, my comments. I'm going to be strongly opposed. I would ask that you would separate for C, please. Similar to what I was in the minority a year ago in April of last year with the secondary dwelling units, the detached secondary dwelling units that I strongly opposed. Unfortunately, in my humble opinion, the majority of council went ahead, allowing conversions of sheds and garages for rental units on single family properties. This is another example of what I might humbly suggest is putting traditional single family, modest neighborhoods in my East Mountain community under siege. I have heard loud and clear from several neighborhoods who have strongly opposed the detached SDUs. Now you're asking that automatically, if approved, a single family home structure in a traditional single family neighborhood, changing and altering the character further of that neighborhood, can become a 3 rental unit, a 4 rental unit. This is getting ridiculous. Out-of-town speculators, out-of-town landlords, those wealthy in communities beyond our borders are coming in, gobbling up our lovely properties, converting them, no pride of ownership, no neighborhood considerations. In many situations, it's getting a lot of pushback. There's a minor revolt that's going on in our community regarding these conversions, and many traditional families, generational families that have lived in modest single family neighborhoods on the East Mountain have seen this as a form of business, not necessarily a form of providing some affordable housing, but as a form of businesses that are proliferating within traditional single family neighborhoods. No owner occupation whatsoever. I want to have C separated, and for the odd member of council who has said in the past publicly, Councillor Jackson, the province has directed this, we have no ability to turn it down. No, staff brought a report forward a year ago on the garage conversions. Council voted for it, I didn't. Today you have the ability to say no as well. Thank you, Acting Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. So on that last comment from my colleague, Councillor Jackson, can I get verification? Because I was under the impression that it was Premier McGuinty in 2007 who brought in as-of-right secondary dwelling units. At the time, they called them granny flats. So did that occur?
Kim Thorne?
Yeah, so through the chair within the Planning Act, secondary dwelling units, yes, those are required under the Planning Act. I'm sorry, I don't know if Mr. Robichaud can recall the exact year as to when that was brought in. But with respect to basement apartments and so on, yes, those are municipalities are required to make accommodation for those within your zoning bylaws.
And does that right of secondary unit also apply to a detached secondary dwelling unit on the same subject property?
So through the chair, it would apply to, yes, to a basement apartment as well as a detached laneway suite type unit.
So to be clear, secondary dwelling units, any individual who owns a home and wants a secondary dwelling unit for whatever reason, they have a right to it under Ontario law, and they have a right to it as a separate building on their property for one secondary dwelling unit. That's to confirm that.
Yes, so through the chair, that's correct. Now, subject to various standards. So, of course, the City of Hamilton adopt those zoning standards, and it includes things like making sure you have adequate fire access, setbacks from neighboring properties. Those types of standards do apply.
So can I have a supplementary to that point? I have become aware of a number of times that the Committee of Adjustment has denied variances for secondary dwelling units. So even though the province has approved a secondary dwelling unit, any variances that are required on that go to the Committee of Adjustment, they also have the legal right to say no to those variances, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Can we, if you don't mind, Chair, leapfrog from one secondary dwelling unit to a threeplex or fourplex? So in this particular municipal comprehensive review and the official plan that is going forward to the province, we have enabled that as of right. Do we have any indication as to how many dwelling units that would or could be projected to create?
So through the chair, I may refer this one to Chief Planner Robichaud, but I would note that the discussion around as of right sort of gentle intensification type growth, such as what is contemplated with this proposed zoning bylaw amendment, it is quite integral and critical to the overall growth strategy to accommodate a significant share of the city's future growth within the existing urban boundary. But specific to the councillor's questions, I'll refer that to Mr. Robichaud.
To you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor. My recollection, Hempson had done some preliminary work as part of the growth forecast, and they were approximate 2,500 to 3,000 units. They were forecasting as being accommodated through the secondary dwelling units. However, our experience has been that there's been a higher initial take-up than we had anticipated. Some of that may be landlords seeking to legalize their apartments under these new regulations. In addition, it's also related to individuals looking to create second dwelling units for family members, as well as in response to some of the affordability challenges that we've been experiencing in Hamilton and Ontario over the last few years. So generally, it's not compared to 3,000 to 4,000 dwelling units a year, might be doing 50 to 100. So it's not a large number, but it is an important number going forward in terms of how we accommodate growth within our existing neighborhoods and communities by allowing for this gentle form of intensification to occur through the conversion of an existing dwelling to contain more than one dwelling unit. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Chair, I'm putting Mr. Robichaud on the spot. My apologies. Do you have a recollection as to how many units would be created from fourplexes? Was that the 3,000 or that was the secondary dwelling units?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, our annual housing production targets are about 3,000 units per year, of which we are seeing 50 to 100 secondary dwelling units being created on an annualized basis based on current building permit and Committee of Adjustment activity. That's why I'm saying it's an important element of our housing needs because it allows for the better utilization of existing housing stock, but we don't anticipate that every house will convert to 2 or 3 or 4 units, but it is providing that flexibility either for intergenerational housing or for providing that a secondary dwelling unit in response, second, third, or fourth dwelling unit in response to some of the affordability challenges that we have been seeing in the city over the last 2 to 3 years. Thank you.
2 more questions. I'm not sure how my time is.
You have 4 seconds. May I put you on for a second time, sir?
You may. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for understanding. I recognize Councillor Pearson, followed by Councillor Danko for first-time speakers. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I just wanted to put on the table that at the appropriate time when we deal with item 4, the MCR, OP, UHOP, that I am opposed to A, B, and C. But now with the questions being raised on inclusionary zoning, I want to be careful because we're talking about rental units. I didn't interpret it in inclusionary zoning being all rental units. So I'm not sure that I need to declare a conflict there. Because this could just be intensification. I mean, we can go to fourplexes on any property that could be condo, et cetera. So I will leave it at that, but I will at the appropriate time ask for a separation of the vote for 4 and deal with it at that point. Thank you.
Councillor Pearson, maybe to be of assistance, I'll recognize GM Thorne and he can speak to that item.
Yes, thanks,
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I both 4C as it relates to 3plexes or 4plexes as well as inclusionary zoning could refer to either rental or ownership housing. It does not distinguish.
Thank you.
I would suggest that either one could apply to any type of household.
Indeed. Thank you. Councillor, is that helpful? It's tenure.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
On that point, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think I'm in the same boat as Councillor Pearson. So I will declare, or I will proceed by assessing it further and then determining a course of action accordingly. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marula. Just to reiterate, GM Thorne has confirmed that inclusionary zoning is agnostic, if you will, with respect to tenure.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson, you still have the floor, or are you?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So just on inclusionary zoning and the concerns raised about secondary dwelling units and detached secondary dwelling units, there was a report at the previous planning committee meeting that reviewed the bylaw provisions for SDUs and detached SDUs. And there are some revisions that are coming. It was referred to a future planning committee meeting. I think that's next week. So there is some discussion about the controls on SDUs, as Councillor Jackson has noted. And then just on inclusionary zoning, as was mentioned today, that we're not approving inclusionary zoning, but we are including it in our plan that we are submitting to the province as part of the municipal comprehensive review. So through you, Madam Chair, my question through to Director Robichaud or GM Thorne is, what we're submitting to the province needs to be approved by the province. So how important is it to the city's growth plans to include inclusionary zoning as part of our planning for growth in the future?
So through the chair, I'll let Mr. Robichaud elaborate if he wishes, but I would suggest that, given that it is ultimately the province who is going to make the determination to approve or not the city's growth strategy with respect to the no boundary expansion, which is the proposal that's being put forward to the province, then certainly it will be important to demonstrate that the city has done what it can to accommodate the growth within those aggressive intensification targets that are assumed.
Thank you. So in my read of that, then, C is very important to include in what we submit to the province for their consideration. And a follow-up question to that, Madam Chairman, is if we do then proceed with inclusionary zoning, what other controls are on those properties for what is built? Because I do share the concerns raised by Councillor Jackson, Councillor Ferguson, and others about the change in communities and what that will mean. But it's not like every single family home will automatically be changed to a fourplex. And I'm wondering what further controls are in place if property owners decide that they wanted to proceed with a conversion in the future.
So through the chair, I'll start, and Mr. Marosha may wish to add to it. So in terms of controls that are in place, first of all, and importantly, what the recommendations are for you, but again, just to emphasize that the zoning is actually not in front of you today. It's direction for staff to prepare this zoning amendment, is for the conversion of existing structures. So not for creation of new 3plexes, 4plexes, not for demolition rebuild, but for conversion of existing structures. Those conversions would have to meet all applicable zoning standards with respect to setbacks, heights, all of those sorts of things that already apply within those neighborhoods. And similarly, they would require building permits that would make sure that any construction alteration to the building is done in a safe way in accordance with the building code.
Thank you. So just to wrap up, similar to the concerns about secondary dwelling units, detached secondary dwelling units, the controls are there in the bylaw to manage that, and those are under review and will come forward at the next planning committee. But for inclusionary zoning, this is critical to include this in our submission to the province. Notwithstanding the concerns that have been raised. But again, those can be addressed through zoning standards and building permit control on that site. And we can have that discussion when the actual zoning comes to us for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. On to second-time speakers. Recognize Councillor Ferguson, please. Councillor Ferguson.
Sorry. So I'd like to move an amendment if I can. Is it appropriate to do it right now?
Yes.
Okay. If I can get a seconder to this, I think Councillor Jackson may be interested. I'd like to move that anyone wanting to convert a single-family home to a 3 or 4-plex home must go through a public process to obtain approval. And so if I can get a seconder, I'd like to speak to that if I can.
Is there a seconder for the motion? I recognize Councillor Jackson with his thumb.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah. Look, I always hear this, well, we're going to have another crack at this down the road. But when we get down the road, the crack at it will be, well, you already approved it back on May 25th. And so that'll be the rub at that time. I'm just not on to allow someone to go into an existing residential home in a single family subdivision and by right be able to put in 4 units. The developers are going to eat this up. It's an opportunity to quadruple their revenue on rental properties. And it'll create chaos in our nice single family subdivisions to allow this to proceed without having to go through a public process. The neighbors have a right to know. It affects them. And let's deal with this right now to make it clear. They can already have 2 under the current system, but if they want to go to 3 or 4, they need to go through a public process. So subject to any other questions, I'd like to let my amendment stand. Thank you.
Councillor Clark on the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just get some clarifications from staff and with respect to Councillor Ferguson's motion? On the face of it, it seems very rational. I'm trying to understand if the City of Hamilton generally in an average year approves 3,000 units for construction, and we've experienced 50 to 100 SDU applications in a year. What would the ramifications be to the official plan amendment that we're proposing based on to meet the province's growth if we made this decision, if we said, okay, notwithstanding the growth projects, we still expect triplexes and 4plexes to go through a public hearing and assessment process with regards to zoning and the official plan.
PM Thorne, please.
So through the chair, if the intent of the motion is that in effect a rezoning would still be required, then there is a fairly substantial fee. I can't recall the amount right off the top of my head. Mr. Robichaud may be able to provide that, but it's several $1,000s, as well as all the supporting studies. In order to justify the zoning, it would have to be done on a case-by-case, property-by-property basis. It would also create significant time to approve such an application. Our typical timelines are rezoning takes in the neighborhood of a year. So it would be if that is the direction the council wishes to go, it would create a significant barrier to actually approving those conversions. They would take time, they would take significant dollars in order for each one individually to come before committee. And as I said earlier, I would suggest that this type of direction is fairly critical to accommodating the city's future growth within the existing urban boundary.
So
Thank you.
I'm trying to understand how critical it is. And I have yet to receive the expected numbers of how many triplexes and fourplexes do we expect under the official plan amendment. So can someone give me a punt or point me to the right document that shows the numbers?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the council, maybe I can put it in context. When we were having the debate last year about urban boundary expansion or no urban boundary expansion, essentially where we landed on was 20% of the projected growth could be accommodated either through an urban boundary expansion, or we would have to look inwards as to where we accommodate that 20% growth, about 20,000 units. Over the life of this plan, we know that through the work that's being done along the downtown secondary plan, the corridors, and some other intensification opportunities, we can accommodate the growth. We have the space and the capacity, but we need to put in place the planning permissions to accommodate that growth. By not allowing for this gentle form of intensification to occur, it'll be very difficult for staff to respond to the province when they ask, how are you going to accommodate the growth if you don't expand the urban boundary? So although it may be only 50 to 100 units right now that we're seeing being created, with increased take-up or as it becomes an alternative to some of the other models of growth, then we will be looking at not being able to demonstrate the province the overall strategy that the city is putting forward to accommodate that growth that does not trigger an urban boundary expansion. So although it may not be the 20,000 units that were originally contemplated by staff, but by not allowing this form of gentle intensification within the neighborhoods, then there'll be increased pressure for an urban boundary expansion. That's essentially why we came forward with this recommendation earlier. When we did the draft OPA was approved by this council, it was looking at what is the city's broader intensification strategy, because we heard not everybody wants to live in downtown Hamilton. There are looking at how do you create those additional housing opportunities within existing neighborhoods and communities without triggering an urban boundary expansion. So that's essentially why we came to develop this recommendation and came forward with this proposal, was in order to accommodate the city's future growth based on a firm urban boundary and looking for accommodating growth within existing neighborhoods. The city's official plan has had a long-standing standard where 20% of new growth would be accommodated within existing neighborhoods. That may be a surplus school site or the conversion of a commercial plaza or a severance or an infill opportunity. But that has required applicants, as Mr. Thorne has indicated, to either go through an official plan amendment and a rezoning process. And when you add all the reports and the studies, that can be $100,000 to $150,000 required to create one or two additional units. That may be a sufficient barrier to somebody from proceeding with that. So we were looking at how can we remove that barrier. The other point I'd like to note is that the Provincial Affordable Housing Task Force, I looked at this as an alternative on a province-wide basis, but the province decided not to proceed with it. Instead, they went with Bill 109 dealing with fee relief. But they were very interested in what the city of Hamilton was doing in terms of creating these additional housing opportunities in existing neighborhoods by allowing for the conversion as opposed to the complete replacement and demolition and rebuild of housing. So that's sort of essentially what we are looking at it in terms of that continuum of housing, both in terms of type, whether it's rental or ownership, as well as units, location and geographic distribution, why we felt it was an appropriate relaxation to essentially move away from the traditional exclusionary zoning model into a model that would provide for additional housing opportunities throughout the entire city, recognizing that it'll just be one of several elements towards meeting the city's future projected household growth. Thank you.
It's a very comprehensive answer.
Yes.
Can I ask staff, Chair Wilson, if they have an estimated cost to do a conversion to a fourplex from, first off, not every building can do that. A semi-detached home is not going to have a threeplex or fourplex because you'd be gutting the building and making outside entrances, and the cost would just go through the roof. So do we have an anticipation in terms of what those costs are? And do we have an anticipation in terms of where in the city of Hamilton, what type of homes would be most prominently used for triplexes and fourplexes?
Mr. Thorne?
So through the chair, we've not done construction estimates for a triplex or fourplex. We did look at that at the time that council was considering the permission for basement apartments. And just for a basement apartment, there's of course a very wide range because, you know, some basements would be, you know, apartment ready, others will require very significant work, but it's in the order of tens of thousands of dollars typically to create one unit with an existing structure, let alone 2, 3, or 4. So it would not be a cheap exercise. And similarly, and to the councillor's point, I'd suggest that, given the very diverse housing stock within the city of Hamilton, many of them, and keeping in mind that what we're talking about is converting existing structures, many of them are not going to be of a size or of a type that would accommodate 3 or 4. Some of them I would suggest probably can't even accommodate 1 or 2. So we've not done the assessment in terms of exactly how many houses and which neighborhoods would be most likely to be able to accommodate this form of development, but keeping in mind that there's fairly stringent building code restrictions around access to light, fire access, fire separations, plumbing connections, separate electrical, all of those types of things. It will be a fairly expensive construction exercise to convert an existing dwelling. And depending on the nature of your lot, the ability to have separate entrances, it's going to be restricted in a number of units across the city. I don't know if that answers the councillor's question. That's probably the best I could do at this point.
Yeah, and I don't mean, I did surprise them, Deputy Mayor Wilson, with that question. I didn't give them that question in advance. My last question would be with regards to the Committee of Adjustment. So in reading this proposed official plan amendment, and with the potential for significant increase from where we are to where we could be with regards to triplexes and fourplexes, do we require that the members of the Committee of Adjustment have some planning knowledge or experience, some experience in terms of the types of decisions that they're going to be asked to make? How do we, because they are going to be much more busy, in my estimation, with what's being proposed here and all of the variances that will be required to go to the Committee of Adjustment. That's my last question.
Thank you. GM Thorne.
Yeah, so through the chair, I'd concur with the councillor in terms of, we would anticipate more applications before the Committee of Adjustment. We're certainly seeing that with some of the secondary dwelling unit applications, and ultimately that committee would be a new committee would be appointed by the new term of council. I'm not sure if Mr. Robichaud can speak to what the terms currently say about the qualifications of members, but if he's not aware of that, then we can certainly look that up and get back to the councillor.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's my recollection. We do not require that they have a planning background in terms of their ability, but we as staff across various departments and parts of the organization do take the effort to train and update the Committee of Adjustment members whenever we bring forward a new city initiative, such as on secondary dwelling units or the new commercial zoning, so they understand the purpose and the intent of the zoning. And then we do monitor the Committee of Adjustment applications, and if there are issues or the committee is seeking further guidance, then we will sort of go through the workshop again with the committee. We recently did that on the secondary dwelling units because there was, I believe it was 58 applications, of which 50 were approved. But there are certain specific regulations. It may be because of a fire code or a health and safety issue, just to provide that clarification and that ongoing support to the Committee of Adjustment members so they understand what the intent and the purpose of the zoning regulations are and why they were developed and crafted in such a way. And then we as staff, if there are issues with the bylaw, we will come forward with a housekeeping amendment to correct those technical issues or concerns relating to the operation of the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to continue to support the staff recommendation. I think they've really covered all of the options. I can't support the amendment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Danko, you're a second-time speaker. I have Councillor Nan on, I believe, for first time. Is that correct, Councillor Nan?
It would be the second time as I spoke to recommendation D in item 4.
I beg your pardon. Councillor Danko, my apologies.
Thank you. And I am speaking to the amendment that's on the floor. So I guess my question is, what is meant by a public process? And if a public process is a non-statutory public meeting, notification of neighbors, or notification of the councillor's office, that kind of thing, I'm fine with that. If a public process means rezoning then that is contrary to what is in item C. So through you, Madam Chair, if I could get clarification from the mover of specifically what is meant by a public process.
Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. My intent is not to go through a rezoning. And I don't want to create fear when you hear staff say it could cost $120,000 to $200,000. I want the neighbors to know and have a right to speak to some kind of a public group, whether it's planning committee, about their concerns on how it's going to change the character of their subdivision. And I think that's just a fair, reasonable thing to do because developers won't care how it affects the neighbors. We've been through this many times. And so if they can come in by right, just apply for a building permit, that's not fair to the neighbors. That's not right. So I'm not a planner. I can't put the right words into this, but I don't want a public meeting. I want the ability that neighbors have to be notified. There's an application in. And is that called a non-statutory public meeting? I'm not sure. But if that's what I just want the neighbors to be circulated, have the right to come before planning committee to make their pitch why they have issues with this. And so that it doesn't make it too easy for developers to come in and ruin a community. And quite frankly, if 10, 12, 15 are converted in one subdivision, it's going to make a big difference to that subdivision. And I think planning committee needs to know about that. So to answer your question, it's not, I don't want a public meeting, but I'd like staff to report back what would it look like using planning terms rather than me trying to make it up in a resolution. I just want the committee to give direction today that some kind of public process an applicant must go through, and the staff can tell us what that looks like.
Thank you. So I guess, Madam Chair, I have a procedural question. Can an amendment be referred to planning committee? Because this is the discussion that should by right be being had when the rezoning bylaw is brought to planning committee, when we have a public statutory meeting, when we have a full discussion, not on the fly here at council. Because frankly, at this point, I'm not really clear of the implications of this decision, which would be final as of today. So can an amending motion be referred to planning committee?
Clerk Holland, please.
Through the chair, it depends on the nature of the amendment. If the amendment significantly changes the motion that's before you today, it would be considered a reconsideration. So I will defer to the chief planner and the general manager to comment on whether they think it would substantially change what is before you today.
Thank you. GM Thorne or Mr. Robichaud, please.
So through the chair, the direction in front of you today is for the staff come back with an implementing zoning bylaw. I'm struggling a bit with sort of defining public process. Public process in terms of statutory notice. There are only a couple of things under the Planning Act, and that's not determined by the City of Hamilton. That's determined provincially as to what triggers public notice, and that would be either a rezoning or a minor variance application. A building permit would not trigger a public notice other than the notice that goes up in the property owner's front window. And we do actually now have some requirements in the City of Hamilton around what we call our good neighbor policies, so that if there's construction happening on the property next to you, who do you call if there's issues with noise, parking, et cetera? If it's the will of committee, and if the staff recommendation as proposed is adopted, there is a report back coming where we would be able to spell out what those proposed zoning amendments are. It would include what the standards are that would apply in terms of conversions of existing buildings to triplexes or fourplexes. We can certainly include in the staff report some discussion around what would be the sort of the default level of public notice or public awareness that's created, and we can speak to things like the building permit process and the good neighbor policies, and staff can give some thought to what else we might be able to do in terms of public awareness. So we can certainly take that as direction, include that kind of information in the staff report, and committee and council can decide at that time if that's sufficient. But as I said, there are limited opportunities for statutory notice under the Provincial Planning Act.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you. So I guess if this amending motion is clear that we're talking about a non-statutory process, then I'm fine with it. If we're talking about Not proceeding with inclusionary zoning by default as adding a new statutory process, then I'm not. So as long as we're talking about non-statutory notice of public, I'm totally fine with that. So I think that's what I heard from the mover, but I just want to, confirm that one last time.
Councillor Ferguson, please. The mover.
If I could just, if you permit me to, I'd like to just ask Mr. Robichaud a question, because I'm not a planner. I'm not sure what are the subtle differences between a statutory and a non-statutory. I just want a public process. If that's a non-statutory public meeting, I'm fine with it, just as long as the neighbors are informed what's happening. So through you to Mr. Robichaud, if you allow me, explain the difference between a statutory and non-statutory public meeting.
Through Madam Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, statutory public meeting would be something prescribed for underneath the Planning Act. So we have to have a statutory public meeting for an official plan amendment, a rezoning, a draft plan of subdivision, a vacant land condominium, or committee of adjustment if it's a consent or a minor variance application. A non-statutory public meeting would be any other form of public meeting that the city would have to obtain public input. Whether that the city may do that as an open house prior to bringing a new official plan amendment forward to committee or council. It doesn't have any legal basis in terms of why we're holding the meeting, but the purpose of the meeting is to engage with the community. As I'm listening to the discussion, the issue is what would be the trigger to require a proposed property owners proposing to convert their property to give notice to the other property owners within a predefined radius distance separation from the property. As Mr. Thorne indicated, we currently have our best practices now in terms of infill housing, in terms of notification and communicating with adjacent property owners. But if somebody chooses not to do that, would the city be able to force them to have that sort of non-statutory public meeting? So that would be something that we would have to, and that could be very difficult if I have the as of right permission to renovate my house. How can the city not allow that person to proceed with a building permit application to proceed with those renovations? So that would be something that we would have to investigate and report back on what those options would be. We have asked the province on multiple times to have conditional zoning, which would allow us to say you can have a fourplex on the condition that you demonstrate you canvassed your neighbors to just give them a heads up. But the province has not enacted that conditional zoning. So the only other mechanism available to the city is to apply a holding provision subject to a public information meeting. The risk is underlying that, though, the individual, they can have that in public meeting, but they still have the as of right permission to proceed with the triplex or the fourplex. And if they meet all the zoning regulations, then it's very difficult for the municipality to say, no, you cannot proceed with your building permit submission to create the triplex or the fourplex on the property. So I understand what the councillor is trying to achieve, and I think we can report back on what those options are when we come forward with the proposed zoning updates to allow for triplexes or fourplexes if 4C is approved by council today. Thank you.
Okay, I'd be prepared to have a friendly amendment if my seconder would agree. That I say here, a fourplex must go through a public process, I'll say a non-statutory public process, and staff report back on what that wording is. So I'd like to put that out as a friendly amendment to try to give some comfort to individuals. I want staff to tell us, how do we do this? And because I don't have a clue. And so I would be prepared to amend that if the clerks have it, if my seconder agrees.
Councillor Jackson, as your seconder, is noting he's fine with that with his thumb. Thank you. Okay, as a first-time speaker, I have Councillor Pauls, then Councillor Johnson, and then a second time Councillor Nan, and then I'll put myself on. Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. My speaker thing doesn't work here, so thank you for noticing it. I just want to thank Councillor Ferguson because this is so important. About a year ago, I had someone that wanted to turn their home into a duplex, and the house was less than 1,000 square feet. The people needed to know. We went to the committee of adjustment. They passed it. The people called me again and said it was impossible. They wanted to revisit it, and they did. They went to LPAT and they won. It wasn't allowed. The reason is it does change the landscape. of a community. I agree with Councillor Tom Jackson, who said it changes. People want to have those little beautiful community homes and not have, 3, 4 duplex added to this little home. And basically also the parking. I don't know if you noticed, people are complaining about parking everywhere. Parking is a big issue. When you have a street that's less than 300 meters and you have 25, 30 homes, and you're going to change that landscape of that street and add more families with more cars, I see a disaster happening. So thank you for putting this amendment. I will second it as well. And not second it, I will vote for it. And thank you very much. I know it's Councillor Jackson, he seconded it. So thank you again for putting that in.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. As the chair of the planning committee, this meeting actually did have a robust discussion about allowing the fourplex, and I appreciate the concerns. I also raised the concerns about how to let the neighbors know. Years and years and years ago, people used to get a notice that said that their neighbor next door was putting on a rec room. So things have changed to the point now where if somebody wants to put in 4 apartments next to you, that there's no notice. When I hear about public process, it makes me wonder if the public will have some sort of a false impression that they would have the ability to have it voted down. I like the fact that we have a courtesy notice. I like that, Councillor Ferguson. To be honest with you, that makes a lot more sense for me, is courtesy notice. I appreciate the staff coming up with some innovative ideas to allow for some gentle intensification rather than doing the urban boundary expansion. So in order to maintain the line, we need to figure out some ways of bringing housing inside the urban boundary and not expanding it. So if this is one way of doing it, I'm on board with a courtesy notice to let the neighbors know that this is what they have. And then it helps the counselor, if the counselor wants to have a mini meeting with the neighborhood and the developer, if the developer is amicable. And even if the developer doesn't want to be a part of that, it still gives the counselor the opportunity to sit down with the neighbors to find out what their concerns are. If it's landscaping, if it's where's the parking going to be, and working with the community to make it happen. So I'm good with the courtesy notice. I think that it's for nothing else. The neighbor should have a comfort zone knowing what to expect, and having that notice and the opportunity to speak with their counselor and some staff. I think that it's the right way to go. So I'm supportive of the amendment, with the understanding that the fourplex will be allowed by right, but it also gives the counselor and the neighbors an opportunity to sit down and discuss it, and maybe make this gentle intensification less intrusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll put my Councillor Nan, if I could ask you to take the chair, please.
Yep, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. Just a few comments from me. I was reminded of a book. It's called, I think, Housing in North America by Michael Doucette and John Weaver. And it talks about the history of development, and it looks at Hamilton as a case study. And it's a reminder that what the norm were families to build their house. The family would live in the basement, and then they would rent out, and they would build the house in such a way that it had separate units above. And that way it enabled a family to gain some equity and also provide much needed housing to a growing Canadian landscape, including a growing Hamilton. I would submit that, of course, it's irreconcilable not to enable gentle density like fourplexes throughout the city and call for a firm urban boundary. You can't have one without the other. And so I will maintain my strong commitment to a firm urban boundary. I think our neighbors and our neighborhoods are enriched when we allow for people of all means, of all incomes, to live in those communities, to go to school in those classrooms, to frequent those streets and those parks. To suggest otherwise, that there are some single-family neighborhoods that should be excluded, that's the definition of exclusionary zoning. It's excluding people based on income.
Yep.
So I love my neighborhood so much, but I don't want anybody else to live in it. It's not the definition in my mind of an inclusive city. And at a time when we're talking about housing crisis and the need to get units on the market, this enables young families, families of all means, in which to keep their home or buy into a home and carry that mortgage when they're able to rent out other parts, and therefore putting supply on the market. I too am concerned. We have now a good neighbor guide. I think you all received it in your mailboxes, which sets out a process for developers to follow with respect to infill. It is a matter of courtesy, of course, as are most things. And my concern is the expectation with non-statutory that the neighbors will think they have ways and means to preclude, which that is as of right. So I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you. Councillor Nan, I'll assume the chair back.
Okay, the chair is yours.
And I recognize Councillor Nan a second time on the motion.
Thank you. No worries. And I realize it's I'm actually first time on the amendment, but I think, I actually need clarity from the mover. Are you still seeking to amend item C, or are you proposing a standalone recommendation to be included in the report recommendations as a standalone item, perhaps item F for what is being described as a courtesy notice by other colleagues?
Well, I'd look to Director of Planning. I don't care, just as long as I get what we need to have the neighbors notified. And it's about item C. So I would suggest it's an additional line in item C, but I'm open to suggestions. I just want to make sure.
So if I can, then thanks for that clarification. I will oppose any amendment to item C, primarily because the way that it is written is essential for us to be able to maintain our frozen urban boundary in order for us to remove exclusionary zoning and order to meet our population growth projections. It's a necessary planning tool in order to move forward with item C as it is currently recommended by staff. So within the planning process, I believe that it should not be touched in terms of item C. I also appreciate the recommendations or suggestions brought forward by staff that staff could include in the next stages of this work in the proposed zoning bylaw changes. Clarity around this kind of courtesy notice, clarity to residents that this would be not an avenue by which resident input would shape the direction of the development because that it's non-statutory. It's literally as a courtesy notice, as a heads up to the local community. I think, Councillor Ferguson, what you're proposing is a heads up to the local community that there is a change coming to the neighborhood. But what's clearly articulated by our staff is that the owners still have the as of right permission, and there would be nothing in place by hosting these meetings that would deny them that as of right permission. So if I could just get clarity from staff, did I understand that correctly in terms of the limitations that we need to work within and what is the possibility towards what is being called a courtesy notice? So there's no decision that will be influenced as a result of these courtesy notices as the owner has as of right permissions to proceed, correct?
GM Thorne, please.
Through the chair, that's correct. And so unless the proposal triggers a minor variance, which is a full public process, public notice, et cetera, then any courtesy notice would be just that. It would be a courtesy notice. The public cannot object to the issuance of a building permit, nor can the chief building official withhold a building permit if the application meets building code.
Thank you for that clarity, because I think it's really important for if Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Jackson, and other councillors want to see that courtesy notice, that the public be very clearly informed that they're not going to have an ability to object to the work that's underway, that this is simply about giving residents an opportunity and neighbors an opportunity in the community, an opportunity to understand a little bit more about what's coming into their neighborhood. So Councillor Ferguson, you're going to need to clarify very, very clearly. If it is an amendment to item C, I will not support it. If you're proposing an amendment to the recommendations to include an item F for a courtesy notice, then I think you might have some support for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. So can I just ask for clarification in terms of what is the public notification for a variance that will come before the Committee of Adjustment? Is it the same as what the Planning Act does for zoning 120 meters around the subject property?
Is that Chief Planner or is that GM Thorne?
Through the chair, I'm going to refer that one to Director Robichaud.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor. The Planning Act requires that we give notice to property owners, I believe, within 60 meters for a minor variance. There's a small sign is posted on we give people post on their property. It's approximately 11 by 17 sign. And then effectively it's noticed it's 30 or 60 meters to those adjacent property owners of the application for a minor variance. Whereas a rezoning requires 120 meters notice, and we require that large sign, essentially a 4x8 sign, be posted on the property. Those are the two different ways, or the differences in terms of the radial distance of who gets notified and the size of the sign that gets posted on the property.
So not specific to the amendment that is before us, it would be within the council's prerogative to increase that notification for variances. They could go more than what the province is prescribing at 30 or 60 meters. They could say, for example, 120 meters, same as what we do for the Planning Act. Do we have that discretion?
Through you, Madam Chairman, yes, council could direct that as a standard operating procedure, we increase the radial distance from 60 meters to 120 meters or some other predefined number. Then we would just we would incorporate that into our practices on a citywide basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Some quick comments. If the mover of the motion agrees to do it as a standalone item F, I'll support it so we get the report back from staff. But with this one caveat, what we're creating if we go down this road is a feigned public consultation. It's fake because there's no authority to it. So we're notifying that they're going to look at this, but as of right, they can do it. And so what we're saying to the public is that we want to hear from you about this change, but whatever you say, we can't change what's coming. And that's not good for civic engagement. If we're addressing it specific to variances, then it is a public consultation, a legitimate public consultation where there actually can be decisions by that Committee of Adjustment and subsequently up through council, the ratifications that would take into consideration the concerns of the residents around it. So I'm just concerned that we create a process where the average person, when it comes before them in their neighborhood, they won't understand necessarily that it's an as of right decision. They'll think that the public consultation has teeth, and in reality, it does not. We're hearing their grievances, but we can't act on the rezoning of the threeplex or fourplex. We can only act on what the Committee of Adjustment says when the variances, if there are variances. So that's my caveat. That's the reality of where we are. But I'll support it if it's a separate item so that we can get that report back and have a more fulsome discussion in terms of how this non-statutory public meeting would work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we do have a motion on the table, and I will ask the clerk if there's some way in which it could be put up on the screen, because there's been quite a bit of discussion about it. I think it's fair to say there's some lack of clarity, at least on my part, of its location within the item 4 and the wording. And if Councillor or Clerk Holland?
Yep, I can display that in one moment, please.
Thank you, Clerk Holland. So that is the wording right now. If I could ask the mover just a point of clarification, is it your intent to keep that wording and to keep it within as an amendment for C as it's presently written?
Well, first of all, I think I did a friendly amendment to this to say a 3 or 4-plex home must go through a non-statutory public process to obtain approval. And then let me just read the part that Mr. Thorne sent to me. Just got to find it.
Mr. Thorne, would you like to speak?
Here it is. I got it. And staff include in the report, and that staff report back to obtain approval, and staff report back, including in the report options for how the city could proceed for non-statutory public notice.
May proceed.
Proceed for non-statutory public notice. I just don't want to fly by the seat of my pants. I want staff to put the right planning words to it, and I think that motion does that now, so that we can understand whether it's as of right or not. Because right now it sounds like they still have to go through committee of adjustment, which you committee adjustment can block us. I just want staff to tell us, and you're fine to make it a separate line. I don't care. I just want staff to tell us, how can we let the neighbors know that something's going on and that they have the right to contact? I would suspect there's no member of council would like to have an outrage for the neighborhood and then have to tell everybody, well, nothing you can do. But there is something they can do from what I heard today, but I want to hear staff put it in writing. They can go to committee of adjustment and object to it there and get it changed. So that's my amendment as it stands right now, if my seconder is still okay with it.
A point of clarification, and I know GM Thorne wishes to be recognized, but that is F then to Councillor Ferguson. That is F now, as opposed to amending C.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Thank you. GM Thorne.
Yeah, so through the chair, I'd suggest that what staff can likely do is present some options. So if that can be included in there, because there are a few options with pros and cons that we'd probably want to include in our report back. And just a concern in the language of that motion with the link to attain approval, because a non-statutory public process would not be a precondition to approval, so that would be problematic.
Well, I don't agree with you through you, Madam Chairman and Mr. Thorne. They have to get approval by committee of adjustment. That's what I heard earlier. And so I think that word is appropriate. And then if a ward councillor gets a lot of pushback, we can go to the committee of adjustment on the neighbors' behalf, invite the neighbors in and get either approved or denied at that location. But this is why, Jason, I don't want to do this on the fly. I want you to report back. I think I've given you a lot of latitude in this motion to come back. Tell us how we can let the public know so they're not shocked when this starts to happen in their community. That's all I'm looking for.
Jim Thorne, did you wish to comment or not? I have two other councillors who have yet to speak to that, which is up on the screen.
Through the chair, just to clarify that if the minor variance is required, then there already is a full process. So my understanding was that this motion was related to where there is no variance, which may not be a very high percentage. I'm going to guess a fair number of them will trigger variances, but those that don't, then any public process would not be a precondition of approval because they can just apply for a building permit.
Right. Thank
Then report that back to us. I want to see it in writing from staff using planning terminology. I think you get the gist of where I'm trying to go with this, and I think I'm sensing a lot of support.
Yep.
The neighbors have a right to know. How do we do that?
Okay, Councillor, I think Mr. Thorne has given his best advice, and that is if it is outside the right and a variance is sought, there is a public process and there is public notification for that. I'll recognize Councillor Vanderbeek and then Councillor Marula, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I can't support this motion, this amendment, the way it's worded. I'm sorry, somebody just took it down, but I'll just wing it. As it's worded, it sounds to me like we're saying to the public that the owner of the property will have to go through a public process, though it might not be statutory, before we can approve what they want to do. When in fact, I think that's been explained to us several times now, that we do not have the right to do that because they have as of right, they will have as of right to put in a 3-plex or a 4-plex. So we're setting up, I go back to what one of my colleagues said, we're setting ourselves up for public discourse because we're sounding like we're inviting them to have public engagement, make comments, bring their concerns to the table, and then we're going to do something about those concerns with the owner of the property who wants to put in a triplex or a 4-plex, and that's not what we can do. If they require variances through committee of adjustment, then they'll already be in a public process. There's no need for us to initiate a public process. And those public processes can lead to councillor neighborhood meetings about things because those people have the opportunity to express their opposition to something through the public forum of the community, of the committee of adjustment. But when I think I understand what the councillor is trying to achieve. He wants to know, as far as I can understand, he's looking for notification to the neighborhood that something's happening in their neighborhood. I don't object to that. But that's a notification. That's not a let's come and discuss it, unless there are concerns that we as councillors can resolve around what will happen in the neighborhood because this is coming. But when that amendment is worded the way that I read it, we're telling them that they have an opportunity to come and talk to us and express those concerns before a project is approved. Meanwhile, if it's a large home and it can be made into a triplex or a 4-plex and it doesn't require any committee of adjustment application, we don't have anything to say about whether it's approved. We can maybe deal with the problems in the neighborhood about parking or whatever. But I can't support this motion when it has the word approval in it because we're promising them something that's not possible. And I heard the councillor say that he wants staff to tell us that. And that's fine if we're asking for a report on what would happen if we were to put this out to the neighborhood for notification that a change is coming to their neighborhood. But if we're saying that that a property owner must go through a public process, even though it's non-statutory, before they get approval, we're wrong, as far as I'm concerned. And I can't support that. And I'd like to be able to support notification to the public because I think that that's a good neighbor. So I won't be supporting it unless that section of that motion, that amendment is changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Let me start off by saying that this is reminiscent of what it was like in about 2005 when supporting affordable housing was not cool, even in the East End or in the inner city, because there was a direct correlation between that kind of housing and the perception that it was going to destroy the neighborhood. And really, this is incredibly reminiscent of it. It's almost identical, except now it's just moved into the suburbs. Folks, ever since we started supporting affordable housing, now our homes are worth $1 million. It has done no harm. In fact, that initiative has been part of the Renaissance. It converted old bars like Rookies, the Indwell property at Kenilworth in Maine, into affordable housing. I remember the lynching that I experienced from residents that day because I was supporting affordable housing. Endwell will remember that. So all we would be doing, and we had authority in that process, all we would be doing with this is creating lynch mobs upon lynch mobs of every application, which is toothless. You're just creating divisiveness, conflict, and stigmatization of anyone that's going to live in that house. Once that notice goes out, it's like, oh my God, the renters are coming. Like, what are you afraid of? I'm sad myself over it, really. And it is identical to what I experienced. So, folks, we've come a long way ever since we started supporting affordable housing. The same could be said for the future of the suburbs when they do so too. And by doing so, you actually get some buses up there too. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further speakers. Councillor Danko, I recognize you.
Thank you. Sorry, my microphone request wasn't working. So if we can just take out the word for approval, I think we're there. I'm in full support of a report back on some sort of public consultation or public notification process. As an example, we have an 8-story apartment rental building, on Upper Wellington. It's as of right. It's C5 zoning. There's some variances. We are holding non-statutory public meetings just to notify the public. They know full well that they don't have any right to oppose what's there. But it's been very valuable to have that discussion with the public, to hear their input, to talk about things about their concerns, like will there be a fence, will there be landscaper buffers, where's the garbage going to be, and have that discussion with the developers. So I'm in full support of developing some sort of public notification process. Let's just take out the word subject, to that it's not subject to approval, and then staff will report back with a process. And I think there is value in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I'm going to ask the clerk to put the motion up again, please. Thank you. So if I could ask, as the chair, Councillor Danko, I'm just seeking clarity on what your comments were.
So from the discussion with staff, the issue was that the subject that the public process to obtain approval. So just take out to obtain approval, and then I'm good. Because we'll get a report back, and then we're not handcuffing or pigeonholing anything into a specific.
Clerk Holland.
Through the chair, if I can just check with Councillor Ferguson that he accepts it as a friendly amendment, otherwise we'll vote on that as an amendment to the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
This is getting really complicated for something where I just want the public to be informed of what's going on. And it's not an as of right until we approve it today. And so I just want more information from staff on how we protect the public if something's going on next door to them. And that through a non-statutory public process.
So Councillor Danko.
Take out the words process or to obtain approval.
To attain approval is, do you take that as a friendly amendment?
Just take it out and see what it looks like, Madam Clerk. Yeah, that's fine. If Tom is, as Councillor Jackson is.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
Oh, that's a big thumb.
Okay.
I thought it was too.
So Clerk Holland, are we voting on F first?
Yes, we're going to vote on the addition of F. And then we'll vote on 4 as a whole.
Thank you. My colleagues, we're voting on F and then 4 as a total. Councillor Nan, did you wish to speak to that which is being proposed?
I do, and I'm sorry, and this is the problem of bringing suggested amendments to the floor at a late stage and doing it on the fly. And I appreciate everybody trying to find a way to enable a courtesy notice in recognition that it doesn't actually connect to approvals. But that said, the wording is, don't mean any disparaging comments by this. The wording just is not sufficient from my perspective. And I think that if it was something along the lines of that staff report back with options that the city may proceed with to require non-statutory notice to inform residents of any conversions of single detached homes into 3 units plus. Leading with the language of anyone wanting to create something, like I'm sorry, it's not good. So I think the intention is that you want staff to report back with options that the city may proceed with to require non-statutory notices to inform residents of any conversions of single detached homes into 3 units plus. The language is clear, the direction is clear, and I think it speaks to the intent of the original mover.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. I'm in council chamber, and I'm noting from Councillor Ferguson that he's wishing to stick with the motion unless you're putting something forward formally.
Nope. In which case,
thank you. I recognize Councillor Jackson.
Acting Mayor Wilson, I still want, after F is voted, I still want a separate vote on C, please. Thank you.
Well, hang on, wait.
Thank you.
What? Excuse me?
Sorry, excuse me. Councillor Jackson has the floor. Councillor Jackson has the floor.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Wilson. I would like a separate vote still on C, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm recognize, is that Councillor Whitehead? Yes. Would you like to speak to this, to F, sir? Okay, seeing none, we're going to proceed and vote on F as it's, oh, he has indicated. Okay. Councillor Whitehead, on F.
I'm trying to get in to the council meeting and been working for an hour and a half on it, and we're still working on it. So sorry if I came in prematurely on this particular conversation. I have been listening. I'm going to come back because we still got issues with the internet here. Thank you.
Councillor Whitehead, will you be voting on item 4F?
I'll be supporting it.
Thank you.
Motion.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to proceed with the vote on F as it was placed up on the screen. Read that. If you, pardon me, I think every member of council is aware of what's on the floor. Thank you. Deputy Clerk, if you can indicate my thumbs down, please. Thank you. Councillor Powers is a thumbs up.
And Councillor Whitehead was a thumbs up, right?
He did note publicly that he was voting in favor. Yep. That carries 10-4. Okay, thank you.
Now we'll go to item 4C for a separate vote.
4C for a separate vote as requested by Councillor Jackson. Deputy Clerk, my thumb is up for 4C, please. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers.
Councillor Whitehead, if you're present, if we could get your vote, please.
He's not on the screen visibly. We'll note him as absent.
Councillor Whitehead, is that a thumbs up for 4C?
Yeah, yes, it is. Just excuse the patience. The IT's been working with me trying to get my system. It's not acting properly. I am voting for it. Thank you for asking.
Okay, we'll put you in as an approval on that one.
Thank you.
So that carries 11-3.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, so we're going to 4 as a whole, as amended. I recognize Councillor Pearson.
Just a reminder, Madam Deputy Mayor, can we separate A and B of item 4 that I will oppose? Thank you. Wish to be recorded as opposed.
Clerk Holland.
So we will do a vote for 4A and B together.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. I will be voting in the affirmative for 4A and B. Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Councillor Whitehead, are you present for the vote? I don't see him. Yes, thumbs up. That carries 12-2. So we're going to vote on 4D and E. Thank you, Clerk Holland. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. To the Deputy Clerk, voting in the affirmative from this chair. Councillor Whitehead, are you with us?
Yep.
Thank you. Thumbs up from Councillor Whitehead.
Point of order, Madam Clerk. I didn't see the results of 4A and B, and then there'd be the balance of the report before we do the planning committee, wouldn't it?
So 4A and B carried 12-2.
We're on D and
Or
Items 4D and E are up for the remainder of item 4.
Are there any outstanding votes for that? I thought I already voted. And my colleagues here have voted for D and E already.
Councillor Marula's vote is what we're waiting for.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Clerk.
And then we'll vote the remainder of the planning department report.
We have the conflict on 3A, so we'll have to take a separate vote on that as well.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Janet.
So D and E carries 13-1.
Thank you. Okay, are we able to move on then to a separate vote on item 3A? That carried, I think.
Janet, are we set for 3A?
We are. I'm going to put that up right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. Please note my abstention on 3A. Please note Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Councillor Whitehead, are you with us on 3A? Not present. Thank you. That carries 12-0 with 1 abstention. Okay, we can report. We can vote on the Planning Committee report as a whole. Thank you. Deputy Clerk, please note my affirmative vote. Please note the thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Councillor Whitehead, are you with us? Okay, there's a
Councillor Whitehead is thumbs up.
Silhouette of a thumb. That carries 14-0. Thank you, Clerk, for all your help on that matter. Okay, we're on to General Issues Committee report. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the report of the General Issues Committee? Councillor Nan?
Sorry, I think my connection here is a bit wonky. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, excellent. That the General Issues Committee report 22-010 being the meeting held on Wednesday, May 18, 2022 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Danko.
Thank you. It's been duly moved and seconded. I recognize Councillor, I have Councillor Pauls first and then Councillor Pearson.
Madam Deputy Mayor, thank you. And I apologize. I'm just going through the agenda trying to find, I think it was GIC conflict of 10.5 was the vacant home tax. So I want to declare the conflict there. If that will be separated at the appropriate time. I think it's 10.5. I'm trying to find it. Just want that on noted. Thank you.
It's in the information section, Councillor Pearson, so there won't be a separate vote on that.
It's just going to be received then, Madam Clerk. Sorry, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Clerk, can you just clarify that it's not on the agenda for a vote?
It's not on the agenda for approval. It's to be received. It's in the information section only because it was referred back.
Okay, thank you for that.
No problem. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. Yes, I want to speak on, first of all, I want to thank every resident of the city of Hamilton that showed up today. Well done, thank you. And the reason is because they're demanding transparency and they're demanding the cost to their taxes, what they're going to have to pay. So first of all, I want to bring the couple of facts. The medical and HR has indicated that it was not necessary.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I recognize the point of order.
What's the point of order?
What item are we speaking to?
Item 10 on the vaccination policy at the cost of the motion. Item 10, general issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Pauls.
And sorry for not mentioning that. I thought I did. But anyways, I just want to say, first of all, we all know that the medical and HR has indicated that this is not necessary. So I applaud them. To terminate them is arbitrary and unreasonable. Equally important, it is the
Councillor Pauls.
Yes, I'm talking about this.
Yeah, the motion that's on the floor is about a cost.
The cost, and that's what
it's not on the mandatory.
Right, and it's about the cost I'm talking about right now. So if you allow me, this is all related to the cost. It's related to the cost because we are terminating 440 employees. So let me please, give me the lenience to put some meat on the context. I always allow you and every other counselor to do the same. So please, I'm no different. I'm a new counselor, yes, I agree, but I've learned a lot in the city, and I know that I have a right to speak, so thank you. I have every right to speak.
Respectfully, as the chair, it is my duty for the public record to note what is under debate now. The debate is not on the policy that has already been declared and ratified by this council, which is a mandatory vaccination policy.
Exactly.
The item 10 deals with the account of the costs for public disclosure.
And that's where I'm going right now. Okay. Equally important, it is the duty of council before making such an arbitrary and unreasonable decision to know the potential cost to my taxpayers on Ward 7, Ward 1, Ward 2, all the wards. So it's very important. We have chosen to do the punitive decision. These figures were not provided to council prior to debating this issue. Did you know that? Nothing was said about the cost. Nothing. And nobody cares? Where's the transparency? Where is the transparency that the city of Hamilton might cause? I had a legal person, I talked to them on the weekend. He said minimum $33 million. Listen, where is the transparency? So I have a motion coming up, but I just want to say, in light of all it's done, in light of all the medical doctor, we followed the signs. Let's follow the signs. What is the signs now? It says that if you're vaccinated, you could spread it. That's what it says. We have 94%. 94%
Excuse
of our
me, Councillor
staff.
Pauls, the motion that is on the floor is with respect to the cost of a policy.
Point of order. Point of order.
No, excuse me. I
Point of order.
appreciate everybody that.
Madam Chair, I have a point of order.
And I appreciate, and I want to say, I always was respectful. I respect all staff. I respect all counselors, but this is unbelievable that for me, I never would buy a house without knowing the price. Can you imagine? I buy a house and then I find out it's $2 million? Who has $2 million? See, I didn't. I don't. Can you imagine giving the city of Hamilton a blank check to the city and say, whatever the cost, we don't want to hear about it? Just imagine that.
Excuse me.
Please do not, and again, I say, I always want to do it with respect. I want to tell you that this to me is important. You know why it's important? Somebody asked me, and then when my motion comes, I'll talk about it more.
I have a point of order of the chair, please.
Councillor Whitehead, what is your point of order?
My point of order is the chair's out of rule. The reality is that this is the justification for a decision of council in respect to the firing of 500 employees. This is adjunct. It is connected legally to that discussion and debate, because to make a decision, we need to understand what those costs are. So to suggest that she shouldn't get into that conversation is out of order, and I want to make sure that I put that on the table. Thank you.
Are you challenging the chair?
I am.
Are you challenging the chair, Councillor Whitehead?
I am.
So the chair has been challenged. I'll hand over the chair to Clerk Holland.
So we will be performing a vote for the challenge to the chair's order.
Yeah, I like to speak to the challenge. I respect Councillor Wilson, and I understand.
Point of order, can you speak to a challenging of the chair motion when it's no, right? Okay.
It goes to a vote.
Thank you, Clerk.
Can I have clarification on the challenge? What are we challenging here?
Yes, I'd like to know which way to be voting, affirmative or not, please, City Clerk. Sorry.
My challenge, Madam Clerk, is the fact that this conversation about the cost of firing 500 employees is completely adjunct to the decision of what being the firing. So if you're going to fire 500 people, you better know the cost. So for Madam, the councillor to put forward and dip into that conversation is quite right, objective, and connected to the overall debate. You can't have one without the other. If you're going to fire 500 people, there's a cost. So we get into the cost versus the firing. That's one conversation, not two.
So the chair has been challenged. We will be putting to a vote. I'm just going to display what we have in the procedural bylaw so everybody is clear in how they are voting. If you could just give me a moment, please. So what happens under 12.7, the clerk shall assume the role of the mayor or the chair as the chair of the council or the committee, so we're in council. When a ruling of the mayor or chair is challenged by a member of council, the clerk shall take a vote of the challenge for the members of council in favor or opposed to the ruling. The ruling fails when there are 2/3 majority vote in favor of the challenge. So if you vote in favor, you are with the chair.
Madam Clerk, may I intervene for a moment? We could have maybe allowed Councillor Pauls to finish. It would have taken less time. And I really don't endorse this kind of challenge. And I wish we could have we're at an impasse. Let's figure it out.
Yes.
And perhaps allow Councillor Pauls to finish her thought. Thank you.
So there's been a challenge to the chair, so we have to proceed procedurally with that vote.
Point of order, Clerk Holland, please. Point of order. What you showed us there, again, to be crystal clear, if I vote in favor of the challenge, I'm supporting Councillor Whitehead's challenge, or please clarify that again for me, please.
Councillor Jackson is the opposite. If you vote in favor, you are favoring the ruling of the chair.
Okay, I see. All right. Thank you.
But my question, Madam Clerk, is what is the ruling of the chair? I need clarity on what exactly is the problem.
The ruling of the chair was that Councillor Pauls was out of order in discussing the policy rather than the motion which outlines the cost of the implementation of that policy.
Do we not need a seconder to challenge the chair?
That's a good question. Did anybody second the challenge?
I didn't hear anybody.
Can I just say something?
It doesn't require a second. There's been a challenge.
Thank you.
Can I just say, I was the speaker. I just want us to all get along. You know, I really do. And
if I may interrupt, please, there is a vote on the floor to challenge the chair. If we could please vote either in favor or opposed to the ruling of the chair. Thank you. Councillor Powers is in favor. Councillor Whitehead, did you opposed? Councillor Partridge is in favor. Are you missing any votes, Janet?
Yes, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Marula.
Councillor Wilson is in favor. Councillor Marula?
Got his.
Okay. That carries 10-4. I will hand the chair back to Deputy Mayor.
Congratulations, Madam Chair.
Councillor Pauls. And Councillor Wilson.
Madam Chair, that comment wasn't on the floor, nor did the councillor have the floor based on
Calling a point of order, Councillor Whitehead.
And so that was that comment.
Councillor Whitehead, are you calling a point of order? Excuse me, you have not been recognized until I recognize you. Councillor Whitehead, are you calling a point of order?
I'm calling Councillor Partridge out on interfering and not being on the speaker unless I'm making a comment. Thank you.
Yes.
He's not chairman.
Councillor Pauls?
You know what?
Pauls, please proceed.
As a new councillor, I always want to get along with people because it's people. I do not want to go against you, Councillor Wilson, because you understood that, but I did because this is evident that sometimes I get my mic shut off, sometimes just because I'm a new councillor, I don't have a right, and I just want to make it clear. I want to support human beings. The last thing I would say, and my train of thought, you know, here I knew what I was going to say, and I'm going to say it again. The last point I wanted to make before my motion that's coming on later, and I hope everybody supports it, was that I was asked by someone, why do you care so much? Can you believe it? Why do you care so much? All weekend I thought about it. They said, you're like a dog with a bone and won't let go. And I said, why do I care so much? You know why I care so much? Because it's not about roads. It's not about somebody calling me to fix their potholes. It's not about someone saying urban expansion or not. It's not about anything to do with material things. This is about human lives. 500 employees. Why do I care?
Excuse me.
See again, why do I care? Because I care the 100 plus, and I counted them this morning, and I read them over and over. The heartbreaks saying, I might be on the street. Do we want homelessness? We talked about housing. Councillor Wilson, you're an advocate of that. I love it. We need housing. We talked about that, but no, not for our employees. They don't deserve it. I read over and over.
Councillor
The cost
Pauls.
is important. I'll go back to the cost.
Councillor Pauls, go back to the motion. Go back to that.
There's no motion here. I'm going to speak on the motion.
To the ruling. Respectfully, it's gratifying to see members of the community in council chambers once again, but our procedural bylaw dictates that there is an expectation that courtesy be afforded and that we not be interrupted in our deliberations. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about this motion. I had lots to say, but you know, the bottom line is this. I will have a motion and I'll talk about it again. The cost. Let's go back to the cost. Do you really want to give the city a blank check and say whatever the cost? Look at transparency. All of us here, I'm so proud to be here today. You don't know, I take this seriously. This is people's life. I came this morning at 7 o'clock thinking how I could do this because it's human life. I had an email today about a parking spot and I thought, yeah, that's important. But look, I'm here for a different cause and it's human life. So I just want to say, I want to thank for the residents that came because they're concerned about their taxes. And we all are. Every time Mike Z comes when we do our budget, oh, taxes, wow, 7, 8, 9%. Just imagine another blank check to the city. And you know, we're not good at winning lawsuits, grievances. I think the 4 years I've been here, I think we've lost every one of them. So I just want to say, when the motion comes, I'm going to be just as passionate because it's not about garbage pickup. It's not about roads. It's not about any of that. It's about people's lives. So thank you for hearing me out. And thank you, Councillor Wilson, for giving me the latitude. Thank you.
Clerk Holland, could you please remind me of what the procedural bylaw says with respect to the environment of the council?
So there is an expectation through the chair under the order and decorum that no person shall persisting in conducting themselves in a manner contrary to the rules set forth within the procedural bylaw. So those rules include interruption and disrupting the meeting or attendees' ability to participate in the meeting.
Thank you, Clerk Holland. Again, a reminder to those who are in attendance today that it's very important for a local democracy to be free in its deliberations without interruption, and every member has the right to speak uninterrupted as long as they are speaking to the motion that is on the floor or the policy. I'm going to recognize Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would suggest for democracy's sake that it's not to be sanitized either or whitewashed. The reality is we're dealing with a conversation that is very personal to many people that are watching or being directly impacted. Families, children, coaches in our community, volunteers, that's who's being impacted by the cost. And I want to make sure, because apparently I got to stick to the cost of this conversation. So can you imagine a council making decisions on anything without understanding the cost implications? Well, it's not just cost implications, Madam Chair. We're talking about interruption. We're talking about corporate memory. I've been told, for example, by general managers that the capital projects that we had been working on with our community in consultation for the last 4 years could be in jeopardy as a result of 500 employees being impacted. So this is not just
order, Madam Chair.
This is about impact.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me,
I want to make sure
recognize
that.
the point of order.
Go ahead.
I'm very sorry, but Councillor Whitehead is out of order. He's speaking to direction that's already been passed and approved. He's not speaking to cost.
I'm talking cost. Cost. By the way, impacts and costs are the same thing, right?
Councillor
the fact that I may have my capital projects interrupted.
Councillor Whitehead.
Employees are gone. That's
Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Whitehead.
Madam Deputy Mayor, may I intervene?
Not at the moment, thank you. Item 10, potential costs associated with the termination of non-vaccinated city employees. That is the item in which you are speaking to.
Yes.
And I would like you to keep to that item
Madam
as
Chair,
has
I
been
am.
suggested. Thank you.
I am. So when I talk about the fact that there's going to be additional costs that are even incorporated in this motion, such as the interruption of the of capital programs within, for example, my ward that's been planned for 4 years, that's a cost. That's a cost. Let's not play around with this. I've been told by our senior management that's a cost. So that is part of the cost that has not been incorporated or understood with the actions of this council. It seems that we're much more efficient to deal with bullying than we are with 500 employees being fired. Isn't that incredible, the impact? Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I have some questions. Can I ask, through you, Madam Chair, the employees that have not complied with the current vaccination policy, they will be terminated with cause?
On the bench, is it City Solicitor? Will you be responding? Or will it be Executive Director Fontana?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, they would be terminated with cause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask Deputy Mayor Wilson how many grievances have been filed on this particular policy?
So through you, Madam Chair, we have received grievances from just about all of our unions, 10 or 11, I think, at this point. We were in arbitration yesterday with QP 5167, Inside Outside Workers, and our amalgamated transit union for first day of hearings for the respective unions.
Can I ask, Deputy Mayor, are we proposing to consolidate the 10 to 11 union grievances into one arbitration process, or will we be proceeding with a hearing on every single individual employee as a grievance?
So through you, Madam Chair, we are not intending on amalgamating all of the grievances. We will hear them as a union, as a whole. So for QP 5167, we will listen to the grievances with respect to that union. They have different language in their various collective agreements, which provides for various provisions, and they'll need to be addressed on a union-specific basis as a result.
Given that there are different collective agreements for all of the 11 unions, that's how we would be proceeding through arbitration. Deputy Mayor?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Can I ask, Deputy Mayor, how many employees currently have not complied with the vaccination policy and are poised to be terminated?
So through you, Madam Chair, that number right now sits around 322.
Can I ask, Deputy Mayor, do we have an indication with regards to the number of employees that are with HSR or the ATU 107, ambulance, fire? Do we have it broken down? Is it possible to get that to the best of your ability, Deputy Mayor?
So through you, Madam Chair, yes, those numbers are broken down. So the ATU, there are currently 63 employees that are either participating in the rapid antigen testing program or are non-compliant and are on an unpaid leave of absence.
Do we have numbers for ambulance?
Through the chair, for the paramedics, there are 9 employees participating in the testing or non-compliant with the policy and are on an unpaid leave of absence.
And with regards to our roads division respecting capital construction?
Through the chair, I would only have that number with CUPE 5167. Those employees are in the CUPE 5167 collective agreement, and my number for CUPE is 144, but that is corporate wide. That's not just within the capital works programs.
Okay, so I'm trying to get a handle on cost, Deputy Mayor, and I'm hoping that you'll provide me the latitude. HSR losing 63 operators, is that going to I can't speak, I'm sorry. Impact our, thank you, impact our services? I have to iron my tongue this morning.
Need coffee?
Yes.
Just also a reminder, sir, that you're at 1 minute.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I'm not exactly sure whether or not it will impact our transit operations. I think the director of transit would be best to respond to that question.
We will afford courtesy to all people in this chamber, including our senior staff. Thank you. No.
So ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to ask some rather serious questions. I know you're quite concerned about this, but you are not helping me. Please. My time is up. Can you put me on for another 5 minutes? Thank you.
Thank you. If I have to express my concern, and if another member of council or staff are interrupted, then we will go to the next step and clear this chamber. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could I just ask that item 6, which is the decision on, sorry, I have to scroll back up. Proposal for adaptive reuse of Balfour House, Shadow Creek Estate, and item 7, Commonwealth Games, be separated for a separate vote. Thank you.
Yes, clerk is nodding. She's recognized that. Councillor Nan.
It was the same. I was going to request a separate vote on those two items as well. Chair, do we also have the opportunity to speak to those items as well prior to the vote, or is now the opportunity to do so?
Any time is the opportunity prior to the registering of the vote. I just wanted to know if there's any further speakers on item 10, if that's possible. I think Clerk Holland is trying to get my attention. No? Okay, thank you. Is that okay, Councillor Nam? Or would you? I think
off the list on item 10.
Okay.
And I'm happy to go to 6. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Jackson is waving his hand on item 10, I believe.
I didn't recognize Councillor Jackson because I can only recognize his thumb, which is imprinted in my mind and not his hand. But Councillor Jackson, I apologize. Please proceed.
Not at all, Acting Mayor Wilson. 2 years of the thumb, I'll stay with it until it's a finality. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Powers, and thanks, Councillor Nan. Appreciate to wrap up item 10. Since, again, I was away last week, I just want to read for the public record here. I'm very glad with what General Issues Committee by majority brought forward for today, and I want a separate vote on item 10, so at least I could have a chance to be recorded. Therefore, be it resolved that the appropriate staff be directed to report to a future GIC committee with all the costs, including but not limited to the hiring and training of new employees, all legal costs associated with any grievances, hearings, arbitration rulings, reinstatement orders, including lost wages, any subsequent wrongful dismissal claims associated with the potential termination of the approximately 500 employees who may be in non-compliance with the City of Hamilton vaccination policy. I want a separate vote on that because I want to support that, and I want to thank Councillor Pauls for her continued efforts. Thanks, Acting Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. I have second-time speakers on item 10. Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So can I go back to my earlier question? We have 63 members in HSR that are non-compliant and that face termination. Do we know whether or not the loss of 63 operators is going to impact services? In my mind, it's logical that it would, but I'd like to hear from our staff and as to if that's a reality.
Oh, I'm sorry, Acting Director Graham.
Through the chair, I'd like to refer this question to Michelle Martin, who is logged in online as a representative for the HSR.
Thank you for that. Hello, Ms. Martin.
Good morning. Yes, acting for Director Cousin Heath this morning. I wasn't prepared to speak to this question, but I will get some information for you as quickly as possible and can provide it during the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
With regards to our paramedics, the loss of 9 translates to the loss of an ambulance. Can I hear from the chief, please?
GM Burden, I think you're indicating you wish to speak.
GM Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. The chief is in the anteroom and I know would be pleased to speak to this item.
The chief is here and they're bringing him in.
Good afternoon, Chief Sanderson.
Good afternoon. Could you repeat the question, please, Councillor?
Yes, please. We have heard this morning that at the present time, and these figures may change, that there are 9 paramedics who are non-compliant with the city's vaccination policy and therefore will face dismissal within the next 24 hours or so. What would the loss of 9 paramedics do to your service? I recall you telling me many times that 10 is an ambulance. So what's the impact going to be to service?
Through you, Madam Chair, the individuals that are currently not vaccinated or have not provided confirmation, some of those are part-time employees. Some of those paramedics are actually on leave right now. Two of them are on unpaid leave. The actual number we're anticipating at present is about 5 paramedics, 2 of them being part-time, 3 being full-time. It does have an impact. We've just recruited 37 new part-time employees and they will be replaced.
The 37, is their training up to date and they're prepared to take the place of the approximate 5 that will not be on the ambulances?
Of the 37 paramedics that we've hired, 22 of them graduate from their orientation program this week. Their training is fully up to date. They're fully qualified, ready to go. There'll be another class starting next week.
Thank you. Similarly, the question of 144 union members for CUPE with regards to capital construction. I've heard, Deputy Mayor Wilson, many rumors about the impacts on our capital plan if we lose that number of employees. Can I get a response from staff as to what the impacts of the loss of 144 employees will do to our capital plans?
On the cost. City Manager? You could direct me.
Through you, Chair, I have a chart here related to Public Works. So if you just give me a moment, I'll go down. I think you're looking at engineering services. And in terms of the in contract section, 1 of 3 staff would be affected. That will slow down work in this area. In design, there's 1, and so that will slow things down. Those are the 2 highest impacts. There's in construction, they have options that exist, which will minimize the impacts to service levels, 1 admin, and they are in recruiting. An infrastructure renewal, there's 2 staff, and it will slow down the EAM project. Under geomatics and corridor management, there's minimal impact as other staff can be used to cover the work. There's 1 employee. In terms, so that's engineering services. In terms of compliance and regulation, they can't allocate these staff to others. There's 1 impact. So the supervisor of quality assurance is working shorter modified hours and their tasks have already been reallocated to other staff. And a recruitment's underway. Similar admin position, they have options while recruitment's underway. In terms of sampling responsibilities to maintain compliance with drinking water program that will be affected, there's 1 p.m. This would have a high impact. The day-to-day sampling responsibilities will be provided by the supervisor position to maintain compliance with drinking water program, and recruitment's underway. Under, again, compliance, there's a regulatory field technician. They're in recruitment. They have some limited options, so it'll slow things down. Water and wastewater planning and capital, 1 position. They are in recruitment. It will slow things down. Some minor delays in implementing the backflow prevention bylaw while they're recruiting. Responsibility for coordination of utility locates, which is critical during construction season. We heard that earlier today. There's 1 scheduler dispatcher, so it will be short-staffed and could slow things down. And potential minor decrease in service levels. However, work can be contracted out. This is a millwright. A couple other admin positions, so they have other options while they're recruiting. Potential decreased level of service for sewer inspection customer appointments. Requirement is to have this position on all water jobs. Potential decrease to level of service for inspections. So while recruitment's on, and there's a couple of others where there's some low impact and other options while recruitment's happening. And those are the big ones to the construction area. Sorry for the long list, Councillor.
No, that's very comprehensive and much appreciated. I'm not sure where I am on my time.
You're past your time, sir.
Okay, can you put me on the list again?
Yep.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Again, on the costs, I have recognized Councillor Whitehead, followed by Councillor Pauls as a second-time speaker, please, and then Councillor Clark if there are no others. Councillor Whitehead. You're muted. If you can unmute yourself, please. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, to the appropriate staff, the difference between firing 500 people and 300 people, there's a direct impact on costs. Is that correct?
E.D. Fontana, do you understand the question?
Through you, Madam Chair, the answer is yes.
It's also my understanding through the chair, 1972, I believe, the federal government constituted a decision on a vaccine and forced in regards to employment. Does that ruling, or would that ruling that I just became aware of, and I'm sure our lawyers are becoming well aware of, have a potential cost on our defending our position?
So I'm sorry, I'm seeking clarification of the speaker. You're seeking the cost implications of a federal ruling?
Has been a decision rendered in 1972 by the courts in respect to vaccines forced upon and firing of employees. I'm asking, are they aware of that ruling? Because I just became aware of it in the last week. It's pretty profound and applies quite considerably to our situation if you read it. And it sounds to me that it would have significant cost implications in regards to what we expect on the outcomes of our arbitration and lawsuits. So I want to know if we've taken that in consideration and do we understand what those implications are?
So you asked if someone is familiar with a ruling of the federal court, and I'll either ask the city solicitor if he is available, if he is familiar with that ruling. That was the question.
1972.
Through you, Madam Deputy Chair, Ron Sabo, Acting City Solicitor. No, I'm not familiar with the decision Councillor Whitehead is referring to.
Thank you very much for that. I'll forward to you. But by reading it, it's going to have significant financial implications to this community. And do we understand on the provincial level who does the research on vaccines and made the outright determinations whether municipalities who we are the creation of the province of Ontario. The province of Ontario is the overcoming governance in the context of municipalities. They decided not to punish their employees. Do we know what savings they had from making that decision? Through the chair.
You're asking what are the cost implications of the province not requiring a vaccine mandate for its provincial employees?
I'm asking what the savings were to the province of Ontario for not firing all the employees that didn't get vaccines.
City Manager Smith.
Through you, Chair, we would not have that information.
Thank you.
Would it not be helpful information to understand why they may have came to the decision they did?
Again, we don't have any information as been confirmed by City Manager Smith on that action.
Madam Chair, I'm asking the staff the question, not asking you the question. And the question I asked staff, is it not important to understand in the financial implication, which is what we're talking about here, I believe, am I correct? I want to make sure I'm on the right track, Madam Chair.
The decision as it is presented was within the domain of this body to make. It was not within the domain.
That's not the question I asked, Madam Chair.
I'm not sure about what your question is.
The question I asked to understand cost and the decisions of cost is that we might have a ballpark figure and understanding how the province arrived at their decision not to fire, right? The one that created and has the governance over municipalities, by understanding what their costs were that might have impacted their decision. So if we understood what their costs were, we might have better understanding what our cost implications might be.
Yep, and I think the city manager has answered your question.
What was that answer? Can we look into it, or we don't have it, or?
The answer as provided by City Manager Smith is that that information is not available to staff.
It is available. Well, who said it's not available?
City Manager Smith, would you like to?
It's not available?
Councilor Whitehead, excuse me. When I'm speaking and I have the floor, please do not interrupt. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm asking you, you put something on the floor now as public record.
Councilor Whitehead, you've asked a question. I'm going to recognize.
Now, are you assured me that the province of Ontario doesn't and hasn't provided the information with regards to the savings of not firing those employees?
Edie Fontana.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to say that we have considered a number of options and considerations. The province has a different structure. We have different collective agreements. There are different scenarios and implications. So we have considered a number of them. We make thoughtful decisions, and when we present them at arbitration. So whether or not the provincial costs are relevant to a certain extent, we're more concerned about our current circumstances, our employees, our collective agreements, and all of the Bordeaux factors that affect termination. So we're well aware of it. We consider it, and we'll be presenting it as appropriate.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that through the chair to Madam Fontana. Could I ask a question? You did recommend not to fire, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, the recommendation was to pause the policy.
Pause the policy, correct. And you all those other things you just talked to me about.
Just to let you know, you're well beyond your 5 minutes. Would you like to go back on?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Marula, is the first time?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Can I just make a suggestion, because this item that we're discussing can't be changed, so we're not in the position to move this debate towards a reconsideration, because legislatively we can't. So it does beg the question what the objective or purpose is. So at present, and I was all for finding out what these numbers are, but I'm not all for becoming stagnant in a meeting where we're never going to get anywhere on this issue, because we just don't know right now.
Staff has been given the direction to come back and report back accordingly. And I know we're in a silly season before the campaign, but this discussion is not going anywhere. And I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. So as the chair, I'll just reiterate what is on the table. Therefore, be it resolved that the appropriate staff be directed to report to a future GIC with all costs, including but not limited to the hiring and training of new employees, all legal costs associated with any grievance hearings, arbitration rulings, reinstatement orders, including lost wages, and or any subsequent wrongful dismissal claims associated with the potential termination of approximately 500 employees who may be in non-compliance with the City of Hamilton vaccination policy. That is what is on the floor. That is the direction that has been given to staff, and that's the direction that came out of GIC. And that is what, to Councillor Marula's point, we're ratifying as a council or not. Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Marilla, thank you. I will have a motion where we are going to discuss that, where we don't need a reconsideration. We just, so I'll do that later. But I want to tell you, when I first got elected, I talked to the mayor. And you know what he said to me? We are such a wonderful city because we are a service provider. A service provider. And I heard our wonderful Jeanette Smith, city manager, say, yes, we will be delaying services. Yes, we will have that problem. Yes, we'll have that problem. So really, we are a service provider. Second of all, I just want to ask Laura Fontana one question. What does it mean to fire someone with cause?
On the issue of costs?
Yes, on the issue of costs, please. What does that mean?
City Manager Smith.
I apologize. Laura Fontana, the Executive Director of HR. Oh, there she is. She just had to step out.
No problem at all.
And I want to say, Laura Fontana has been fantastic. I've called her many times. So I just want you the question is, what does it mean when we fire someone with cause? What criminal activity did they do?
Through the chair. So when you terminate someone for cause, it is for doing something that is inappropriate to the point that it justifies a termination of employment. In this case, the cause is being non-compliant with our city's vaccination policy. There are other reasons for being terminated for cause, such as fraud, theft, and so forth. But this is one of the considerations that we've put forward, that the non-compliance with the policy is considered cause for termination.
So can I ask you another question? So if I was with cause terminated, I couldn't collect severance pay?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So I worked for the city for 25 years, 36 years, one of the HSR. I can't collect one thing? I'm out in the street? I cannot pay my bills? Is that what you're saying?
Councillor.
I'm just wanting to find out if that's true. Like,
I think there's a distinction, right? You're pointing out a scenario rather than the speaking to the issue of costs, please. And the direction that I've just read out under therefore be resolved, please.
So my question, I'll read. So if I am terminated by cause, can I go to another employer and say, I was terminated because I did something illegal? Something that I believe it's my own body, my choice. Remember, my body, my choice. I just want to put that out there. So would that employer look at it and say, oh, no, we're not going to hire you? Are we putting people completely without being able to feed their family?
Councillor, respectfully, that is a question you're asking of senior staff.
So with cause, I can't collect my severance? Can I collect EI?
Through the chair, you would likely be able to collect EI.
Thank you. On the therefore be it resolved, Councillor,
So,
we're directing staff.
so with costs, and I just want to know the difference with cost, without cost. I was talking to a friend of mine who's legal. He's way up there. He said that's not going to fly with costs. With costs.
Thank you.
You know, I didn't do, they, you know, with costs has a meaning of something criminal, something that you did. And I wouldn't want that on me. I really wouldn't. I wouldn't be able. I have a lady that was let go from another company, and she cannot get a job anywhere. No, you know what? With costs. She's fighting it, and I hear so many of that. So cost is important. We are, City of Hamilton, provider. We provide services. So let's remember that. And when my motion comes that it doesn't, the reconsideration, read it again, please. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Again, a reminder to my colleagues that therefore be it resolved is providing direction to staff to report on all costs in relation to the mandated vaccine policy to a future GIC. I recognize Councillor Powers as a first-time speaker.
I would put the question on item 10.
Second.
Procedurally, the question has been called and it's not debatable.
Order, Madam Clerk, you added me.
Excuse me, Councillor Whitehead, you have not been recognized, but I have another colleague who is calling a point of order. Please. Thank you.
So to be clear, I have been very respectful. I have asked questions. I indicated I had a couple more questions and comments. And what my council colleagues are now advising me, because my questions weren't timed, it was the overall questions and answer, that I can no longer speak to this matter, and we're calling the question for a vote. I just want to be clear, that's what my colleagues are now putting on the table.
Councillor, I was not allowed to finish my thing. Putting my question was on the conclusion of the two speakers, being yourself and Councillor Whitehead, that the question be put.
I just, as chair, seeking clarification. When a question is called, it is called at the point it is stated. So I would recommend, therefore, Councillor Powers, that at the conclusion of the speakers list, which includes Councillors Whitehead and Clark, if you so wish to call the question then. Otherwise, it's not debatable now.
I will take your direction, Madam Chair, and take that back. Please put me on the list for after Councillor Whitehead.
After Councillor Clark then. Okay, thank you. So that has been, you've retracted that. Councillor Whitehead, you have the floor, please. Again, on the motion, on the therefore be it resolved that appropriate staff be directed to report to the future GIC on all costs.
Appreciate
I believe Councillor Clark was prior to Councillor Whitehead.
Well, sorry,
Madam Chair.
if you want that order, then I would suggest that when Councillor Clark was still speaking, I asked to be added to the councillor list, and Councillor Clark actually went ahead of me as a second-time speaker. So, I mean, to be
Councillor Clark is being very gracious and is allowing you to proceed if that's that important.
Thank you. So my question is to the city manager, I guess, is substituting in for the general manager of public works. Is that correct?
City manager? Yes, the city manager.
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham is here on behalf of Craig Murdoch, who couldn't be here today.
Thank you.
So any direct conversation I had with Mr. Murdoch, which I've been directed to do by council in respect to the delays on my capital, are you aware of those conversations?
Is that a question to me, Councillor Whitehead?
No, well, there's an acting. So, I mean, my challenge now is that I've been told directly that capital projects will be jeopardized in my ward as a result of what is taking place with these employees. And now I'm asking the question to the city manager, who was so gracefully answering the 150 or whatever, the categories and where the delays were. I want to know if she understands the direct impact in my ward.
Through the chair, I don't have a list in front of me that speaks to the delays per ward.
Thank you.
Only the overall.
Now, you also answered in your questions through the chair that you made it really simple and that sounded very easy that we can just get a contractor to do that job. I've been told very clearly by Mr. Murdoch that it's very hard to get contractors right now this late in the game. So there's a conflict between what you have suggested and what I've been told. So maybe there's just a misunderstanding. Could you clarify that?
Councillor, the therefore be it resolved is that the appropriate staff be directed to report
I'm just
back to a
answering. I'm
future
asking.
GIC.
You allowed the city manager to answer questions in respect to Councillor Clark's questions about the possible delays, which are financial impacts that should be part of the consideration.
You're asking the city manager to comment on conversations she was not privy to.
No, she provided that answer. She provided the answer that contractors would be, in some cases, would be simply contracted to do some of that work. That's exactly quotation the city manager provided. Now I'm going back and asking that city manager when I was told that actually it's not all that easy because a lot of these jobs are already, or a lot of these contracts are already committed. So I'm asking the question now, is that fact that it won't be any further delayed, or it's going to be that easy to find contractors to ensure that the expectations of our capital expenditures for the citywide operations will be completed this year with no delay?
City manager, would you like to comment on that?
Through the chair. So to the councillor, I can't speak to the conversations you've had with General Manager Murdoch. What I can say is in the chart that's been provided to me, there was one specific area where they said they could look at bringing in some contracted services, but certainly it wasn't for all the different types of work.
I appreciate that. So the point I'm making in respect to the cost is I'm hoping, ma'am, through the chair, to the city manager, that there's an understanding and appreciation, and we list the delays that and the impacts of such a decision and put a financial cost on that, and what projects may have to be delayed till the next year. Could we get that as part of this report? Because I would think this financial report is all encompassing, so hopefully it would anticipate that there would be capital projects that will not be done this year as a result of this decision.
Would you like me to reread the wording of what's included in the report back, Councillor?
Sure, absolutely.
That the appropriate staff be directed to report back to a future GIC with all costs, including but not limited to the hiring and training of new employees, all legal costs associated with any grievance hearings, arbitration rulings, reinstatement orders, including lost wages and or subsequent wrongful dismissal claims associated with the potential termination of approximately 500 employees who may be in non-compliance with the City of Hamilton vaccination policy. So it pertains to the employment or the lack thereof.
Sorry, but Madam Chair, that doesn't answer the question whether the well thought out capital programs from each and every one of these councillors around this table today, any of those projects, certainly the one I'm concerned about is the ones in my ward, are jeopardized from a timing perspective and being done or completed or even started this year as a result of this decision.
Okay, I think I have clarified and answered your question. And I've read out what is in, that's your opinion. And if you want to debate me on it, you can go do that. But I have read out what is now within the domain of the, Councillor Whitehead.
What I'm asking is there's a
Councillor Whitehead.
this financial resolution covering,
Point of order.
Consider
Point of order.
capital projects
Councillor
that will be
Whitehead,
put off.
please, can you mute his mic, please? Thank you. Point of order has been called. I think it was Councillor Nan.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And it may, and I seek clarity from the clerk on the point of order. However, there is ongoing interruption of the chair that is speaking. There's ongoing interruption of staff when they are speaking by a member of this council. It continues to be disruptive of this meeting, and it continues to unravel the decorum and discussion that is underway. And I would like to call a point of order to bring order back to this table and reinforce decorum. It is inappropriate and should not be tolerated by any member of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nam.
That's the narrative.
Councillor Whitehead, you will speak when I recognize you. Your question has been asked. It has been answered. That which is in the scope.
For the record, we
Councillor
don't know if
Whitehead,
any capital projects will be
Whitehead.
delayed.
Councillor Whitehead, I'm going to call you out of order if this
Are any
continues
capital
for one more
projects will be
second.
delayed?
Hey,
Are any
you're out of order.
capital
Mute his
projects?
mic, and I'm going to move on to the next speaker. The scope of this
Gentlemen, that question is
motion,
answered. Capital projects.
excuse me, the scope of that which is before this body to ratify is clearly set out in the therefore be it resolved. I have read it now, I think, at least twice.
Capital projects, are they cut off?
Excuse me, Councillor, if you seek to modify it, then you can put forward an amendment as per the procedures afforded to you. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Can I ask if there is a willingness for a friendly amendment to include the term and contracted out positions? So it says all costs included, but not limited to the hiring and training of new employees. After that, I would suggest we include all positions contracted out. Is the mover willing to accept that as a friendly amendment? And is the clerk willing to accept that as a friendly amendment?
Councillor Prose, are you the mover on this, correct? Or was it?
Did the motion?
I'm the seconder.
You're the second, of course. We need to know the costs as well. We're a service provider, yes.
And to the clerk, they're accepting the friendly amendment?
Clerk Collins, when you have a moment.
Yes, through the chair. So the friendly amendment will go after, but not limited to, the hiring and training of new employees and or contracted positions.
Positions contracted out. In essence, the replacement of employees.
And that will go in after new employees.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
is,
So that's
that is
accepted.
considered by the mover and the seconder and by the clerk as a friendly? Then it is a friendly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I'm going to change my questions into comments to accelerate this, given that my council colleagues has allowed me the opportunity to continue to speak, and I sincerely appreciate Councillor Powers and my colleagues allowing that. So as I understand it, we're looking at the potential costs of the decision that council made with regards to ensuring that the policy on compliance for vaccine mandates continued. I understand that the provincial state of emergency has been repealed. I understand that the City of Hamilton emergency has been repealed. I understand that there are now 10 to 11 unions that are grieving and that we will be going through that grievance process. It is challenging for me to understand what all of the cost implications are going to be, given that the city is going to have a challenge of going to an arbitration hearing and explain why the council rejected the advice of HR and legal. That will come up. They will have a challenge going to grievances with regards to the provincial state of emergency being repealed and the city's state of emergency being repealed. That will come up. The potential ramifications if employees for the City of Hamilton choose, for whatever reason, not to comply with this policy, the financial ramifications would be significant if those employees are terminated with cause. I am hoping that as we go through this grievance process and as each union, as the arbitrator for each grievance, let me rephrase that, as the arbitration for each grievance is heard and decided by the arbitrator, that our HR and city manager will come forward with the cost implications of those decisions. So as we move down that line, and I'm seeing, for the record, a nodding of heads from Ms. Fontana. I wish I could roll back the clock, but I don't think we can. Unless, of course, the council considers a motion much like the province did and the city did with repealing the state of emergency, and we repeal the policy that ultimately resulted in the termination. Not sure how the clerk would respond to that type of motion. It's something that we may wish to take into consideration. But I think it is different than the word suspend. Repeal is permanent. I think this motion, and I thank Councillor Pauls. I understand her passion, and sometimes her passion gets her off track with regards to procedural rules. But I think her intent is clear and her concerns are clear. I share those intents and concerns. I am hoping that council will support this motion because it's going to be prudent. Let the public understand what the ramifications of that decision was in terms of cost to the municipality, which, by the way, is cost directly to the taxpayer. I understand the comments about it being silly season, but this motion, in my opinion, is a legitimate motion. It is moved out of the concern of what the taxpayers will pay, and I will support the motion as it is worded here today with the friendly amendment. And I thank Councillor Pauls for her attention.
Councillor Ferguson? Order.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. And I was going to stay quiet through this because, you know, I opposed moving forward with the termination. I opposed this motion at committee because they aren't supposed to report back until they know the actual cost, which could take years. I think our staff, and I'll ask Mike the question, I think our staff are very capable of forecasting costs. And so through you, if I can, to Mr. Zagarek, Mike, if we're going to terminate 400 employees and we assume that it's with cause and that cause is overturned, can you not tell us what our cost would be? We know the salaries of every employee. We know the years of service they have, which are the two main drivers of a termination payment. If we put together, if we're able, or your department is able to put together a $2 billion budget and forecast what our costs will be for the next year in our budget, can you not forecast what our costs would be if it was deemed that we did not terminate these employees with cause?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we would have to work with our colleagues in HR to develop some of those assumptions, and we could forecast out what the financial impact would be subject to those assumptions.
Because this motion says you're going to report back at a future general issues meeting. At committee, it was very clear. It was after you know all the cost, which could take a long, long time, probably years to work its way through the court system. And so I'm going to oppose this motion today because I'd like you to report back before the new date that Councillor Pauls is putting up in a few minutes to the September date, and tell us what's your best guess, your best projection, because you're good at that, what the cost would be if this moved forward. And yes, you have to put certain assumptions to it, but there are assumptions that can be easily ratified. You know what everybody makes, you know how long they served, and what potential legal costs our legal department could help us with that. So I'm going to oppose this today because I want them to report back now, not 2 years from now, or however long it takes to gather all the cost. And so I'm going to stay that way, but I look forward to, and I hope, Madam Chairman, we can, but like we do all the time, is deal with Councillor Paul's motion for the September date right after GIC approval, because there's been a lot of people waiting in this gallery for that decision. They have jobs to do, they have places to go, they have families to get back to. And typically when the gallery is full of people who have a very keen interest on a certain issue, we do move items up on the agenda. So after we finish the receipt of the General Issues Committee meeting, I'll move a motion that we move that notice of motion from Councillor Pauls to the next item. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you, Councillor Clark, wish to speak? And then we'll have Councillor Powers.
Sorry, can I just get clarification though? The original motion was estimated, provide a range of costs. I helped draft the motion. It was brought to GIC and we were advised by staff that they couldn't do that. And so the motion was changed to report back afterwards. And now I'm really confused. So which is it?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if I understood Councillor Ferguson's question, if staff were to estimate using some assumptions, basing on some assumptions, again, why I referenced working with our colleagues in HR, we haven't had the conversation around our confidence around those assumptions. So I don't want to assume our confidence in surrounding those assumptions, and we would be subject to that conversation with our colleagues in HR.
That still leaves me with the quandary. The original motion was written for estimates and provide a range of costs, estimated costs, because we knew it wouldn't be, you couldn't do it bang on, but you could estimate what those costs were. And at the last meeting, when this motion was presented to GIC, we were advised that we couldn't do that. And as a result, we had to amend the motion on the fly to actual costs. And now I'm being told by Mr. Zagaric, we're being told by Mr. Zagaric that we could estimate the costs. So the original motion could have moved forward as written. So I'm diplomatically flummoxed by the position that I'm in at the moment. I look to the city manager for any suggestions.
So we have a motion on the floor. That is what is within our domain. If there's a change to it, then that has to be put forward. Edie Fontana, did you wish to speak?
So through you, Madam Chair, and if I can, because I spoke to this last week, I believe, when Councillor Pauls presented her motion. And one of the challenges was even knowing the number of employees that are affected by this decision. In January, I think Council is aware that the number was 505. Last week it was 440. Today it's 322. So I think when General Manager Zagaric talks about the assumptions and working with human resources, it all comes down to having confidence in the range. And there are so many variables. We have 11 collective agreements. We have different language. We have, of course, a number of employees with different situations, their employment dates, their seniority, service, position. There is such an array of factors that need to be considered. An arbitrator may reinstate them. An arbitrator may uphold the termination. An arbitrator may reinstate them with back pay, non-back pay. This is the array of circumstances that we're going to be presented with. So when I spoke to it last week, I spoke to it with the understanding that I'm not confident in the range. I can give you a huge range, but I'm not confident in the numbers because of all of the variables, all of the scenarios and the factors. So I think, the budget process provides you with, a certainty in terms of some of the assumptions that are made. The assumptions here are so vast that I can tell you I don't have confidence in presenting something unless, I want to talk about $1 to $20 million. That's the situation that we find ourselves in. I like the fact that we landed on providing you with real numbers in terms of once an arbitrator makes a decision, and it won't take years. Because we're already, we heard 2 hearings yesterday, expedite arbitration. We're going to get fast decisions from arbitrators. So I'm reluctant. I think it's doable, but I have no confidence in those numbers, and that's where the reluctance comes in terms of presenting the numbers as requested by council.
Thank you, and you've stated as such. Councillor Clark, are you finished? Because we do have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I understand that we have a motion on the floor, but it is frustrating to be in a meeting and hear one thing in one meeting and something else in another meeting, especially when we're making decisions on that advice. I'm fine with moving forward with the motion that's before us, but I want the public to understand that what we were told last at the GIC I'm hearing that from finance, yeah, it's doable if they meet with HR, but that's not what we were told last GIC meeting. And so that is frustrating. And imagine, Deputy Mayor, that you're one of the employees who is facing this. Imagine the anxiety and the frustration you must have hearing these questions and these answers. So we'll continue with the motion as is written today. I'll support it. I hope my colleague supports it, hearing what has transpired. But I think it's important that we get these numbers as soon as possible.
Thank you. I am going to put myself on for a moment. If I can ask Councillor Nan to take the chair.
Certainly, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My own opinion on this is I heard clearly from staff when this was debated in GIC and the decision was made, do we want estimates or do we want real costs? I heard from staff that there is always a process in place in which those costs are always provided to this body. So to reiterate and in defense of, I believe, the staff who are with us and have provided such excellent service, that distinction was made and this body erred on the side of wanting accurate as possible. Thank you. Councillor Powers has called the question. And I believe it was seconded by Councillor Marula. Thank you. We don't vote on calling the question, do we? No. So the question has been called. We're on item 10. Affirmative from Councillor Wilson, Deputy Clerk, and a thumbs up from Councillor Powers.
Councillor Whitehead is approved as also.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Partridge is approved.
That vote carries 13-1. Thank you, colleagues. For your information, it is my intent to finish the GIC report, and then I'd like to break for lunch if that meets, if that's fine with my colleagues.
I would like to place a motion that we move up item 7.2 before we break. People we need to do.
Clerk Holland, is that in order?
That would be in order if someone wants to put a motion to amend the agenda. I just wanted to verify we also have separate votes on items 6 and 7 of this report.
Thank you. So can we go to 6 and then to 7 and then we'll come back to a motion?
So we'll do items 6 and 7 and then the remainder of the report.
Yes, thank you.
So we'll put 6. Do you want 6 and 7 together, Councillor Danko? Separate, please. Janet?
What are we voting on now? Right now?
We're going to item 6, and I have a speaker who wishes to speak to item 6, which is the proposal for the adaptive reuse of Belfour House / Shadoke Estate. I recognize Councillor Nan.
Sorry, Janet. Sorry, Janet. Did the vote go through for item 10?
Yes, it did. We've already dealt with item 10. I just put up item 6, the vote on item 6, and then Councillor Nan wanted to speak, so I canceled that vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for recognizing me and appreciating the opportunity, as I believe I'll be able to squeak in an opportunity to speak on this item before I have to depart for accompanying my mother to a medical appointment. On this item, if I could, Deputy Mayor, share some comments. I believe that losing this public asset without due process and proceeding with an unsolicited proposal by an organization that currently, as of today, still has available on their website publications that speak against a woman's right to choose, I believe inherently goes against public interest. I'm looking at the article right now. Affording this public asset to an organization that continues the pursuit of such stances under the guise of research and policy as a think tank, that pursues political lobbying, goes against fostering belonging, it goes against universal human rights that are recognized in this country, and against universal access to health care, including reproductive health. My body, my choice was quoted earlier in this council meeting, and here we are.
Excuse me, order, order, order.
About to hand over.
Order.
About to hand over.
Excuse me, Councillor Nan. To the members of the public who are in attendance, we will afford each member of this council and staff the courtesy which is excuse me, order. If I have to call this chamber to order one more time, I will dismiss members of the public in this council chamber.
Madam Chair?
No, you do not have the floor.
Yeah, but I have, well,
And here we are.
we have a procedural bylaw you must follow.
You do not have the floor. Councillor Nan has the floor. Councillor Whitehead.
May I proceed?
Please do so.
And here we are, colleagues, about to hand over a public heritage property simply because it requires deep capital investment to maintain. And I have to ask myself as a member of this council, what happened to our equity, diversity, and inclusion term of council priorities in this scenario? The EDI priorities we committed to says that this city will create and nurture an environment that is welcoming and inclusive, where equity-seeking communities feel safe, supported, and have an enhanced sense of belonging through strengthened community capacity, city responsiveness, and inclusive engagement opportunities. By proceeding with this item as it stands in this report, this council will have failed. We will have failed due diligence by not pursuing an open bid process that could have guaranteed public access to this site. It could have guaranteed revenue generation. It could have enabled an opportunity for a tenant to come forward, prepared to make leasehold improvements that would have tended to the capital repairs that are necessary in alignment with heritage principles, while also paying rent. It also means that this council is making a decision based on cost avoidance, but in doing so, is also going to end up reneging on our delivery of a safe and supportive city, especially for equity-seeking residents. So, Deputy Mayor, I cannot support this item. It's a drastic step backwards. It's a drastic step backwards on progress that's been made by many well before me and well before my personal commitment to pursue human rights and defend them. I cannot support it as it is also poor governance of a publicly entrusted asset that the city has carriage over. And so I'm truly disappointed that we're at this stage. I apologize to any residents that felt we could have shown leadership sooner by calling for a motion that instead of pursuing this unsolicited bid, had opened up the process and enabled us to pursue good governance and bring forward bidders and potential tenants that had the capacity, the means, and the fortitude to take care of this capital asset, to cherish its heritage while also maintaining its public access. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respect some of the comments being made by the previous speaker. I guess the concern I have is when carpetbaggers who don't know the history of this particular site start making comments without the wherefore of the limitations of this particular site, then it is concerning. When we take a look at Ockmer House, and certainly a number of the councillors that have been here for a while, understand that we did everything that was asked for by this previous speaker in regards to putting on international bidding, putting on national bidding, local bidding. We did everything we practically can, and we end up actually giving up a couple of really good proponents like Columbia International Schools that had an interest in bringing into a student residence in the context of the Ockmer House. So we've had some, and wouldn't bid on the project either because the way it was written. You know, I just heard a person speak against 50% of our, or if not more of our community when to talk about their Catholic community and our Catholic schools. Some counselors can forego and the public and Catholic system and send their kids to private school, but not many citizens have that opportunity. And so when we talk about some of the values that you speak to, or the former speaker speaks to, she's in fact speaking directly to the Catholic school system and the fact that they shouldn't be allowed to operate because they don't meet our EDI values.
Point of order, I did not state such claims, and I do not appreciate the counselor currently insinuating that I've done anything against the Catholic school board or any Catholic individual. It is absolutely against decorum, and it is absolutely I was referenced to me as a speaker.
Yes, you have been referenced in terms of your points.
I didn't reference it.
And it is absolutely inappropriate for the counselor to continue to put narrative and false narrative and apply them to any member of this council. It is disrespectful of this council chamber. It is disrespectful of the role of council. It is totally disrespectful to the people who have been, who have voted to elect the representatives around this table. It is inappropriate, Councillor Terry Whitehead.
Councillor Whitehead.
Councillor Whitehead, you appear to be muted. Could you check your microphone, please?
This counselor was provided the opportunity to interrupt and yet never identify where I misspoke and didn't provide clarity. So maybe we should do that first. What in the context of this organization that is looking to put major capital into Ockmer in a very limited location that is 2/3 of it is occupied by an actual Scarborough with no access, and the only access to this particular property is off of a court, which has no parking and very big challenges currently with the waterfalls and the people trying to access the waterfalls. So suggest that this should be a commercial operation? Wrong. Should this be something that you can make money off of? Already looked at, can't be done. So if you want impact on this community and those neighborhoods, then I ask Nan to knock on each and every door of those people that live in that neighborhood and ask them if they believe that this should be a commercial operation. There has to be a limited operation. And when you talk about values, you're speaking to free speech. Those aren't the values of the organization. They've made that clear. Those are the values of those people participating on an open discussion board. So if you want to go after people making comments on an open discussion board, God bless you, but that's public speak. If you're now, as a councillor, representing the fact that public speak shouldn't be allowed in our forum, then maybe you should reconsider your position as a councillor. Thank you.
Point of order.
Recognize the point of order offered by Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, it's been insinuated that I have been quoting stuff that is on an open chat or open forum. I'm literally looking at the research and policy tab of the organization, under which there are several publications by the organization that speak against a woman's right to choose. So I do not appreciate the councillor making, again, assumptions about the facts that I am staring at and quoting directly onto the public record. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
No, excuse me, we're moving on to the next speaker.
She mentioned my name, Madam Chair, so I have a point of order, and the point of order is...
Well, can you wait, please, to be
those
recognized by
she's
the
looking
chair,
at
Councillor Whitehead?
are products of consultation. Those are products of consultation with broader thinkers within our community. So again, she's misrepresenting the facts to create her own narrative. And I'm tired. This is what makes the council toxic, is when people bring false narratives to this council.
Order, Madam Chair.
Values that are not pertinent to the project that we're talking about. This is a good organization. They've done a lot for people in poverty. They've done a lot for this community. They reestablished, created a building downtown that was dilapidated at no cost to the city of Hamilton. This is about taking a cost burden off the taxpayer.
Point of order has been called.
It's a private sector providing.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
A point of order has been called by Councillor Danko. I recognize Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councillor Whitehead is in violation of the procedural bylaw. Section 7.1A, speaking disrespectfully. Section 7.1C, disobeying the rules of council. Section 7.1F, speaking on a matter not under the debate. As chair, the procedural bylaw is clear. Should a member persist in such disobedience after having been called to order, as he has been multiple times, by the chair may forthwith order him to vacate the meeting. If the member apologizes, he may be permitted to remain with a majority council vote. These are the procedural rules of order for this council that all councillors follow. If Councillor Whitehead is unable or unwilling to follow the procedural rules of order, I ask that he be removed from this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, could you please offer an apology as it has been outlined that you have violated procedural rules?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I had the floor. I was the one that was interrupted. So I'm not.
Yes, you were interrupted on a point of order, and I'm asking you as the chair, I'm ruling in favor and concur that you have violated the rules. Will you offer an apology, please?
Well, if the new rule is to muzzle councillors, yes, I apologize. I guess I'm muzzled. Thank you.
That is not recognized as an apology.
I apologize.
I recognize Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. And may I ask Mr. Zabo, who is our, I believe he's our acting city solicitor at the moment, about the freedom of expression clause in the charter, and can the municipality refuse to enter into a lease with an organization that has, for all intents and purposes, is a denominational think tank?
City Solicitor.
Through the chair, I apologize. I wasn't expecting that question today. I'm not sure I can give the correct answer on this issue.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
I find it a little bit frustrating and incredulous that Cardis is being accused of certain things when they are clearly announced as a denominational think tank, that being a Christian think tank. If it was the Catholic or United Church or Anglican Church or Muslim faith that was interested in purchasing this property and renovating it, they would equally have the same rights under the Charter for freedom of expression. Municipalities do not have the right, nor do they have the authority to deny a lease to anyone, nor does any lessor have that right to deny a lease to anyone based on their religious freedoms. So regardless of the statements that have been said this morning, and I caution respect is always a two-way street, we do not have the authority as a council to say, hey, Cardis, what you're saying in your webpage is demonstrated to hurt and offend many people in our community, and therefore we can't lease this building to you, even though your intentions to lease the property and to allow it open to public access has been stated. So I just want to put that on the floor. We get into these debates and we try to infer authority that we do not have. So let's just move on. The lease is appropriate. It is before us. If you choose to vote against it, so be it. But we do not have the authority to say to Cardis, based on your religious freedom or your religious commentary, we're not going to lease the property to you. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could put myself on the speaker's list now, and if Councillor Nan, I know you had an appointment to go to, so I'm not sure whether you were present or not. Are you able to take the chair in time?
I am able to take the chair in time.
Thank you. It's interesting. Oh, thank you. It's interesting being in this seat here today because I am afforded a view behind me of a rainbow crosswalk. And in 2 weeks from now, I will probably be afforded a view of a trans flag and a pride flag in recognition of Pride Month. And 2 years ago at that time, our head of council stated the following: "We know there is still much we need to do to ensure equity and inclusion for our 2S LGBTQIA and communities in our city. Now, more than ever, we need to continue meaningful dialogue to ensure all people in the queer and trans communities in Hamilton feel respected, supported, celebrated, and safe." We make these statements and we fly these flags because we are a public think tank, in a way. We try to set out and support values which either the courts or our communities have told us is important and that we need to recognize. And we do that in the understanding of when we exercise those values, we are a better place for it. When this proposal was brought to this council, we were under no legal obligation to accept it under the guise of our charter or under the guise of human rights. It was brought to this table as a sole source proposal from the interest of one party. And at that time, this body, a public body, seeks to represent all persons, could have said, an interest has been expressed. We have absolutely the right, had the right at that time and throughout to say, no, thank you. Here are our values as stated in multiple pages and as expressed in multiple ways on multiple pavements and multiple flags. And furthermore, here are our values in that if there is an expressed interest by a private party, maybe there are other interests. So let's take this out into the market and let's see and set out our own expectations of public use and returns and deliverables, what other interests we might attract. But we did not do that. We had the authority and the opportunity to do so, well within our charter rights. I'm voting against this as it is proposed because there is no rent to be paid, there is no assured public access during the day, and it was a single source, non-competitive process. It is not a designated heritage building. Parking could be provided if we chose to go down those and explore those options, which we did not. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak, Councillor Nan. I'll take back the chair. Councillor Danko is a first-time speaker, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I don't want to reiterate the debate that we had at committee on this, but I will just state on the record my reasons for voting against. Has nothing to do with Cardis or their religious freedoms or rights. I'm voting against it because, in my opinion, this is a bad deal for taxpayers. The $1.5 million consideration offered to the city of Hamilton is less than half of what a fair market value to lease 7,000 square feet of prime unique office space and grounds for 17 years would be. So they're getting a sweetheart deal. There's no net revenue to city taxpayers. This was specifically part of council direction that any agreement would include net positive revenue generation to the city of Hamilton. This deal does not do that. The terms of the agreement are 17 years, guaranteeing one user exclusive access to Shadok House until 2039. The city has no ability to alter, revise, or renegotiate the agreement once finalized. I don't believe that is in the best interest of taxpayers. And finally, there is a possibility that adaptive reuse of Shadok House and grounds as a multi-use venue could return significant annual income, multiple times the value of consideration that's currently being accepted here today. But frankly, we don't know what the earning potential might be because it was never part of a competitive bid process. So based on those reasons, I remain opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Whitehead, for a second time. Thank you, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you.
For a second time.
Thank you. So when I got elected and with significant numbers in Ward 8 over repeated times, we had the pleasure of trying to find a home for Ackmer House. We exhausted every particular process. In the meantime, I had asked our staff, what opportunities do we have in the context of Balfour House? I was told that the Balfour House was in a different policy position because we were only the stewards. In fact, it was the Provincial Heritage Trust that had the policy control over Balfour House. So for some of the ignorance that I've heard in the past in respect to this particular project, let's be clear. We don't own it. It's owned by the province of Ontario, and it's under Heritage Trust in the context of its disposition. However, we had to pay the bills. The best we could do through our staff and the number of years was to have a particular heritage reconstruct kind of organization take home in the Balfour House and do some work. Didn't generate a lot of revenue. We had some from movies, but it didn't fix the capital of the project. This particular project is very close to the Shadok Falls. The escarpment encompasses it on the west side, on the north side, and somewhat infringes even on a little bit on the east side. So the only access to this particular property is through a gate off of a court of 30 houses. No additional parking, no additional places to put the cars. The orchard is protected. It's a heritage landscape feature. So when you take a look at the limitations of that particular property, and I know councillors take in consideration their community because it's important to get the feedback. It's pretty clear from the community surrounding and the problems and the challenges we're having with traffic and parking and the fact it was a court was significant. The last thing I want is to see a significant commercial operation of any kind taking place at this particular location because of the impacts it would have. So I'm going to ask for those councillors that bring these arguments forward. 5 years, Ackmer House is still staying there and we're still paying the bill. What have you done? Have you put it out to a new tender? Do we have new people coming and looking? Have you solved that problem yet? Because this is just how easy it is to point the finger, but not understanding the pragmatism that needs to apply when you're dealing with projects that don't make money. And in fact, if you take a look at our museums right across the spectrum, and we got a lot of them, and we got a lot of buildings that we maintain, and we maintain at the cost of the taxpayers. How many more buildings can we take on? How many more buildings should the taxpayers take on cost? So I want to thank the good former regional chairman, Mr. Cook, Terry Cook, for introducing Cardis to us as consideration for the purchase of Balfour House, and at least have that dialogue. That's where the introduction came from. I didn't know Cardis before then. And then developed the relationship with Mike and realized that this organization truly had the general public access in mind and was very accommodating on any request we were prepared to put forward. But we had to balance that request not on the limitations of Cardis, but based on the limitations of the surrounding community. Thank you for listening.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you. And I do support this. Just a question, it was suggested by a member of council that we could put in a commercial operation, put in a parking lot. Just a question through to Carrie Brooks-Joyner, our Director of Culture. Will the Ontario Heritage Trust, Carrie, permit us to build a parking lot in there?
Carrie, if you could also just introduce yourself. Thank you.
I'm Carrie Brooks-Joyner, the Director of Tourism and Culture, and through the chair, based on the technical meetings we've been having with the Ontario Heritage Trust and Cardis, parking has come up several times, and based on those conversations, I would suggest that the trust would not approve a parking lot with significant parking for that site.
Thank you, Carrie. And have you had conversations with the trust about putting Cardis in that facility? And are you getting a warm feeling on that? Because I know we still have to get their approval on this.
Through the chair, the trust has been engaged in conversations with Cardis, and the city's role has been to be a facilitator between the proposed project and the trust as owner and approver. We have been organizing and chairing technical meetings over the last couple of years to facilitate the review of the project and identify areas where additional requirements were requested by the trust. So at this point, there is approval in principle from the trust, but there is no final approval for the project. We are still working out technical details.
But your feel is that they'll probably approve it after your numerous meetings?
Through the chair, we are certainly working to that direction.
Thank you. Thank you for those answers. You know, Cardis is a very well funded. I've seen their income statement and their statement of financial being formerly called a balance sheet. And so we're so lucky to have someone take this facility over. They're going to invest millions of dollars in it to bring it back to its true glory. And they're going to do that at their expense. They've done it at other buildings and did an amazing job on it for anybody that's been to their current site and looked at it. And we do a lousy job of trying to find people to take over here to say, St. Mark's, still sitting there after as long as I've been on council. Akmar, I mean, we narrowed it down to a local group and they couldn't get funding. So it continues to continues to require all kinds of investment to keep it safe, keep it dry, and to protect it. So I'm counting my lucky blessings that we got someone that'll take this on, turn it into productive reuse. And the public, they've stated, I've seen in the contract, they're going to allow the public in to look at the grounds. Now it has to be during business hours for good reasons because it's near the escarpment. And so they have to do it safely. So they got to have staff there to make sure that the public who are coming in are doing it safely. And if they want tours, our Cardis has said that they can arrange through their office to arrange for tours of the building after it's been renovated. So it's a win-win-win-win solution. We're not going to be paying for the upkeep of it. We got somebody else that's going to invest in it. But most of all, it's back into good public reuse. And I agree with Councillor Clark. I know sometimes we disagree, but I'm going to agree with Councillor Clark. We have no right to dictate a Christian belief. They have the right to do what they think is right, as long as they pay their bills, as long as they protect the place and provide good stewardship, which I'm convinced, based on their income statement and based on their past practice, that they'll do an amazing job. So I'm fully supportive. Thank you.
Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I just pulled down my charter rights and freedoms starting to read it. But I concur with Councillor Ferguson. I wasn't going to say anything, but my gosh, this has been long and drawn out today. I supported this at council committee and I will continue to support it. It is past The decision is not to be based on their personal beliefs. It's on what they're going to do and bring to this building. I stated at the committee meeting that if anybody has gone through this building, it's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, but it needs a lot of work, and we are not good protectors of our heritage buildings. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of staffing, and we just don't do that well, and we know it. To think that this building's going to generate revenue, I don't believe any of our museums anywhere in this city or anywhere make money hand over fist to what it costs to operate and maintain them. I believe that Cardis will be a good steward of the building. I believe we're very fortunate that they have stepped forward. And there's been comment that it won't be afforded access for the public. There's no access for the public now. I had a personal tour only through Heritage. I mean, for doors open, it's open. That was about it. But it's not that it's public access now as a museum. There's major safety concerns in going through a building like this. And these are issues that Cardis will have to, will step up to the plate and address. And they have to follow the heritage rules. It's not just through ours, but through the Ontario Heritage Trust. So I will continue to support this. I believe it is the best way to go. At the end of the day, we maintain a building that stays in city ownership that will be upgraded and brought up to the safety standards and protect the heritage features. I don't think we could ask more of that right now, Madam Deputy Mayor. I am very supportive and just hope that we can move on with this vote. Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I just clarify that the building is not owned by the city, it's owned by the province of Ontario, and we're the stewards?
Sorry, my mic was off. Councillor Whitehead, if you could just wait for the floor. Councillor Pearson, are you?
No, I believe Councillor Whitehead is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, would you like to speak to this matter again?
No, sorry, I just want.
I think you've muted yourself.
Councillor Whitehead, I believe your microphone is off. We can't hear you.
We actually own Ockmer House, where we could have done something the last 4 years, but nothing's happened. But in Balfour House, we don't own it. It's owned by the province of Ontario. We're the stewards of it, and we have to work with the Heritage Trust. So I want to make sure that people understand we do not own that particular property. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there are no further speakers on this item. Sorry, you are a speaker? Okay. We're going to have a vote on item 6.
Put the vote for item 6 up.
Yes, and thank you. Councillor Whitehead has his thumb up. Councillor Powers has his thumb up. Any other members have to indicate that way?
Councillor Wilson, you'll have to indicate.
My thumb is down. I do not approve. Thank you. Thank you. That carries 11-3. Okay, members, thank you. We're on to item 7, the Commonwealth Games 2030 update. Sorry, Councillor Pauls?
I thought we were going to do my motion 7.2 because I see everybody's leaving. Everybody has a busy life. And we had suggested by Councillor, I think Councillor Ferguson or Councillor Clark, I'm not sure, that we would read that. And I just don't understand why we're not doing it. So.
When we were going through the agenda earlier,
right.
My recollection was that Councillor Whitehead, I have the floor and I'm speaking. We had a couple of members.
Clerk, I had left my mute off. Sorry, off, so that was not
Councillor
done.
Whitehead, can you wait to be recognized? I'm speaking. Thank you. We had a couple of members of council who asked that those items 6 and 7 be pulled and voted on separately as part of the GIC report.
And then
That
go
was
to-
done earlier.
And so I will read my motion before we break for lunch. Is that it?
I will seek counsel from the clerk, but I would like to go to number 7 now, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Clerk Collin.
Through the chair, just for clarification, what is on the floor right now is the GIC report. We're handling the matters within the GIC report. It is my understanding that Councillor Ferguson wishes to put a motion on the floor to amend the agenda.
Right.
So 7.2 would be handled if the motion passes after we deal with GIC. That's the report that's on the floor right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're on to item 7 now, the Commonwealth Games 2030 update. There was a request by a councillor earlier that it be separated out for a separate vote. Are there any speakers to this matter? Councillor Jackson?
Acting Mayor Wilson, thank you. And again, in light of my absence last week, I just want to publicly thank Lou Fraporti, PJ Mercanti, Greg Maychuk, Cecilia Carter-Smith, and the entire local Hamilton 100 bid team for their pursuit and their diligence and their resiliency in hanging in there. In spite of the pivot last year, they attempted with all best of intentions to 2026, which, as you know, I publicly do not support. But I'm so glad they have repivoted back to 2030. The centenary games belong in Hamilton. No ifs, ands, or buts. I'm supportive of this resolution. Thank you, Acting Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. There are no further speakers on this item. So on 7, we'll go to the vote. Thank you. Deputy Clerk, if you could register my thumbs down, please, for 7. Thank you. Councillor Powers has his thumb up. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitehead has his thumb up in the affirmative. That carries 11-3. Thank you, members. So it's been a long time in GIC. I'm just looking to the clerk that we're going to vote on.
We're going to vote on the balance of GIC.
Balance of GIC. Thank you, clerk. Deputy Clerk, I'm voting in the affirmative.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, Chair, what are we voting on?
We're voting on the balance of the GIC report.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just waiting for Councillor Whitehead's vote and Councillor Powers' vote.
Councillor Whitehead is registering an affirmative with his thumb, as is Councillor Powers. That carries 14-0. Thank you, members. So, members, it is 1:30, and Clerk Collin has her mic on, but I noted earlier, I think a break is in order, but Clerk Collin.
Councillor Ferguson has a motion to put on the floor to amend the agenda.
Yes, I'd like
Ferguson?
to move that item 7.2 be moved up now in order to have the discussion. There's been a lot of people in the audience today. A lot of them have left, but I think we need to get to the meat of the issue, which is on 7.2. So I'd move that it be moved up and dealt with now.
You have a seconder for that, sir?
I'll second it.
Councillor Clark seconded it. I see a thumbs up from Councillor Powers and a thumbs up from Councillor Whitehead. I'm fine. Thumbs up from me. That carries 14-0. Would you like to, is it your notice of motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you for all the residents that came. And I want to thank Councillor Ferguson for bringing this motion up so that they could go back and go to work and do their duty, what they have to do today. I just want to say that this motion is First of all, I actually need to waive the rules,
Yes, you do.
okay? No, sorry, waive the rules? Can I?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor.
So you need 2/3 of the support to waive the rules. I'll look at the screen. I see affirmative in Councillor Whitehead's thumb.
I just need the seconder.
Oh, sorry, Janet, it's moved by Councillor Ferguson. Sorry, it's moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you.
Affirmative from me, Deputy Clerk. Affirmative by Councillor Powers.
And Councillor Whitehead.
That's approved as well.
That moves 13-1 to waive the rules. So the permission has been granted. Councillor, would you like to introduce your motion?
Thank you. And thank you for voting.
Madam Chair, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I do have a point of order on procedure before we proceed.
Thank you. May I hear the point of order on procedure?
Thank you. So this motion that is on the going to be put on the floor materially changes a decision of council. So my question through you, Madam Chair, is how is what is being presented here today not reconsideration?
So what is, through the chair, what is before you today is amending the implementation date of the policy. It is not materially changing the content of the policy. The content of the policy is still, the discipline action is still in place. This is only changing the implementation date of that. We do this procedurally. We have done this in the past where we have changed implementation dates without a reconsideration.
Thank you. And I'm not going to argue with the clerk, Madam Chairman, but when this policy was originally put in place, the date of termination was decided months and months ago during the COVID pandemic. And the date of termination was material to that discussion about whether we were going to implement this policy or not. So I'm not going to argue with the clerk, but I have concerns that we are materially changing a decision of council through reconsideration. Thank you.
What is your point of order, Councillor?
The councillor's arguing with the clerk's position, which is a legitimate point of order. Thank you.
Councillor Clerk Holland.
I didn't hear a question.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So I'm skipping ahead in my notes. So it's Councillor Paul's 2/3 of majority has been granted for you to introduce your motion.
And thank you. And this motion is seconded by, I know Councillor Ferguson wants a second, but I already asked Councillor Clark. So, but thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, you're third it. That's great. Thank you. The reason I'm doing this, I came early this morning and trying to figure out how we could get the cost. How do we really get the cost? And we heard from our HR, we heard from GM Mike Z that we can't find the cost, but it might take time. So I went to our clerk and they said we could do this without reconsideration. So it is legal, we can do it. And so I will read my motion and basically I'm saying, let's give 3 more months to try to get the cost till September, I think I put September 30th. If the council here wants to get it longer, I'm fine with it. If we want it shorter, I'm fine with it, but I think we need to do this and find the cost. The most thing I learned about the city is, and every council here knows, they want transparency. They want to make sure we are transparent with the money they pay their taxes with. We receive the money, we do services, and they want to know what kind of services they got. So in my opinion, this is the most important thing that we do for the city, for the residents of Hamilton, the cost, transparency. And I quoted before by saying, you know, for me, it's people's lives. And that's more important to me than the cost, but cost is number one. And I think every resident needs to know that. So I'm going to read the motion, second by Councillor Clark, third by Councillor Ferguson. Thank you. And I'll read the motion. So amendment to item 3.1, Council Meeting 2201, respecting the amendment to the mandatory COVID-19 vaccination verification policy. Whereas Council on January 12, 2022, approved the amendment to the mandatory COVID-19 vaccination verification policy, HUR 21008A, requiring those unvaccinated staff or those who have not disclosed their vaccination status will have until May 31st, 2022, to provide proof of full vaccination or approved medical exception, at which time any failure to do so will result in termination of employment with the city. And whereas it is necessary to provide those unvaccinated staff or those who are not disclosed their vaccination status with more time to provide proof of full vaccination or an approval of medical exception. Therefore, be it resolved that item 3.1 of January 12, 2022 council meeting be amended to change the date of May 31st, 2022 to September 30th, 2022 to read as follows. That the recommendation amendment to the mandatory COVID-19 verification policy requiring proof of full vaccination in the workplace, and that those of unvaccinated staff or those staff choosing not to disclose their vaccination status without an approval medical exception be subject to discipline up to including termination of employment to be approved. That those unvaccinated staff and those who have not disclosed their vaccination status will have until September 30th, 2022 to provide proof of full vaccination or approved medical exception, at which time any failure to do so will result in termination of employment with the city. The unvaccinated employees or those who do not disclose their vaccination status and those employees who are subject to an approved exception will be required to continue to practice in rapid testing program until September 30th, 2022. That in the event the city is unable to secure an adequate and appropriate supply of rapid tests between the date of the amended policy and September 30, 32, any employee who would otherwise be restricted from attending at work will be placed on paid leave of absence, pending the condition of the program at the earliest available opportunity. The amendment mandatory COVID-19 vaccination policy continues to apply to all city employees, including permanent, temporary, full-time, part-time, casual, volunteer, student, members of council, member of council appointing committees as appropriate, except where excluded otherwise, subject to the terms and condition of the applicable collective agreement, and that the city clerk be directed to report to the Governance Review Subcommittee with recommendation for amendment to the Council Code of Conduct and Code of Conduct for local boards, council mandate committees to ensure members' compliance with the corporation vaccination policy, and now sanction may be applied to member of council who do not comply. So I'm just plainly saying, let's extend it at least what we're May, June, July, August, 4 more months. And I'm at the will of the council here. If you want to do it further, give our staff time to see all the litigation, all the grievances, all the things that are thrown at them right now. I know HR, Laura Fontaine is working so hard by just taking even my calls. I'll tell you, I'm on the phone all the time. So let's give them some time. Let's pause this. Until then, find out how much our taxpayers are going to pay. And like I said before, I heard it was at least 33 million, but somebody put it on an email to me, if you did this, this, and that. So I'm not saying it's 33 million. It could be a lot less. It could be a lot more. So I hope you could support that. And so that our staff, our employees can go back to work. They will do testing. And as you recall, all cities, most cities, rescinded it. And Burlington, when I called them, they said they couldn't afford the cost to the taxpayers. So you know what they did? They said, okay, just get testing. And so we chose the most punitive for our employees. Instead of considering, maybe we should do what Burlington did if we really believe that the unvaccinated are the ones that are causing the problem. And I want to say I've had a lot of emails that said, you know, I've worked the whole 2 years and never once got sick. You know who got sick? The people that were vaccinated. And I go, okay, I can verify that, but I know lots of emails that said, there's a gentleman that I talked to 36 years with HSR throughout the pandemic, wasn't sick one day. Can you imagine 36 years servicing our city? The people that want to take a bus, we all know we want people to take the bus. Can you imagine? I heard there's about 60, but almost 100, 60 that drive the bus. So I'm just saying, we don't want disruption. We don't want our buses to stop servicing people. We really don't. We want to make sure we get the costs right. We want to make sure we do the right thing. And like I said to you, and I'll clear again, I am concerned about costs, but for me, all weekend, we had a long weekend. I went away for a few days, and that's all I could think about is people, human life. My husband said to me, you're supposed to enjoy. We went to our cottage. You're supposed to enjoy it. Put the phone down. Don't read any more emails. But I can't. You know why I can't? Because it's human life. And I know every counselor here feels the same. I know we all care for each other, and we cannot choose the most punitive action. Thank you, and I hope you can support this.
Excuse me. Order. We have Councillor Pearson, Clark, Danko, Whitehead, and Jackson. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and to Councillor Esther Pauls, thank you for your passion, your concern, and your caring. And speaking, I will say for myself as well, you know, we do care about our employees. And I was supportive of lifting the mandates back when we dealt this, and unfortunately it did pass at committee and died on a tie vote at council, which is very, very unfortunate. My only question, and I continue to support this, but if I could, through you to Madam Chair, I'm not sure if I should direct it to staff. The date of September 30th, 2022, was that vetted through HR? Through you, Madam Deputy.
Thank you. To Edie Fontana or to the mover?
I'll ask Edie Fontana, please. Thank you.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure I understood the question. What September 30th?
The motion that is before us is stating until September 30th, 2022. I just want to be sure, has that date, and I'll say why I just want to be sure that has been vetted through staff, is because our last council meeting is September the 28th. After that, there will be nothing further that can be done. So the decision that's made today will stand up to September 30th for any employees that are still not vaccinated. That's my concern.
So through the chair, as I understand this motion, May 31st is replaced with September 30th. So the policy remains in place. All the terms of the policy would remain in place, including the rapid antigen testing of the affected employees. And then October 1st would be the new termination date.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, because as I stated, and I'm supportive, but I just want to be sure that we know at this table, our last council meeting, September 28th. So if this goes to September 30th, there will be nothing that can come back at that late date that can be dealt with. Those employees who decide not to continue or not to vaccinate and meet this mandate will be terminated. But I am supportive, giving the employees the additional time. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor and Councillor Esther Poles.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And asking myself, how did we get here? And for myself, it was missing the council meeting, or actually the vote in council, because I was present for the council meeting, but had to leave for a medical procedure, and then I came right back afterwards. Unfortunately, the council was much quicker than normal, and they passed this. They defeated the staff recommendation on a tie vote of 6-6. That's how we got here. If I go back to when we started this process, the original vaccination verification policy was that any staff who was not providing verification had to take an education course and had to submit to 2 PCR testing a week. That's what the original policy was. Then our HR executive director came forward with a change to that policy, ostensibly because there was a widespread shortage of PCR tests. And if I may, Madam Deputy Mayor, just to seek confirmation from the ED for HR, Ms. Fontana, that's what transpired?
So through you, Madam Chair, it was one of the considerations, Councillor Clark. It wasn't the only consideration. We were facing a shortage of the rapid antigen tests, not the PCR, the rapid tests, but we needed to bring some sort of closure. It was never intended for the testing to continue in perpetuity. So we needed to bring some sort of closure to the policy and how we would be managing those that were non-compliant with the policy.
Thank you. And so, Deputy Mayor Wilson, what transpired with our original policy was that there was not going to be any termination. And I asked it twice in the meeting on the original policy, and it was confirmed there would be no terminations.
Yeah.
The second round, where the policy was changed, now termination was possible for non-compliance. I asked last time we addressed this at GIC, I believe, if an individual has received their first dose and they can't get their second dose until later because of I think it's 60 days or something to that effect, that would still mean that they would be terminated because they did not hit that June deadline. And Ms. Fontana confirmed that. So what this motion does is it extends that time frame, which most certainly will enable any city staff who wishes to get their second dose to do so and continue with their employment with the city. I have a question for staff with regards to item D. It reads that they would be placed on paid leave after September 30th. I don't believe that is consistent with the policy that exists today. Can I get verification?
Thank you. ED Fontana on D.
So through you, Madam Chair, the item D speaks to the supply of rapid tests. And in the event that the city doesn't have enough supply, that the affected employees would be placed on a paid leave of absence until we were able to, I suppose, replenish our test supply. I'm assured that we have adequate supply until September 30th, this would not be a consideration. But indeed, this item D would ensure that employees that are unable to get their testing due to a lack of supply from the city would be placed on a paid leave of absence until we were able to resume the program.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if the mover had assistance from the clerk or from HR in the drafting of the motion. Can I ask that question?
You're asking me?
No, I'm asking staff. Thank you.
So the motion before you is the same motion that was approved. All we've done is amend the dates. That's all.
Thank you. And may I ask to HR, does the amendment of that date present you with any complications?
So through the chair, is there a specific complication that you're referring to, Councillor?
Any complications that you're concerned about? Are you concerned about this extension to September 30th?
So through the chair, I'm not concerned about the extension to September 30th with respect to the policy and the testing program. As I mentioned, we have an adequate supply. What I am concerned about is that there may be an expectation that I come back with definitive costs. What this will do will delay any litigation because we won't be taking action on June 1st. So if there's an expectation that we bring back costs that are not estimates, and again, the same concerns in terms of being able to provide counsel with an estimated cost with any degree of certainty or confidence remains compromised. So the fact that we've now extended the termination date to October 1st will mean no action is taken on June 1st, which means no litigation will take place because the employer has not taken action against anybody. So there will not be an issue for litigation until that action takes place.
Thank you.
So, Deputy Mayor, am I hearing that the 11 unions who have grieved the policy no longer have the right to grieve the policy, given that the policy still stands as it was originally written?
Through the chair, they'll have the right to grieve the policy, but they will not have the right to grieve a termination because the termination hasn't happened.
Thank you. And we may get a decision on the grievance of those policies before September 30th.
Through the chair, yes, on the terms of the policy, just not the action of termination.
Thank you.
So I agreed to second this motion because it is my understanding that the grievances can still continue, not on individuals per se, but on the general policy. And we would therefore end up having an arbitrator's decision on those grievances on the policy, which could then therefore inform the city of Hamilton on its next steps as to whether or not they choose to repeal that policy or leave the policy as it stands. I think it's a prudent motion in that regard, and it enables the municipality to ultimately save some costs because we're not going through full grievances on individual terminations, which can be quite costly and quite extensive. So I support this. I think it makes complete sense. I'm hoping my council colleagues will understand that this does not change the policy. It changes the time frame. And during that time frame, we will get, my expectation anyways, we should get, provided the unions continue to grieve the policy, a decision from the arbitrator, which can then inform our next steps. So thank you, Councillor Pauls, for a brilliant amendment that helps resolve some of these issues. And I think it will help the council come back together as a unified council as we move forward. Thank you.
Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So further to Councillor Clark's question on complications, June the 1st is 4 working days from now. So those staff who were to be terminated as of June 1st we're currently recruiting for the replacements. I assume most of the replacements have already been hired. So through you, Madam Chair, what complications do we expect for staffing because these people have already been replaced?
Executive Director.
So through you, Madam Chair, we have not, we have posted for multi-incumbent positions. We've had some hires, as Chief Sanderson indicated earlier, with paramedics and fire, but they go through a training program and then they are hired, they are available for hire as necessary. We haven't hired anyone else in the multi-incumbent positions. We have started the recruitment process indeed, but we have not hired anyone. So there's no additional cost, no additional risk as a result of delaying the date from May 31st to September 30th.
Okay,
Councillor?
Thank you. On in the current policy, if someone refuses to disclose a status or refuses to participate in the testing program, are they placed on unpaid leave?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And the only time where they would be on paid leave is if we don't have rapid tests available. But as you stated, we're anticipating that we will have rapid tests available through to September 30th.
Edie Fontana.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just a couple comments, Madam Chairman. You know, I think we all feel terrible about this situation, that we have a very small number of our staff, 322 currently, who have been victims of online misinformation, COVID grifters, political manipulation, conspiracy theories, and lies. And it's really sad that they would be willing to sacrifice their livelihood to make an ideological
Point of order. Is that an opinion or is that fact that they've been prescribed by these sites and conspiracies? Because if you're saying that that's what
Councillor Whitehead, could you please just wait for me to recognize when a point of order is called? I can look up from my lectern to see who's called it, and I can give you due recognition. Please.
I apologize.
Point of order, Councillor.
My point of order, Madam Chair,
yes.
is the Speaker made it a factual statement that conspiracy and websites have interfered with the decision of these 322 people, yet there's no fact that suggests that for even a moment. In fact, I know some cases where there's some real legitimacy behind their concerns based on their family impacts by COVID and vaccines. So could we just make sure that
point of order
opinion, not a fact, when it's talked about?
That is not a point of order,
yes,
but
it is.
look
He
to
made it a fact. It's not a fact.
It's not a point of order. A member of council is offering their opinion and framing it in their debate. Thank you. Councillor Danko, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So what they are choosing is they're choosing to put their colleagues at risk. They're choosing to put vulnerable members of the public that they come into contact at risk. And they are choosing to put City of Hamilton taxpayers at risk through our risk of additional costs due to lost productivity, additional sick time, and benefits that have to be paid. The fact is that vaccines are effective. The fact is that they do prevent serious illness and lost time off work. So the fact is...
Order. Councillor Danko has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fact is that a decision has been made, and as of June 1st, staff that refused to be vaccinated would be terminated. This was based on a in-camera legal discussion. And, you know, our staff, again, the very small minority, have had a year and a half to get vaccines. They've known the June 1st deadline for months since this policy was first put in place. And frankly, we have no reason to believe that they will actually be vaccinated by September 30th. This is simply a stall tactic to delay the inevitable. And there's a strong chance that there will be newer vaccines that are targeted against variants, and we're going to be going through the exact same thing with the exact same anti-vaxxers. So, Madam Chairman, at the appropriate time, I would ask to go in camera to discuss the legal ramifications of the changing the date, because as I said at the beginning of this discussion, that June 1st date was part of a significant legal discussion in camera and does have ramifications for the city's how we address this if this policy does move forward as of September 30th. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we can exhaust the speakers, and a request has been made from our colleague in which to continue the deliberations, or at least conclude them in camera, to receive some legal advice. I recognize Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's state some facts. One, in my household, everyone had not only 2 doses, but had the boosters. In my household, we have limited access to general public, period. And my wife and I have come, and my daughter have come down with COVID twice. So in our household, the vaccine did not stop the spread whatsoever. So when we talk about facts and putting people in danger, the fact is that the vaccines do not stop the spread. Now, that fact is out there. We're not putting anyone else in danger. We put that fact away. Then what are we trying to address? Well, we might be trying to address the fact that if you didn't get a vaccine, you're putting your own health at risk. And in fact, you may end up in the hospital, you may be in an ICU, and you may be in imminent danger of succumbing to the COVID-19 or whatever variant. The risk is not on the employees, the risk is on the person that chooses not to get the vaccine. Now, having said that, the science isn't clear there either. There are people dropping at 35 years old on football fields and soccer fields, and it's being attributed to complexities with COVID. Right now, cancer patients are being looked at very carefully because the mRNA, or whatever it's referred to, was created in a situation that it would disguise itself from our own immune systems so that it could actually do the job it's meant to do. Apparently now it's migrating to other parts of our body and causing other complications. Now, I want to bring everyone back to my argument originally. It's okay to put healthy attention, and we need to listen to and hear our experts. But we need to put and keep the healthy attention on them, because when we do that, we get the best and most informed decisions. I was forced to breathe, and many of my workers who died early were forced to breathe in aluminum dust approved by the Ministry of Health, and it was a condition of employment. Now think about that for a moment, each and every one of you listening to this comment. You had no choice. If you wanted to keep your job, you had to breathe this aluminum dust to protect your lungs from silicosis. Yet, more people died or being impacted by the aluminum dust than the very thing they were trying to protect you from. So it's not like the Ministry of Health hasn't got it wrong. Asbestos is yet another example. There are medications, one after another, that could cite examples. So my point is, unless the science is completely proven, there's going to be questions, and it's healthy to have questions. So the main goal for this council was, and I admire this council for standing behind the position of forcing this issue, because you had to. We had a pandemic, it was spreading, and you needed to ensure that you did and could be seen doing everything practical to slow down the spread and protect people. You did that job, you did it well. I think I heard over 90% compliance. But everything's about healthy tension. And me representing workers, what I've learned very clearly, when at City Hall, when you got people stealing $7,000 and forging signatures, they keep their job. People punching the supervisors, they keep their job. People stealing and theft and time that they keep their job. But somebody that's worked 30 years and had one violation, and that is that they were concerned about the vaccination for a number of concerns based on one, they already had COVID. They thought they had enough antibodies in their system that they weren't required to get the vaccine, or they had complications within their family as a result of the vaccines. And yet we want to punish them. I find that self-righteous. I really admire the fortitude and the persistence of the good councillor from Ward 7 in regards to this motion. I'm not trying to be controversial, but when you talk about bullying and you talk about firing 500 employees, bullying doesn't even come into the game. Firing 500 or 300 or whatever the employees are based on their beliefs and life experiences is a concern. I think the council achieved what they ultimately set out to do. Our staff made recommendations to suspend the actual policy, and yet this council saw fit to be smarter and brighter than 90% of the councils across Ontario, as well as the province of Ontario, and that's sad. That's really sad. That's a statement of our self-righteous councillors around this table. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Acting Mayor Wilson. I want to also commend and thank Councillor Pauls for her persistence and procedurally and process-wise with her passion on this particular topic. She's been consistent, and whether you've agreed with her or not on her persistence on process and procedure and trying to find a way to save the 500 approximately, no one could ever question her consistency on the matter. Acting Mayor Wilson, once again, to be consistent myself, as you know, several weeks ago at both GIC and at Council, I voted to accept staff's recommendation to suspend the employee termination policy and pause it so that the 500 would not be terminated by June 1st. So I'm going to stay consistent with what Councillor Pauls has brought forward today. I will support her motion as well. I had said back about a month ago, Acting Mayor Wilson, when the debate came up and staff brought the recommendations forward, I had said back as far back as January, when I did support the June 1st termination date with 5 months of lead time. I remember saying publicly a couple of times, if anything changed at the provincial level, then I wanted staff to come back to address and to inform us of what had changed at the provincial level that may impact us at the municipal level. E.D. Fontana, City Manager Smith, to their credit, EOC Director Thorne, to their credit, and Dr. Richardson all brought back the changes that had been implemented at the provincial level, mostly to repeal any of the restrictions. And I said, you know what, as far as I'm concerned there, the timing is right, that we would be aligned with the provincial repealing of restrictions on COVID measures. And so I believe that this is just basically extending that period of time of my decision that I made to suspend the policy a few weeks ago to September 30th to get the costs that Councillor Calls has requested on behalf of taxpayers. Now, I'm also being sensitive to Councillor Danko's request to hear any potential legal ramifications in camera. I've already stated my position, but for a member of council who has concerns on a serious matter of this nature before voting, for some members of council that they want to hear again legal advice, I'm open-minded to that if we need to go in camera. Lastly, if I could, Acting Mayor Wilson, I have just one question through you, if I could please, to Executive Director Fontana. Laura, can you give us, without at all compromising arbitration processes, can you give us some indication of the status of those appeals by any of our locals, any of our public unions that work for the corporation? Can you give us some status of the process of the arbitrations? Are the arbitrations being expedited? Are they being accelerated? Depending on the decisions, could this decision end up being a moot point? Could you further elaborate, please? Through you, Acting Mayor Wilson, please.
So thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Councillor Jackson, both ATU, I'll talk about the larger unions, okay. ATU and CUPE Local 5167, inside-outside workers. They both submitted grievances and sought Section 49 under the Ontario Labour Relations Act for an expedited arbitration. We had 2 hearings yesterday, separate hearings, one with ATU and one with CUPE. I can also tell you that in the CUPE collective agreement, it does speak to immunization, and where such immunization is required by the employer, that they may consider in substitution an unpaid leave of absence. So that's one of the considerations right now that CUPE 5167 is seeking a decision on from the arbitrator. It was a 1-day hearing, so we were limited in terms of our ability to get our evidence into the arbitrator and to secure any decision. But these are the nuances that I was referring to earlier in terms of the factors that may affect decisions at the arbitration process. One of the considerations in this instance with CUPE is that an arbitrator may say that employees should be placed on unpaid leave of absence instead of termination, because there is language that talks about it, whether or not the circumstances are reflective of our current situation will be in the hands of an arbitrator. But there is language in the collective agreement that speaks to in cases of immunization and a unpaid leave of absence as a result.
Acting Mayor Wilson, how's my time, please?
You just exceeded your 5 minutes, sir.
A second time, please, because I have one more supplementary to the Executive Director. Thank you. Second time for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson, followed by Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I too want to congratulate Councillor Pauls. I love her passion. I sit and watch and just admired it all the time. I love what she does. I got to be very careful of the word love because her husband's an Iron Man and I don't want to make him mad. But it's great to see that you sticking up in place, a good Christian attitude that you're using. And I really respect that. And I too, like Councillor Jackson said, I did not support terminating employees. I thought that the COVID major issues were behind us. It was supported by staff, legal staff, our human resources staff, that we should not move ahead with the terminations. But on a tie vote with 4 members absent, tie votes failed, and so it failed. And I said to the committee, if just one of those members was able to attend that weren't the 4, it would have been a different outcome. But be that as it may, I fully support this motion. And, my father always had an expression, time heals all wounds. And just let things unfold a little longer, see what changes. And the whole COVID experience was uncharted waters. We're still in a little bit of that. And let's see what happens over the next period of time. I'm interested to hear Laura say that 100 people now have got vaccinated. So that's 25%. And so maybe by allowing them a little more time, I know if I was going to lose my job, it would have beat the daylights out of me to go get vaccinated. But maybe a little family pressure on you to go and do what I think is the right thing, get yourself vaccinated. I'm quad vaccinated. And so I hope I got a big shield around me. And Councillor Clark's not sitting too close, so I think we're more than 10 feet apart, which is just a little bit of humor in it. But I think we need also, Laura should be able to see the trend, if it's not here, around the province, what's happening with arbitration decisions on this. And once we see that and see the trends, because generally arbitrators look what other arbitrators decided, just like the courts, it's all precedent. And then Mike can get a big problem solved of helping just to understand what's the cost, what's the implications of this. And another 90 days is a long time. And it's a satisfactory period of time to allow the staff to get their head around what the cost should be so we can make a fully informed decision. So based on getting results of grievance, based on getting the cost, and based on time heals all wounds, I'm going to support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. So at the GIC meeting, I supported the staff recommendation not to terminate employees. And I deeply regret that I was one of the 4 that was not here. And what I really regret is that I was too ill with COVID to be able to sit in this chair that day. I could not be here. I couldn't have been here if that meeting had been the next day either. And like one of my colleagues, we wouldn't be having this conversation if I'd been able to be here. So I definitely will be supporting this motion because I think that where there's time, there's hope. And I think that's all I'm going to say. My support will be there. I don't feel the need to go in camera, but if my colleagues do, then I'm happy to do that, and I will certainly listen to what's said there. But I will definitely be supporting this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a number of second-time speakers, starting with Councillor Pauls, then Jackson, Whitehead, Councillor Danko. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I'm wondering if I could ask HR Laura Fontana, is 3 months enough, or it's up to the committee if we want to extend it even to the end of October, where we could have more time? I just want your opinion, and the opinion I respect to every councillor here. Your thoughts.
So through you, Madam Chair, it's a bit of an arbitrary question, Councillor Pauls. I think the longer the time, the better in terms of understanding the jurisprudence that's out there. We also will get into the fall and understand sort of the implications and whether or not, we reinstate some of these mandates. So it's a hard question to answer. If it's September 30th is the will of council, then so be it. If it's a longer period, there's pros and cons on both sides, but I do think the longer period of time gives us a better opportunity to assess our legal landscape and get that jurisprudence and have further discussions as to some other options that may be available to us. It gives employees an additional time to get vaccinated if that's their desire. I'm concerned about to be honest with you, the impact that it's having on my staff in terms of the rapid tests and all the administration that goes with it. So I'll have to assess that and make determinations on how we can support them going forward, because this has been a lot of work for human resources and others, as you can appreciate. So I'll have to make sure that issue is also being taken care of, particularly if it's an extended period of time.
Thank you for that. And if it's the will of council, I could change it to the end of November, if that's what, to give you more time. And like I think it was Councillor Ferguson that said, we'll know more what the province is doing, what's happening around Ontario. But I just want to finish with this. We keep talking about keeping our staff safe. It's really ironic, I find, that do we put a wall around the city hall here or around Hamilton? If you could answer this, how are you keeping, let's say I'm not vaccinated, how are you keeping me safe if I go out? I do not ask people, are you vaccinated or not? And it's proved today that Councillor Ferguson said he had 4 vaccines, and yet he said, oh, am I far enough from you? Oh, do I still have to wear a mask? So what did the vaccine do? Did it protect you from spreading? Common sense told you no, because I want to tell you, I've been in nursing homes. I take care of a wonderful lady. I'm the power of attorney. I cannot go in there unless I'm 3 vaccinated. She has her 5th, and they had an outbreak. Tell me, if the medical doctors here, I don't think how did they get COVID? I just want to know why. If you're telling me it's because protection, how do we protect our staff? We have city centers, we have a rec center, people there working. People that come in, there's no verification. I go to hockey games. I don't have to show my passport anymore. How are we keeping those people safe? I just want to ask, if you could answer that question, I'll surrender. There's no common sense. You know what? I always thought common sense and critical thinking, it's what's it about? You got to critical think. And I resent most of all, and I'll say it publicly, anybody that calls our employees names like anti-vaxxer, you're painting them with one brush. You know what? Can I tell you something? Most of them had their vaccines, other vaccine. The reason they didn't do this is they do a critical thinking of their own body. So, anti-vaxxer, freeloaders, they were our employees. We were proud of them. They're freeloaders, free riders, all kinds of names. What kind of bullying are we saying to the people? You know what? I got to tell you the truth. I felt a little bit bullied sometimes being in council, but I got my feet wet. All weekend, you know what I did? I kept saying, oh, I got to think clearly. I have to critical think. What can I do? My husband says, leave work behind. I can't. I cannot leave work behind. It's with me all the time. I have 2 phones. I carry it constantly. Yesterday, the weekend, I visited 10 people because they were concerned about certain things. I go to their door. But you know what? I don't ask them, are you vaccinated? I don't ask them. I service them. So please, stop calling our employees that we called hero for so many years anti-vaxxers. This one is not.
Order. Order. Councillor Jackson, for a second time, please.
Thanks, Acting Mayor Wilson. And before I do my last supplemental to Edie Fontana, I just want to again state for the record, my entire family on both sides, my staff and myself were triple vaxxed. And the main reason why we got our vaccinations fully was because, God forbid, if any of us were to have got COVID, which so far none of us have on both sides of the family, thank God. If we were to have, though, I felt that my chances and the family's chances and my staff's chances of survival were a heck of a lot better with the vaccination. Okay, my last supplementary through you, T.D. Fontana. Lauren, you and I, back to the arbitration and the process and your update from yesterday. Hypothetically, and you and I talked about a Richmond Hill, BC decision, hypothetically, could the arbitration process possibly suspend any final decision and send everything back to the employer and the unions to possibly mediate something and work something out similar to Richmond Hill, BC? I'm not asking you to necessarily know all the details of that decision. You and I briefly chatted about it. It seemed unique, but is that also a hypothetical option that the arbitration may say, employer, employees, for these last 500 employees, see what you can mediate, work something out? Through you, Acting Mayor Wilson, please.
So through you, Madam Chair, certainly an arbitrator can send the parties back and refine the terms of the policy, particularly where no action has been taken yet. So they can certainly give the parties a sense of where they're heading in terms of their decision on the case, and they would give the parties an opportunity to resolve some of the outstanding issues with that additional intel in terms of where the arbitrator is leaning in the decision-making process. They would not decide or provide any insights necessarily on actions taken as a result, for example, of termination. But they can certainly give you insights on where they're leaning and then send the parties back to reconsider some of the terms, for example, in a policy with that additional insight. So indeed, that could be a possible and probable outcome at arbitration.
Executive Director Fontana, for me anyways, as one member of council, guardedly, cautiously optimistic with your response and what a hope for can be. Thank you, Acting Mayor Wilson, for your indulgence. Thank you.
Councillor Whitehead.
Yes, through the chair to our very capable staff person, Ms. Fontana. How many policy grievances are filed?
So through the chair, I'm assuming with respect to this policy?
Correct.
We have approximately 10 grievances on this matter.
Now, you obviously represented unions and policy grievances were all encompassing based on obviously one particular policy, how it impacted employees, and it was outside of any negotiated language within the contract. Would I be right in saying that?
So through you, Madam Chair, if I'm understanding the question, generally the litigation, the grievances can be with respect to the policy, but it's more with respect to the language in the collective agreement as well. So as an example, the leave of absence provisions in the CUPE collective agreement specific to inoculation. That's generally where the unions may make that connection.
Through the chair, can you have policy grievances on language that doesn't exist within the language that's being exercised by the city?
So through the chair, I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. If I can
If you're implementing a policy that isn't in the contracts that are being negotiated or contemplated by the union. I mean, I'm thinking of things like estoppel, for example. So past practices where you didn't have to negotiate something because there was a clear understanding through the practices between the city and the unions, and it's embedded within the contract through what's called estoppel. My question to you is, now you're dealing with policy issues. Is there any possibility through past practices that the unions wouldn't have had to negotiate specific language to deal with this kind of issue because there was an understanding through a letter of agreement or through past practices that have been as long established, like giving out turkeys at Christmas time with some companies? So my point is there other issues within our arbitration that the unions could exercise based on, again, letters of agreement, policies that don't exist, or practices that have been established a long time and you didn't have to negotiate because it was understood?
So through the chair, we do have past practices, and in fact, during the collective bargaining process, you can issue an estoppel within the 90 days, even though there's no language in the collective agreement. If the parties have agreed to or have allowed a practice to take place, notwithstanding the absence of language in the collective agreement, then it is upheld, and that's the provisions of the estoppel that either party can issue. If I'm understanding part of the question through you, Madam Chair, policies are set by the employer. They don't necessarily have to be reflected in the collective agreement, as is this case, and the union can still grieve the policy depending on the circumstances, and an arbitrator can certainly rule on whether or not a policy is reasonable under the circumstances.
So if we had a policy saying that we don't have any you have to be a non-smoker to work for the city of Hamilton.
So through you, Madam Chair, we could have that policy, and then an arbitrator would likely say that it's unreasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just trying to demonstrate how unreasonable the policy we have established at this point in time. But I understand, again, I want to re-emphasize, I understand why the council supported it at the time it did. The other question I have is that the element and the questions and the science, there's lots of evidence out there, even the province of Ontario, which obviously didn't punish their employees, now can be utilized by the union in the context of the risk that risk benefit based on the employee and their concern. Can they establish that in an arbitration?
Edie Fontana, if you're able to answer the hypothetical.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'm just wondering if the councillor could just rephrase it as a question. I'm not sure I'm understanding.
So,
Councillor,
I apologize for it. I should have made it clear. So, if, for example, you're in arbitration and the lawyers for either the union or the employees come up and bring out the science studies provided by, say, the province of Ontario, because I think that's probably the one that would be most salient, that actually suggests there are concerns around the vaccines and the impacts on individuals on the long term, on the short term, and all the other concerns around the vaccine. that are starting to come out. Would that be relevant in the arbitration?
And that is your 5 minutes if you'd like to go back on after this question.
No, I'm fine, and you'll be more generous. Thank you.
So through you, Madam Chair, I am not going to speak for an arbitrator, but I would think that would be relevant, and an arbitrator would allow it as evidence during this kind of hearing.
Thank you.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I would like to go in camera. I think I'm the last speaker on this. But before we do, I also would consider 2 amendments to what's before us here. One to item B, to change it from termination to unpaid leave between June the 1st to September 30th, and then termination as of September 30th. And delete clause D in its entirety. So I would like to put those 2 on the floor after we come out from being in camera.
So if I could reiterate, just for the consumption of council, on B, you'd like to seek an amendment when we come out of, if we can go into closed and come out of closed, your B would be to change paid to unpaid? I'm just trying to find it.
In B, there would be an interim stage. So between June 1st and September 30th, those that refuse to show proof of vaccination would be placed on unpaid leave. And then as of September 30th, they would be terminated.
Okay, thank you. And then secondly, to eliminate D. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. So members, it is moved by Councillor Danko. I'll second it. Desire to go into closed session.
Are we going to go in camera for this?
Councillor Danko has stated he would like to go into camera, and then coming out of camera, though he'll be putting those 2 motions on the table.
Okay, and it's my motion, right? And I do not even want to entertain that. And the reason is this.
We'll debate it at that time,
Okay,
Councillor.
in camera? All right, thank you.
No, we'll debate it when we come out of camera. Councillor Danko will put the motions and you can debate it at that time. Right now, there is a move to go into closed session to seek, if I could, I believe the grounds for going into closed session are labor relations or employee negotiations. Councillor Danko?
Yes.
Thank you. So that is the motion that's on the floor.
All right, we are talking about, okay.
Councillor.
Sorry, I just wanted to also include that Councillor Danko was seeking legal information as well.
Sorry.
So we would also be including litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the cities or local boards, and that advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, are also causes.
Thank you for articulating that. So it is moved by Councillor Danko, seconded myself. Councillor Clark on the motion.
Yes, on the motion. So to be clear, we're going in camera to seek.
Point of order.
I haven't even spoken yet. How could you have a point of order with the greatest of respect?
Sorry, it wasn't dealing with you, Councillor Clark. It was dealing with going into camera.
Yes, but I had the floor. May I proceed, Madam Chair?
Would you do that, please?
Thank you. So I'm trying to clarify. We're going in camera to ask questions of our lawyers and get responses to that. We are not going in camera to deliberate on this policy. Correct? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Councillor Whitehead, please?
Well, I'm looking for clarification. Going in camera, is that a debatable request to the clerk?
Clerk Holland, you have been named. Would you like to be afforded an answer from you?
Sorry, if you could just give me 1 second, I'll just double check that. I don't want to be incorrect on that advice.
Certainly.
And I want to apologize to Councillor Clark. You came in at the same time as putting the point of order through.
Councillor, please. Order.
That motion is, that motion is debatable.
Thank you. So I'd like to be on the speaker list.
Councillor Whitehead, there are no other speakers, so please proceed.
Thank you, and thank you for the clarification, Madam Clerk. The only reason I'm trying to see if we can save some time. So I would suggest that if the good council wants to go into camera and keep people continued suspense whose lives are being impacted by this decision, you know, the coaches and the nurses and so forth in our community, can I suggest that he could actually ask the questions openly so that we understand what the questions are and whether the material,
The motion has been moved and
it's not the
seconded.
answer, because the answers would have to come in camera by our lawyers. I understand and appreciate that. Would he be brave enough to ask those questions publicly so we could go in camera and have that conversation in regards to what the lawyers have to say?
Councillor Whitehead, that framing is very regrettable. A member of this council, it's been duly moved and seconded to go into camera. You have been advised that it's debatable. The motion is on the floor. If you have nothing further, we'll take a vote.
Oh, sorry.
A thumbs up from myself.
Thumbs up from Councillor Wilson.
Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Thumbs up from Councillor Partridge.
I'm sorry, I'm experiencing some difficulties here with opening the vote.
Okay.
I can't close or open a speakers list, so something's
Something's
wrong.
gone awry.
Yeah.
Would a visual count be appropriate, Clerk Holland?
If I could have those in favor, please raise their hand, and I'll say their names out loud. Councillor Danko, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Clark, Councillor Nan, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Vanderbeek, Councillor Powers, Councillor Johnson, and Councillor Partridge, all in favor. And that carries.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
I would ask members of the public to please vacate the room, and only those members of staff who will be contributing to the closed session to remain.
Martin, may I see you, please? Order, please leave the council chambers. Thank you. Order. Leave the council chambers. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. It's still May the 25th, 2022. We are on a Hamilton City Council meeting. And right now, following along on the agenda, we're looking at a notice of motion, which is now a motion that has been duly moved and seconded, but we have an amendment on the floor. And I'd like to recognize the mover of the amendment, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Maybe the clerk would be able to put the amendment on the screen so we're all clear. Thank you. So the purpose of this amendment is to modify Clause B of the motion that was placed on the table to place all unvaccinated or undisclosed staff on unpaid leave as of June the 1st. They would remain on unpaid leave as long as they remain unvaccinated or undisclosed up until September 30th. And then at that time, the original motion of proceeding with termination as of September 30th would come into place. And then there's a second part in B that's just pretty minor, and it's just changing the paid leave to unpaid leave. But we don't expect this to impact the policy at all. So really the discussion is B, providing an interim period of 90 days where those unvaccinated or undisclosed staff would be on unpaid leave. So if I could just speak to this very quickly, Madam Chair. I know it's been a long day for all of us. It's obviously a very emotional topic, and we've heard
I'll second the motion to get it on the floor.
I believe it was already seconded by Councillor Wilson, but I appreciate that, Councillor Powers. Thank you. So we've seen an emotional response from the less than 4% of our city staff, 322, who are currently find themselves in violation of this policy, and very understandably so. We haven't heard from the 95% of our fully vaccinated staff, and we also haven't heard from the vast majority of the public who expect leadership and want us as a council to reach evidence-based decisions. So I believe that by having this interim period of unpaid leave, that would be an appropriate choice for immediate action. We all heard the opinion of our legal counsel in camera. Our unions specifically have been asking to change the policy from termination to unpaid leave in the grievances and arbitration that they've filed, and that would cover the vast majority of those employees. So we would be providing what the unions are already asking for the vast number of those 322 employees. This is a reasonable compromise to recognize the 95% of our staff who are fully vaccinated. It addresses the obligations that we have to our staff and to the public to provide a healthy and safe workplace and a healthy and safe services that we're offering. And it addresses the vast majority of the concerns about costs and legal challenges. We would be balancing the interests of the community and our most vulnerable. And I believe this interim leave of absence would provide that good balance, reasonable policy, and finally, it would provide us that opportunity to reassess termination in 90 days as we proceed through, the unpaid leave policy. So if the concerns about costs and termination can still be reassessed, and we provide ourselves that opportunity to do so if necessary. So that is the amendment on the table. And like I said, this is a reasonable direction for this council, in my opinion. Thank you. And maybe I could just ask if Director Fontana has any comments on implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. If council's will is to proceed with the unpaid leave of absence versus the extension or the termination, it will impact our recruitment strategy. So right now, our recruitment strategy has been advertising, posting, recruiting for permanent vacancies. If this unpaid leave of absence would be implemented, and we would have to reverse our strategy and advertise for temporary replacements.
Thank you. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers on the list. Councillor Whitehead, you're first, please.
Thank you, and nothing the previous speaker indicated is balanced. Let's talk about balance. Balance is when you achieve your ultimate objective, not stopping the spread of COVID within our community, stopping the spread of COVID within our employee base. Being punitive is not the solution. Looking for resolution that achieves a positive outcome is. So I am fully supportive and endorse the staff having continue performing their responsibilities and duties as long as they can provide the COVID test as prescribed by our experts. I don't know, there's a twice a week. Could I ask to Fontana what that was or is?
So through you, Madam Chair, the rapid testing would continue twice weekly.
So the community is safe. The employees are safe because we're getting employees tested twice a week. Now, the other challenge I have, I'm going to ask the clerk, are we not a lame duck council as of September 1st?
Clerk Holland, could you explain what lame duck is and any limitations that puts on council?
So through the Municipal Act, if council should find itself with less than 75% of the current membership either seeking re-election or being elected to council, it depends on the date. The first date that we have to recognize is if less than 75% of the current council is running for the next term of council, which would be effective August 22nd. That potentially is a date that could put council into lame duck. Or if the newly elected council after October 24th, council should find itself with less than 75% returning. There are certain limitations, or they called restricted acts, which council can do. In my opinion, I'd like to ask legal on that, because in my opinion, this is not covered under the lame duck restricted acts, but I would like Ron Sabo to comment on that.
So, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to council if Mr. Sabo would care to comment, please.
Do I have the floor?
Through the chair.
We're answering your question.
Do I have the floor or
Your,
not?
Councillor, your question has been posed and staff are
I
being
had asked in
assistance.
camera whether I can ask that question to legal, and I was told I couldn't. You had to wait to go out in public.
Yes.
Now we're getting legal advice on a question that I could have asked to legal in camera.
Councillor, you're asking a question. We're seeking to answer it. Clerk Holland, in her capacity as clerk, has answered it. In her request, she's also asking for a city solicitor to comment, and I am affording him that privilege. Thank you.
Through the chair. It's important to remember right now we are not lame duck, and council's decision today either to maintain the existing policy or to vary the date can be made now. Where lame duck issues may come into play is if you choose a date before November 14th in the one scenario, or the final scenario where not enough existing councillors are elected, is it may limit your ability to make significant modifications to the policy, such as a change that might result in the dismissal of an employee or incurring a liability which exceeds $50,000. Then during that period, further changes to the policy may be restricted, and that would be an issue that could be examined depending on what was proposed to council or by council to answer those issues. But at the current time, the changes to the policy that are proposed or that exist already, as well as all existing delegations or any made before August 22nd in the other scenario, they're valid. So you're not restricted during that period in making decisions. You could just see the potential where a significant change to the policy in that time period could raise a restricted act and prevent council from making a decision until November 15th.
Thank you for that fulsome response. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. That's exactly what I thought. Because right now we will be in a lame duck council position. Because if I count right, we're going to have perhaps five councillors that will be new that aren't running for the next term, which would put us at that 75% category, which would put us in a lame duck position. So the date that we're citing, which is September 30th, may not be appropriate for those reasons. And I would suggest that and we heard in Cameron, I don't think we're in conflict by moving that date from September 30th to October, the first week or second week in October, where you have a better chance of not having a lame duck council if you have, in fact, a full council. Actually, you'd have to wait till, is it December 20th or something?
October 24th is the election. Is that the date you're looking for?
No, it's a date when you get confirmed, I believe.
The inauguration is usually, last time it was December the 3rd.
Is that
I'll recognize Clerk Holland.
Through the chair, the inauguration is November 16th this year.
Thank you.
November 16th. So I would suggest that we'd have to move the date to avoid any lame duck issues in respect to the September 30th date till after the inauguration date. Could I ask the clerk to comment on that?
Holland.
Through the chair, it is the will of council, whatever date they wish to put in there.
Yes, thank you.
Well, actually, I was raising the fact that there's a good chance that September 30th will fall under the lame duck, meaning that if there are decisions to be made, you may not be able to make them because you're going to be in a lame duck position. So the safer bet is to go till after November or the inauguration date. Thereby, you would not run against that risk and you would have a council that can, in its unity, make a decision one way or the other on this issue. Are we not putting this decision at risk September 3rd with the 30th with the potential of a lame duck council?
Who is that question to? Because it's a hypothetical.
I'm trying to find a reason why the 30th makes any sense when we know for a fact, most of us do, that we will have a lame duck council based on the numbers that have been identified. So if that's the case, wouldn't we be safer putting this after the inauguration?
The domain of this question rests with council. The clerk has afforded you that answer.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. You keep interrupting. Your job is actually to provide clarity and provide routing. I'm asking questions directly of the clerk in the context of lame duck council. So if you have an answer for that, Madam Chair, I'm all ears. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I'm asking the clerk if we are in danger.
Point of order, the date isn't even on the floor.
And therefore should move the date or consider moving the date till after the inauguration.
A point of order has been called. I recognize Councillor Danko.
The discussion is on the amendment to the motion. The date is not currently on the floor. Thank you.
We're debating
the motion. On the overall motion.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, we're debating the...
Sure. If you want me to have that come back on the floor, Madam Chair, to argue when this amendment is dealt with, that's fine. I was just trying to deal with both issues at the same time and be efficient. But I'll come back and have that debate for sure.
We're debating the motion that has been
right now we're debating the amendment, as I understand it.
An amendment, beg your pardon. Thank you.
Right. So I was trying to do both because I know we're going to come back to the main amendment on the date.
We're not procedurally. We don't do both. Procedurally, we're focusing on
actually,
the amendment that has been duly moved and seconded.
I can tell you that we have, but I will respect the order of the chair. But I want to make it clear, in practice, we have been trying to be efficient with these types of debates when you have an amendment and there's a date tied to that amendment. But I certainly respect the chair's decision. I'll come back and have that debate after the amendment. So I already made my point on the amendment that it isn't a balance by any stretch of the imagination. How anyone could say that without laughing is incredible. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
It's been a long day.
It has.
So the first question that I have with respect to the amendment is in reference to item D. And the suggestion is that we are going to do an unpaid leave if the city runs out of the supply of rapid tests. And yet my understanding was that the paid leave provision was established by HR to augment and offset the fact that the city ran out of the rapid tests. And I get comment from Ms. Fontana on that understanding.
ED Fontana, can you clarify that in the rationale? Thanks.
So through you, Madam Chair, when we had originally put in those provisions for a paid leave of absence in the event that we didn't have enough rapid tests, that was back in January. And in fairness to the employees, they weren't aware of the circumstances, and it certainly wouldn't have been fair to them to be subject to an unpaid leave of absence if it was our issue not to be able to secure enough rapid tests. At this point, I'm assured, as I mentioned earlier, that we will have sufficient rapid tests going forward till at least September 30th, so I'm not concerned. But in terms of the paid versus unpaid leave, in the event we don't have the rapid tests, I would suggest it's a different point in time now. So employees have had the advance notice. There were different outcomes. Now we're changing course. So the circumstances are different than they were in January in terms of why we would have applied the paid provisions versus unpaid provisions at this point in time.
And so we have, as a municipality, been offering the rapid test to our employees. The policy was take an education course, be tested twice a week, follow the procedures that we've outlined in terms of distancing and masking, et cetera, et cetera. And so your suggestion now is that if we run out of those tests, it would be appropriate that we not pay the employees because we've run out of the tests?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't think I'm suggesting that, Councillor. I think, in explaining the circumstances in terms of the timing, but I do think given the circumstances, even now, if we do run out of the tests, and I don't have a concern that we will, I would suggest that we not place them on an unpaid leave of absence. I think there's a lot of issues stemming from that action in and of itself. So I would suggest that we just continue and place them on a paid leave of absence, hopefully for a very, very short period of time.
So with reference to D then, your suggestion is that we maintain the paid leave of absence if we run out of the tests? Or you're comfortable with the amendment indicating that it would be an unpaid leave if we run out of the tests?
Through the chair, I think I'm suggesting I'd be comfortable with either one.
Well done.
I would, in the grand scheme of things, again, it's a remote possibility. Administratively, it would be a lot of work for us to put them on an unpaid leave. I would suggest perhaps even given the circumstances to leave them on a paid leave of absence.
Thank you. And then the other question, so where was the other amendment? Sorry, Councillor Danko. I don't have it in front of me. Would you mind just referring me to where we are? I thought it was B.
We're B and D, sir, but Councillor.
It was B and D, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And can you just reference what the B amendment was? Sorry, Councillor Danko.
Councillor Danko.
I could just ask the clerk once again to put that up on the screen, but it was an interim period between June the 1st and September 30th where unvaccinated or undisclosed employees would be placed on an unpaid leave.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate the intention of the mover for the amendment. I'm not going to support the amendments. I think that Councillor Paul's motion, and let's be fair around this table, councillors, I always strive to find something that is reasonable, pragmatic, a compromise. That's how we succeed as a council. I think that Councillor Paul's amendment is reasonable and pragmatic, and treats employees fairly as we move forward. I have no concerns with regards to the lame duck provision in the Municipal Act as it would apply to this particular motion that is before us. So to quickly sum up, I cannot support the amendments as they're proposed today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
And I'm definitely not going to support this amendment. The reason, we all care about our employees. They're human beings. Can you imagine if Councillor Danko, you weren't going to get paid for 4 months? Can you imagine any of us, we're going to say, you're not getting paid, but we'll decide later, we'll figure out the cost, but you're not going to get paid, you're unpaid leave. What does that really mean, unpaid leave? It means what? You're fired. Maybe I'm simple, but to me, it says you're fired. You have no income. I have a family, 2 of them work for the city of Hamilton. Both of them are going to lose their house. I'm going to have them move in with me. I'll tell you, this is serious stuff. We're not playing. We're not playing politics any longer, if that's what it is. We are doing the right thing. I will not support Councillor Danko to not pay them. And and indeed, I guarantee there's lots of testing there. I call Burlington, everybody that's doing the testing, they get testing all the time. You know, we're assuming we're going to run out. You know, when we ran out, I heard that back in, I guess, January, we were concerned about running out. The province paid for the testing. Have you seen? You know what? I would go grocery store and they would give me, here's another one, here's another one, here's another one. I don't need it, I said. No, take it, it's free. And we're talking about, just in case we run out, we're going to make sure we don't pay them. What? I don't understand any longer. I'm here to ask you one thing. Let's find the cost. Let's be transparent. When we tell people that they're out of a job, we're saying it's okay, you don't need the job. You know how much houses cost. You know they're well over $1 million. Have you gone grocery shopping? I have, and I'll tell you, I've got a good pay, and I thank God every day. But I'll tell you, I don't know how people do it. Can you imagine not getting a paycheck? Two families working, two husband and wife working for the city of Hamilton. And you may say, well, just get vaccinated. That's all you need to do. Really? They were critically thinking what they should do with their own body. And I heard many times people say, it's my body, my choice. So let's not play this game about changing the motion. I would like to change, so if we could move it to November, and the reason is this, we'll have more time, we'll have a new council, we'll know the cost. We will know, actually, we will know where COVID's at. Half of the world has moved on. Did you know that? Have you read the news? Or am I in a different world? I've read, I can read, and I've seen articles that people have moved on. Denmark doesn't even have any such thing as a vaccine. So I just want to make it clear. If we amend this policy, we're saying you're fired anyways. And I don't want to put people on the street. Everybody in this council that cares for the people that live on tents, you don't want more tents out there, all right? You don't want more people saying, I lost my job and here I am. And no matter what the issue is, and I want to tell you something. Do you know when I read all those emails, when they call me, and honestly, I could show you them. I read them over and over and over again. Not once when they called me that I talked to them, I said, why don't you take the vaccine? I don't want to know their issues. I don't want to know their personal issues, their health issue. You want to know some of my issues? I could tell you, I've got issues. But I'm not going to tell you. Everybody has a privacy. And this motion simply says, let's be transparent. Let's look at it again. Let's look at again how much it's going to cost. And let's make a decision when we know more about COVID. And that's the thing that we should do. So I hope all of council, all of them, we have 100% of us that says, you know, maybe it's the right thing to do, and we do it. Thank you.
Councillor Nan. And then Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and just a few comments on the amendments that Councillor Danko has proposed. First and foremost, I think it's critical to continue to center what was at the heart of these policies and this entire effort from the get-go, and what I believe we're continuing to center with these amendments that are before Council today, and that's health and safety. Health and safety in all work sites across the entire corporation. That's what's underpinned this entire effort and what needs to remain center as we deliberate health and safety. I want to say thanks again to the 90% plus of our employees across the corporation who've upheld the health and safety of their coworkers and the public. The amendments that Councillor Danko has proposed are very reasonable, and in fact, I would say that they're collaborative in spirit with what the unions representing City of Hamilton employees want to see, and I think that is reasonable. I think that is the definition of balance. I think that is the definition of leadership in this time. So happy to support these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. We're going to uphold the decorum of this body. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Acting Mayor Wilson. First of all, I'm glad we went in camera. Always good to hear some additional advice that we normally cannot get all the time in open session. Secondly, I would ask that B and D, if you're not already going to do it, I would ask that B and D would both be separate votes, please. And lastly, with all due respect to the amendments, I'm going to stay true to the original intent of how the motion was brought forward several hours ago, so I will not be supporting the amendments. Thank you, Acting Mayor Wilson.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you. I just noticed the time was 4:45. We got a lot of big issues left to go. So I think we need to stop talking about this and just get on with the vote. But I won't support the amendment either. I can't, I heard members of council so concerned that it would cripple the corporation having 400 people leave, whether it's on leave of absence or whether it's termination. If they continue with the rapid tests every 2 weeks, like we've been doing for months now, I'm good with that. So I can't support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I wasn't going to say anything, and I've sat here listening to every single comment. The concern of lame duck. I asked those questions over 4 hours ago about the date of this and September 30th being after our last council meeting. I don't know where everybody was, but all of a sudden we're coming up with lame duck being an issue. I said at the outset 4 hours plus ago that I supported Councillor Paul's amendment. And I'm sorry, and I don't mean any disrespect to councillors who weren't at that meeting where we ended up with a tie vote, but boy, have we ever ended up in a schmozzle here. And I don't know if that word's going to hit the paper, but what a mess. Honest to goodness, this is an absolute farce. I'm getting emails from residents going, what is going on in there? But, I don't know where we ever said we had to have 100% vaccinated. Even when the province and the federal medical officers of health came out, they were looking at 80-90% herd immunity. Don't remember where it ever said 100%. I appreciate where we're at, but we have to move on. And by wrangling this around and around is going to get so complicated for our staff to try and enforce. I will stand by the motion that Councillor Pauls has on the floor. I will not support any amendments to it. And I'm just so sorry that we didn't have this pass at the council that we dealt with this weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further speakers on the amendment. If I could ask Councillor Nan to take the chair, please, so I can speak to the amendment as proposed.
Certainly, the floor is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. I will be speaking in favor of this amendment, which I do deem to be very reasonable, and I think the word collaborative was used. I take exception to the idea that in speaking in favor of the amendment, I don't care, and those speaking contrary have a monopoly on care and are for some reason we're playing politics. I like the suggestion that was used that this is a health and safety matter. It's a public health crisis. And this is about a collective public issue as an employee of a public corporation that is in service to the public, many of whom are vulnerable. I care about the employees who have been vaccinated and now are going to be working with those who are not. I care. I've never seen in a blanket of care anyone ask, why don't we survey those employees to see how they feel? What did they care about? What's their security? What are their worries? Maybe they might have to leave. Some of them are immune compromised. And for those who are putting a whole bunch of scenarios on the table, those very same people voted against a mask mandate in trying to uphold the security, health, and safety and well-being of our workers. I regret also the use of the word "we're so divided." In fact, we are not. Over 90% of public employees have chosen to be vaccinated. Excuse me. They are vaccinated because they feel a responsibility to each other. And the word divided is frankly being used to divide. Overwhelming number of Canadians support mandatory vaccinations. I will be supporting this motion, and I thank the mover for bringing it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Taking back the chair.
Thank you. I recognize Councillor Powers as a first-time speaker on the amendment.
Mine's just a point of information, and I noted in Councillor Paul's comments that she indicated that unless we pass this, her 2 family members will be fired.
Mm-hmm.
I believe she has put herself into an official conflict of interest, but it's up to her to determine whether or not she has to declare that conflict. It's just an observance by myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead is a second-time speaker.
Madam Chair, tribalism. What is tribalism? Tribalism is the ability to divide people into different camps. What has transpired here in the last 4 years? We have a group of councillors that are quite supported by 10% of the population that are socially active. They go after the other councillors that have contrary positions on a regular basis. In fact, want to take incumbents out because they're from a particular ideology and tribe. I respect that. And then we have the nerve of a council that's associated with that organization and that group and that support to say that there's no division. Of course there's division.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Of course there's division.
Item 7.1.
Of course there's division.
Of the procedural bylaw.
Sorry, am I on the floor
Matter
now?
not under
This is the
debate.
second or third time he's interrupted.
Councillor Whitehead, a point of order has been called.
Okay, what's the point of order?
Well,
Section 7.1F of the procedural bylaw, speaking on a matter not under debate. Thank you.
It is under debate. I'm commenting.
Rule that your comments pontificating about the ideological or community alignment is not in accordance with the amendment that is proposed.
Sorry, look, free speech is about having a little bit of a latitude, 1, and 2. I'm responding to your comments, Madam Wilson, on this particular debate about there is no division. You said it. I'm responding to it, and now you're saying, oh, well, you can't take me on because we're going to sanitize the conversation. Well, I'm sorry. We don't sanitize conversation in democracy where one side paints a picture which is completely unreal, and most people know that, and cut off the people that are painting the picture of what really is happening in our community and what's really happening around this horseshoe. And
Councillor, the point of order is with respect to what is being debated, and that is the amendment as proposed.
So why did you bring in divisions, Madam Chair?
Please speak.
Bring in divisions into this debate and then now rule me not being in order when you're the one that brought that subject matter in. You can't do both.
Are you challenging the chair?
I'm asking my councillor colleagues that to watch evil take place and stand by and do nothing about it is wrong and puts you in that position too. This chair brought in the whole question about division. I'm answering to that question of division, and no one else wants to say anything about her continued interruption about the very fact that she's the one that raised it, not me. I'm commenting on it. You can't, you can't raise it and then question my comments. You can't. You're in a conflict yourself.
Would you like to challenge the chair?
I'd like to continue my conversation without interruption. If Danko does it one more time, then I'm going to challenge Danko.
Councillor?
A collection.
You have been asked to speak to the motion.
I
please.
am, Madam Chair.
amendments.
You said there's no division. You actually said that, did you not? Did you not say there's division? I want a simple answer from you, Madam Chair, and I can continue with my conversation because somehow your comments were lost unless no one was listening, only me. So can I ask, if I'm out of order, were you out of order?
I gave the chair away when I made my comments. I wasn't called out of order.
Well, the question I'm asking you is you raised division. I'm answering, responding to division, and you want to what? Say I'm out of order. Do you think that's
a point of order was called, and the passage from the procedural bylaw was referenced.
So, and I am talking, and that's the third time that Danko is interrupted with something that's generic. I am speaking directly to this motion that the amendment he's brought forward in respect to what does cause division, because you're creating haves and have-nots in our employment world. And the nerve for people to say this is occupational health, really? So no one's supposed to question the merit of the very conversation we're having in the context of occupational health. The very people that have had COVID and had all their shots dutifully and washed their hands and kept distance, they shouldn't have questions either. Like, come on, wake up. The community does have questions. The community is wondering why the professionals are saying one thing, but they're experiencing something different. That's fair in a democracy to ask those questions. It's fair to have that conversation. And that's a very conversation that I'm prepared to have. But don't count or undermine that conversation. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I'm certainly not saying I'm wrong. I'm saying there's a conversation and a dialogue that needs to take place and a better understanding and appreciation of the years of employment, the years of service that these 300 plus employees have provided to the community. And how dare you say, well, how about the other 90%, how they feel? That's the division. That comment is gaslighting. That is what creates division in this community, is comments like that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Second time speaker, Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the question, but before I do, I want to clarify something. Councillor Russ Power, I said I had an email of a family that both of them worked here, not my family. I don't have a family member that works for the city of Hamilton that's not vaccinated. So I want to clear that. There's no conflict of interest at all. Because it's not my
Thank you
family.
for the clarity. That's not what I heard. Thank you, Councillor.
Well, maybe I said it wrong. I said I had an email from my family. Maybe I said my family, but from a family in the city of Hamilton. That husband and wife both work for the city, not my family. So I want to be clear. So let's call the question. Let's go to the vote. And remember, these are people's lives. That's all.
Question has been called, seconded for the call of the question. Councillor Ferguson. Question has been called on the amendment from Councillor Danko. It's duly moved and seconded. Councillor Clerk Holland.
To the chair, just for clarification, was there a request to split the amendments?
Oh, yes,
between
I thought
B
I
and
heard
D?
Councillor.
I just want to clarify for Janet.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Beg your pardon. Thank you for that. Sorry, Councillor Jackson.
Can I just ask something? We recently changed the date.
Excuse me. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, now I'm getting a little confused. So the original motion that was on the table has been amended by Councillor Danko. Councillor Danko basically copied and pasted the motion, but he changed B and D, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to be voting on the amendment, and then we'll go back to the original motion. Thank you. I would want to make sure that I know what I'm voting for. Thank you.
So Clerk Holland, if I could, the request to separate them out and vote accordingly, but we are separating them out because that is the amendment, no?
Councillor, to the chair, Councillor Jackson had asked that B be voted on separately and D, the change to both.
Correct, City Clerk and acting Mayor.
Correct, sorry, D had been changed from paid and amended to unpaid.
So he just wants two separate votes on each.
Yes.
Beg your pardon. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Thank
No,
you.
not at all, Acting Mayor Wilson, because I thought some may want to support B, but not D and vice versa. Thank you.
Just want to make sure.
Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm sorry to belabor this, but could I please see the amendment again? I just want to see what it is in B and what's in C.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's on the screen now. Are you able to read that?
Yeah, just give me a minute. Thank you very much.
Not at all. Okay. So, sorry, Councillor Pauls, did you wish to speak to the amendment?
I just want to ask if we should change the date.
Okay, that is not what's on the floor.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right. Okay, that's fine.
Councillor Pearson?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, very, very sorry. Just on D.
The question had been called.
Yes, it has been, but before I vote on this, I want to be sure what I'm voting on. In paragraph sub D as in Donald, it shows it being changed to unpaid leave as opposed to paid that's in the original motion put on the floor by Councillor Pauls.
Yes.
And I believe in E.D. Fontana's response with regards to paid or unpaid, she was neither here or there on that requirement. Actually, I think was leaning more towards being paid, as would be simpler in the processing for HR.
Yeah, we received advice on that in camera, and then you heard Edie Fontana speak to it after.
Thank you.
Put the fucking vote up.
Excuse me?
Okay, so there's some unparliamentary language that occurred. I don't know where that surfaced from. Councillor Pearson?
That was not me, Madam Chair.
No, I'm...
Thank you.
So a member, I think a mic was activated, and which is unfortunate. So Councillor Pearson, I know it wasn't you. So do you have any further questions?
No, I'll vote accordingly as we separate B, I think B, C, and D, Madam Chair, and if that's what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you. We're separating out B and D, okay? So if we can move on, sorry, Councillor Pauls, the question has been called.
I don't want to amend anything, so I'm just wondering. Okay, all right, that's fine. I just want to make sure I vote the right way. So are we doing the amendment now?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right.
So we have a request from a colleague to vote, split them so that we can vote one at a time.
Thank you. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm putting the vote up for the amendment to B now.
Councillor Powers is voting the affirmative. I am voting in the affirmative. Councillor Partridge is voting in the affirmative. Councillor Whitehead is voting against the amendment. That's defeated 5-9. So we'll go on to then D as requested on the amended. D, please. D as in dog. So on D, Councillor Powers, affirmative. Maureen, Deputy Mayor Wilson, affirmative. Councillor Whitehead, nay. That is defeated 5-9. So we are going back to the motion in its totality as posed. Thank you. Are you speaking to the original motion, Councillor Whitehead? You're muted.
Yes, as directed by you, Madam Chair, I certainly wouldn't want to cross your path. So if it's okay, the question I have on the date, would it be preferable to move the date? Because what we're saying is that this will come back on September 30th. Is that correct? Through whoever can answer that.
If you wish to make an amendment to the motion, I would encourage you to do so now.
Yes. So I want to ask though, staff, right now the way it's written, that means that it would the consideration on would be and review of what's taking place would be September 30th. Is that correct?
So, sorry, you're asking staff to comment
Based on this motion that the council would have to make a decision perhaps on September 30th when the information comes back.
Well, I'm going to recognize Clerk Holland. The date is as set out in the motion. Clerk
September
Holland.
30th, yes.
Through the chair.
Not to be, I'm just trying to be very technically
Councillor
correct.
Whitehead, you've asked a question. Let's afford the courtesy of the clerk
If you
to
didn't
answer,
interrupt,
please.
I'm trying to provide clarity and efficiency and you keep interrupting on that. And I'm sorry, but I
You're
asked specifically.
interrupting the
You keep
clerk.
asking me about the question about the 30th. Well, it's relative if you don't have a council that could actually make a decision on the 30th. That's why I'm asking the question.
You asked the question, and the clerk was about to give you an answer to the question specifically that you posed. Then you interrupted the clerk. Let's try this again.
Through the chair to Councillor Whitehead, the last scheduled meeting for council is September 28th of this year. There's nothing stopping from council from calling a special council, providing 2 days notice to ratify or make any other decision past that date up until the election.
Thank you.
And if you have 5 councillors not running?
Through the chair, it would depend on the decision that council wants to make.
Okay. Can you clarify that point?
Well, it depends on what a hypothetical, any council or councillor would be proposing.
Well, so for example, the information that we receive, they may say we should reconsider the original position of council.
Do you have an amendment that you'd like to put forward, please?
Can't get an answer to my question?
I think your question has been asked and answered. It's within the domain of council. It depends on any
I'm asking the clerk a specific question on lame duck council. If we're 75% in the context of councillors of incumbents running, the question I have is that are we in a position to, for example, reconsider any decisions on September 30th?
Clerk Holland.
Through the chair, Councillor Whitehead, it would depend on the decision that council has before it. As an example, council cannot make any, if council were to be 75% of council is not returning or has not been elected, council cannot make any expenditures or incurring any other liability which exceeds 50%. Sorry, $50,000. You cannot appoint or remove from office any officer of the municipality. So it really depends on what decision is before council and whether council is acting within the lame duck provisions under the Municipal Act for restricted tax or not.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Clerk. I really, really appreciate that answer. It took a while, but we got there. So then with that answer, the question becomes one, should we, I'm just looking for consensus. I'm not looking for a debate. Should we move the date from September 30th to October, November 15th is the inauguration, so I'll say November 25th or 4th, the week of the 24th.
Councillor Whitehead, for the third time, if you have a motion that you would like to put forward, which alters the date in the motion, please proceed.
November, the week of November 24th.
In a hypothetical debate.
Sure, no, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair, Madam Chair. So I move November, the date being changed to November, the week of November 24th.
Do you have a seconder for that?
Well, so put it on the table if there's a seconder.
Councillor Marula? Councillor Clark to the motion?
I'm trying to understand the necessity to change it to November. I fully am aware of the lame duck council provision. The policy that we're approving here today would stand if we were into a lame duck provision. So there's no issue here. Staff will continue.
What's the purpose of a day of September 30th?
Councillor Whitehead? I'll recognize the chair.
It's incredibly disrespectful for any councillor to interrupt another councillor who is speaking. The councillor involved in this has been on this council 22 years, and he knows he should not be interrupting another councillor. So please show me the civility and respect that I deserve as an elected official of this council.
Sorry, I didn't know my mic was on. Sorry.
Councillor Clark.
That, with the greatest of respect, that's an excuse, because we most certainly know when our microphones are on or off. Again, I don't support the amendment. What is being proposed by Councillor Pauls, I view as reasonable and pragmatic. The date of September 30th, that policy we're setting now will continue past September 30th. So if they have not complied by September 30th, our staff know what to do. They do not need any further delegation of authority from council. We are delegating that authority with this motion. They will know what to do after September 30th. It's not necessary to set another date later because of a lame duck provision. So I should continue to support Councillor Paul's motion, and I will not support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this? Councillor Jackson?
Acting Mayor Wilson, very similar to Councillor Clark. Again, I'll stay true to the intents of the motion that was brought forward several hours ago. And if staff, between the staff and the mover, had worked out originally the September 30th date, I'm satisfied with that, and I won't support any change. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Collin.
To the chair, I didn't hear a seconder for Councillor Whitehead's amendment to the date.
Councillor Marula.
Councillor Marula, thank you.
Yeah. So there are no more speakers on the amendment, which has been duly moved and seconded to change the date. We'll vote on that, please. Thumbs down from Councillor Powers. Vote in the affirmative from Councillor Whitehead. Thumbs down from Councillor Wilson. Thumbs down from Councillor Partridge. It is defeated 2-12. Okay.
Then on the main motion, we've debated this issue long enough.
My apologies. Sorry, point of clarity. I hit the wrong button and submitted. I thought I got in there in time. I know other councillors have been afforded the opportunity. My apologies. I got confused on what was on the floor.
No problem. We'll recast that vote, please. Thank you.
Oh, Janet, put the vote up again.
Thank you. Councillor Powers, nay. Councillor Whitehead, yay. Councillor Wilson, nay. Councillor Partridge, nay. Councillor Whitehead, I think I called you, sorry. That is defeated, 1-13. Thank you. On the motion, please and thank you. We'll go to it. So we're voting on Councillor Paul's motion. Is it Rich? Yes. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Whitehead, yay. Councillor Wilson, no. Councillor Powers, yes, yay. Sorry, Councillor, Councillor Powers, nay. Okay, sorry about that, Councillor. That carries 11-3. Okay, so do we, if you afford me just a minute to get back into the GIC, were there any other items, Clerk Holland, in that report?
No, you're on page 10 of the roadmap and item 5.4 AFNA.
AFNA, thank you so much for your help in all of that. We're at 5.4.
I move a recess until 5 p.m.
It has been so moved. It is seconded.
So I have to leave by what, 20, I have to be at a public meeting in Lancaster by 6.
Yes.
And so if you take a break, you may lose quorum. I don't know.
If we lose one, Clerk Holland, will quorum be lost?
No, quorum will still be present.
I think for reasons of health and safety, a break is in order. We'll vote on the break, please, before I lose you, Councillor?
Who is the seconder?
It is Councillor Danko. Councillor Whitehead, yay. Councillor Powers, yay. Councillor Wilson, yay.
Just waiting for Councillor Partridge.
Councillor Partridge? On the break, yay or nay? Yay, Councillor Partridge? 13-1. We're going to reconvene in 15 minutes. That takes us to 5 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Hamilton City Council meeting of May the 25th. Just took a short break. It's after the hour of 5 here. We're on to item 5.4 on our agenda. Councillor Pearson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within report of the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's moved by myself, second by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek, that Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 22-010, the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 22010, being the meeting held on Thursday, May 19th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. It's been duly moved and seconded. Any questions on this item, on this report? I recognize Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Acting Mayor Wilson. Right to item 11, please, the Grants Subcommittee report. I am a member of Grants under Chair Johnson's leadership, and I'm very happy to see that the Ottawa BIA was so hungry at the committee, not at Grants Committee, but at AF&A, did receive the appropriate funding. They had just apparently clicked on the wrong category with their application, and I heard it was a fabulous success, the So Hungry event on Ottawa Street that Councillor Marula and Councillor Nan have strongly supported. And I'm glad to hear that the nice little Binbrook Santa Claus Parade got its money so that Santa Claus can visit Binbrook this coming November. Very delighted. But obviously, I've always been a strong advocate for Santa Claus, especially in Hamilton. And I just want to make sure that there were approvals given to a number of great organizations, and so many have come through the last 2 years where they have shut down their events, as we all know, Acting Mayor Wilson, unfortunately, but only because of COVID. And I just want to make sure that we're not being overly restrictive in terms of trying to help these organizations get back on their feet. Many of them want to resurrect and reactivate their great events. So I just want to know, is there any update through you to if Director Morgan Stahl is available, who oversees the grants team? Is there any positive updates at all under Roman numeral 4 that says that some outstanding arrears some groups had to be repaid? If she could even give us some quick update, and if there are ones that weren't repaid, are they still staff still working through that so that they can hopefully have their event this year? And in Roman numeral 5, additional information was needed, again, for the Hamilton Santa Claus Parade, Polish Symphonia Choir, and about a dozen other organizations. Just wondered if she's just got some general updates for us, please, and if conversations are continuing. Through you, Acting Mayor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Director, and if you could introduce yourself as well, thank you.
Through the chair to the council member, Morgan Stahl, Director of Government Relations and Community Engagement. Members of council may recall that in the subgrants committee report, as Councillor Jackson has articulated, the grants staff recommended that the organizations that were in arrears with the city settle those arrears before new funds were allocated. So there were 7 organizations which were articulated on that subgrants committee report. Items 4 through 7, we are still waiting for information, but have been in contact with the organizations. The Golden Horseshoe Beekeepers Association has been paid. The Hamilton Wentworth Association has been paid. The Hamilton Wentworth Soil and Crop Improvement Association has been paid, but items 4 through 7 are still outstanding. Staff are committed to continuing to work with those organizations in order to ensure that those arrears are paid back to the city before new funds are allocated and flowed to those organizations. In category C, there was a number of groups that required follow-up due to outstanding information. I'm happy to report that with a number of those organizations, things have been resolved. So for the Industry Performance Makers Arts Organization, it has been resolved since the grant subcommittee meeting, as well as the Greater Hamilton Arts and Events. in addition to Pride Hamilton, the Hamilton District Soccer Association, Chamber Music Hamilton, Flamborough Santa Claus Parade, Hamilton Waterfront Trust, and Hamilton Santa Claus Parade Committee. There still remains 3 to 4 organizations which we are still waiting on information from. One of the organizations, there was a death in the organization, so we are granting an exception to that one. But staff, again, are committed to working with each of the applicants in order to ensure that we receive the appropriate information and do our due diligence before flowing those funds.
Director Stahl, all very encouraging news from what I'm hearing, Acting Mayor Wilson. And I was very glad that the Grants Committee also put in, instead of just leaving it open-ended between now and the end of the year, again, with many candidates going through a fall municipal election, not knowing what the status might be and leaving everything, if you will, in the bailiwick of staff's hands, that I'm glad that Grants Committee put in, if you see in Roman numeral 6 and 7, that staff will report back before summertime. I would hope that would be somewhere around the Canada Day holiday with respect to status of the organizations that are approved for funding, again, pending some conditions and or additional information that's required. So it sounds like many of the groups and with staff, where necessary, Acting Mayor Wilson holding their hands, many of them getting back in sync after a 2-3 year hiatus, unfortunately. Many of them totally volunteer driven. A few may have a paid executive director, but most I know are volunteer driven, like the Hamilton Santa Claus Parade. So again, we'll keep a watchful eye, and I know through Director Stahl and her great team, we'll continue to communicate, and with Chair Johnson letting us know if there's any little hiccups along the way that may need to be brought back to AFNA Standing Committee as well. Thank you, Acting Mayor Wilson, for letting me get that out to the public.
Thank you, Councillor. There are no further speakers on this item. It's duly moved and seconded, please. On the AFNA report as a whole. Voting in the affirmative is Councillor Powers. Councillor Wilson. Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Whitehead is not present. Carries 13-0. Thank you. 13-0. On to Emergency and Community Services. Councillor Clark, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the report of the Emergency and Community Services Committee?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. It's the Emergency and Community Service Committee Report 22-008. It's moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Marula, that Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 22-008 being the meeting held on Thursday, March 19th. Do I have the right date? No, that's May, right? May 19th.
No.
Be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Don't want to go back to March.
Yeah, no, it's a long way back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers on any item in the report? I recognize Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Wilson. On item 2, again, having missed last week, the Hamilton Paramedic Service Master Plan. However, before I left for being out of town last week, I did meet with Chief Sanderson and deputy and his deputy as well, and we shared some ideas, and I did get a copy of his 10-year master service plan for the city of Hamilton. And of course, the request that committee has brought forward here under Appendix A that will require probably, if I interpreted correctly, 1 vehicle a year for the next 10 years for our municipality. And again, I've been always very supportive of all our emergency personnel, police, fire, and paramedics, for work they do that I could never even think of doing. Having said that, Acting Mayor Wilson, I'm just going to pick up on this theme and not let go of it, please. If once again, Director Morgan Stahl, our excellent, fine government relations new director, is available again, I want to be assured that she is working on, to the best of her ability, what I call during the budget time, an all players meeting between ministry staff, LIN's staff, hospital staff, Chief Sanderson and his staff, and the municipality, our upper management, our city manager, and Director Stahl. We need to permanently, finally address the backlog and the queuing up that's occurring at emergency wards in our hospitals by the paramedic vehicles and by our EMS staff that are sitting there often for hours. 30,000 hours of sitting at emergency wards by our paramedic staff last year could have meant 4 to 5 more vehicles on the road dealing with code zero events. So through you to Director Stahl, if she can give me an update that this mission, if you will, has not been lost upon her, and maybe she's going to hopefully bring some updates to us in the near future. Thank you, Acting Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. A person of tremendous abilities. I'm sure you will concur. Director Stahl.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, and I would welcome feedback from Chief Sanderson as well. I know that we've had a few conversations about this, and council may recall that in our provincial priorities and advocacy materials approved by council a few months ago and prepared ahead of the provincial election, we did identify ambulance offload delay as one of our priority areas and one of our key advocacy areas. So in our priority materials, there are specific reference to investments in healthcare to address emergency health services modernization and ongoing issues such as lengthy ambulance offload delays, health equity, access to care, and the need for innovative models that improve care. So those are materials that were shared with all of the major party platform, the major party leaders, our local candidates here in the 5 Hamilton-based ridings, and we continue to push when we are having conversations with officials at the provincial level. I would perhaps defer to Chief Sanderson because I know that he's done some significant advocacy through working groups and tables that he participates in with deputy ministers, and then perhaps if General Manager Burden has anything to add.
Councillor Jackson, would you like to hear from Chief Sanderson?
Sure. First, I'll thank you to Director Stahl. And Director Stahl, all I would say is thanks for what you're doing to bring awareness during the election campaign of the province. But it's after June 2nd, whoever's in power, I want to make sure a roundtable of some sorts is formulated and installed. Now, through you to the Chief, please.
Chief Sanderson.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question in the process, and you're absolutely correct. Offload delays are a significant challenge. They've been here a long time. 2005 is when the province last did a report and a review, and they implemented offload nursing in 2007 as an interim strategy, and that was a very interim strategy, and we continue to utilize that. The ministry's funding us at about $1.3 million a year, which we're flowing through to the hospitals to alleviate that challenge that we have operationally. And I must say, not successfully in the process. As you've identified, 30,000 hours, actually 32,000 hours last year. That works out to about 87 hours per day of offload time. I can tell you that in the first 4 months of this year, it's higher than that.
Oh, man.
So we're challenged even further in that process, and we continue to work on that. The good news, going directly to your question, Councillor, is we have had meetings with the ADM. We've had meetings with senior ministry staff. We've had meetings with the hospital senior leadership. They have reactivated the Joint Oversight Executive Group. There are people from the city engaged in that process. The ministry's clearly demonstrated interest in it, and they're providing funding in some direction to the hospitals with respect to how they end up improving on that. Having said that, we've also gone forward with the Ontario Association of Paramedic Chiefs and with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario in creating a position paper for the province and trying to advocate for a provincial solution on it. It's not a time for interim solutions, it's a time for permanent solutions to end up managing those challenges. And the challenge is, and I identify with the fact that it's a challenge financially for every municipality that's dealing with it, including our own. But the number one that we're concerned about is the patients that are on the stretchers for long periods of time, sometimes as long as 10 to 12 hours. So we do have to get that resolved. It's not appropriate. It's not acceptable in that process. The second part is that these are hospital problems and hospital-wide problems or hospital flow. That's what the ministry is focusing on. And the municipality should not be covering the cost of staffing hospital hallways. So we identify with that. Our challenge in identifying within the plan, councillor, is if they solve the problem for a week or for 2 weeks or for 3 weeks, it still doesn't change the fact that we need to manage it and we need to have resources going forward for when it doesn't get changed. We've had good days, we've had good weeks, we've had good years, and the problem continues to recur. So we have to manage that and we have to plan to manage that effectively. In our plan, in our master plan, that's where we have headed. And as we continue moving forward, I would be the optimist and hope that the province does come up with good solutions on it and they're long-lasting solutions, but that remains to be seen. And I think that's a very political question that needs to be addressed at higher levels of government.
Acting Mayor Wilson, thank you, Chief Sanderson. Thank you, Director Stahl. With the co-leadership of the two of them, Acting Mayor, I think we're in very capable hands. And it sounds like they, especially Chief Sanderson, as head of our 300 plus paramedics in the department, wants to resolve this thing once and for all. And I fully support him as long as I'm on council. Thanks, Acting Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. Up next, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I have trouble supporting this, and I'll just explain why. As I read page 175, it was a very comprehensive document. Page 175 is a matrix that sets out to the impacts of the 10-year plan. And by the way, I'm very skeptical now of 10-year plans, and transit is the big one. We had a 10-year plan there, and every year staff come back, well, you approved a 10-year plan, therefore we're implementing it. Doesn't matter what the ridership is. Ridership is significantly below what it was pre-COVID, and we've invested 10% per year or better every year since the start of this 10-year plan. We're not seeing increase in readership, but we're putting a lot more resources on the road. And I'm worried we're going to fall into the same trap here. They're asking for 12 new ambulances over 10 years, 120 new paramedics, a cost of $13,625,000 over and above inflation. And so this is a commitment we're going to make to future councils, is that we're going to take on this hit when we're not solving the problem. I sense we've given up on the offload. I've been hearing about that for about 14 years now. I remember 2006 when I first came on, Chief K needed 60 more paramedics because of this offload problem. And nobody seems to be taking ownership of it. And my fear is that we're the easy hit. Go to council, they'll give us the money, and rather than try to fix the problem. We had the same problem when I was chairman of the Police Services Board. There's a famous photograph that they used to put up on the screen, 12 cruisers sitting at the St. Joseph's Emergency, because that's where the mental health patients went. And so they solved it. They put in a rapid response unit, which puts a mental health worker in the car with the cruiser, with the sworn officer. So they go to a scene, the officer gets control of the scene, the mental health worker takes over, diagnoses the individual, and they don't go to St. Joe's anymore, they take him directly to where he needs to go. And the problem is solved. Costs went down exponentially as a result of that very aggressive action. And I got to hand it to former Chief DeCare. He was the author of this thing and come up with the suggestion that he took to the board. You know, I'm tired of hearing about this offloading problem. I remember Paul Johnson putting it up on the screen where they're putting a television display unit in every hospital showing how many ambulances are available. And when it got low, the sirens would all go off and they quickly try to offload ambulances to get them back on the road. I don't know whatever happened to that, but it didn't work either. You know, maybe the solution is to turn over ambulances, land ambulances, to the hospitals. They're the big issue here, and let them be responsible for both the patient care, whether it's in the ambulance or in the hospital. Because quite frankly, this is downloading healthcare to municipalities. They're using us as a hold room with all our ambulances sitting there with two paramedics waiting to get offloaded until it's convenient for them and convenient for the patient to move them into the hospital and start to treat them. And it just is not a sustainable strategy. And that's what I see in this 10-year plan, is to keep throwing money at it, throwing money at it, throwing money at it. And it's just simply become unaffordable. I'm not blaming Chief Sanderson, because I think he's doing all he can to fix the problem, but it's a political problem. I heard him say that. And we got to get this in front of the political people, and we got to have a strategy to do it. You know, Councillor Jackson talked about a roundtable with MPs, MPPs, and health, and, you know, the hospital presidents and our staff trying to deal with this problem. But to sit here today and commit $13,625,000 to this plan, $1 million a year, over and above inflation, and I feel sorry for the next council, because inflation's running at 5-6%. I see that the crane operators just settled at 5% per year for 3 years. Is because the cost of employee-related costs are going to go up exponentially next year unless inflation comes under control. And it appears like it's getting worse, particularly with food, housing, and food. So I just don't want to throw this out there. I want the tension to stay on the system. The chief can still bring in his budget every year. We can deal with it. But I don't want to commit future councils over the next 10 years to spending $1 million a year extra above inflation and above what they had the previous year to become a hold room for hospitals and solve their problems in their emergency rooms. So I can't support it. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I'm not on Emergency Community Services, but I want to thank Chief Sanderson and Deputy Chief Russell Croker for meeting with me yesterday. And I was out of town, but held a virtual meeting so they could go over this with me. I'm very supportive of the master plan going forward. As was explained to me yesterday, this plan was started in 2019, pre-COVID. We've had a lot of things hit the wall since COVID. And we also have to keep on the table that had to be reflected in these plans is the Grids 2 projections. You know, we all know what our projections and populations are for 2041 and 2051, so they all have to be reflected. Another point that I know was raised and brought to my attention is we're going to speak of the gray. We're being called the gray tsunami now. So we have a major aging population, and servicing of an aging population is going to get much more demanding and costly. So I certainly very supportive, understanding what the chief has to work with as far as our funding from the Ministry of Health. We only get coverage of 50% of the prior year's budget, and I know that he's doing everything he can to address the service and the offload issues, and I don't disagree with him that we have to keep the province's feet to the fire on this. I can tell you most recently, I had in a very unfortunate situation of having to call 911 for a friend and being taken to the hospital and receiving care, phenomenal care, not only by the ambulance attendants, but also by the hospital, and fortunately being unloaded in a reasonable time period, concerning it was, she was taken to General Hospital. I understand what the chief is trying to do here. I want to also just make mention, and I'm concerned hearing that, yes, it's a 10-year plan and we're going to keep this moving along. We did have the master plan for transit, but we did freeze it for 2 of the years so far. So there are times where we may have to do this. We may also look at a windfall of something coming down from the province. So we have to keep, our eyes open on that as well. But I am supportive of this. I have expressed concerns just for the residents of Ward 10, the concerns of increased services towards the easterly end of the city. And we spoke of the station at Glover Road in Barton, the potential of having an EMS presence at that facility. So I just, for the residents who may be watching, want them to be sure that, I'm keeping all of this on the radar as well as servicing through our community. And I think we also discussed, the chief and I, the new hospital build that's coming in Grimsby that may see some increased service and efficiencies and timing there as well. But I am very supportive of this. I want to thank the chief for taking the time to meet with me so I could get a great understanding of what was before us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Powers.
I don't have a question now. Chief Sanderson covered it all in his remarks.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. So my understanding is that the 10-year plan is taking into consideration the growth of the population, the changing demographics of the population, and the demands for service therein. When I went through this master plan with the chief and Ms. Burden, my concern was around the response times. We're supposed to be hitting a 10-minute response time, as was prescribed by the province of Ontario. We're shy of that. Now, when I say we're shy of that, I think of someone who's laying on the floor with a heart attack and how quickly advanced care paramedics get to that patient, because their prognosis improves dramatically with quick intervention. I think of those traumas that we have where we have multiple accidents and people very seriously injured. How fast can we get our ambulances and paramedics, advanced care paramedics, to them to ensure that they can get transferred to a trauma center as quickly as possible? I think of my son when he was shot and laying on the floor. And had it not been for the police entering the building without knowing whether or not the shooter was still armed and alive, and the paramedics following right behind the police, he likely wouldn't be alive today. Those are the issues that we need to address through duty of care. And we're mandated by the province and by legislation to ensure that the service levels that are being proposed by our chief meet the demands of our community. And so I get the ongoing battle with the province with regards to the offloading, but we cannot be derelict in our responsibilities and say, well, the province hasn't fixed the offloading, so we're not going to improve our ambulance service to meet the demands of a growing population and aging population. I'm comfortable that item B in this report indicates very clearly that staff have to come back with capital and operating budget requirements through the budget process for consideration as required. And that happens every single year of this 10-year plan. So the council of the day will have that opportunity to say yay or nay at that particular time. We may find 2 or 3 years from now with the work of Morgan that the government of Ontario finally fixes the offloading problem, which incidentally, Deputy Mayor Wilson, is not just an issue for the city of Hamilton. It's an issue for most major municipalities in the province of Ontario today. So we're not alone when we're addressing that issue. But the residents who are in need of an advanced care paramedic, they are alone until that assistance arrives. And they're expecting their counselors in this city to ensure that the level of service is there for them. God forbid we get to a position where the response times are 15, 20 minutes for an advanced care paramedic. So I think the chief is proposing something that is, it's not a question of reasonableness, it's a question of need. We cannot expand and bring in a higher population within our municipality if we do not service that municipality. We talk about it all the time, and all of the other services that we provide for this municipality. Ambulances and police and fire are the three things that people talk about the most, that people depend on. When they call that 911 number, they want the ambulance there now, not 20 minutes later, now. They want the police there now. They want the fire department there now. If we don't have the wherewithal to do that, then we are failing in this municipality. I support the chief's capital plan going forward, and we will address it each year of the budget process for the next 10 years. Thank you.
There are no further speakers to this particular item. ECS has been duly moved and seconded. Please indicate your vote. I'm in the affirmative. Councillor Powers is in the affirmative.
I'm just waiting for Councillor Paul's vote.
Councillor Pauls has left the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carries 11-1. Councillor Nan, may I have a motion to rise from the Committee of the Whole, please?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, you may just give me a quick second. That moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Clark, that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
Thank you. Please indicate your vote now. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Councillor Wilson in the affirmative.
Janet, Councillor Ferguson had to leave the meeting as well.
Thank you.
Janet, do you have all the votes? Because we're not seeing it.
Yes, I do. It's 11-0.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. We're on to motions. Councillor Whitehead, would you please present your motion? 6.1, please. I don't see Councillor Whitehead, so perhaps I can circle back to that after the remainder of the motions. 6.2, Councillor Johnson, would you please present your motion?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been moved by myself, seconded by the Vice Chair of the Selection Committee regarding an amendment to the Selection Committee for agencies, boards, and committees terms of reference. Whereas the terms of reference for the Selection Committee for agencies, boards, and committees reflect 9 members of council, and whereas there are currently 8 members of council appointed to the Selection Committee for agencies, boards, and committees, therefore be it resolved that the terms of reference for the Selection Committee for agencies, boards, and committees be amended to reflect a membership of 8 members of council. And may I speak with it, please?
Please proceed, but for the public record, could you just identify the councillor who serves as the Vice Chair?
Vice Chair, oh, sorry, Councillor Nan, I thought I did. My apologies.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
No, that's great. We've tried to meet on several occasions to try to fill some positions before the end of term, and it's been very, very unsuccessful. So we're hoping now we can get quorum down to 4 instead of 5, and then that way we can get our selections made. And this is all for Lorraine, because the poor clerk has tried desperately to get us together, and finally, hopefully, we will be able to get our mandate finished. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any comments or questions on the motion as presented? Seeing none, if we can vote on it, please. And to the Deputy Clerk, I recognize, or I just to let you know, Councillor Whitehead is back in the meeting. Affirmative from Councillor Powers.
Thank you.
Yes from Councillor Wilson.
And Councillor Whitehead's vote?
Councillor Whitehead, we're on 6.2, the motion. Can you indicate your support or your not support? Thumbs up from Councillor Whitehead.
Councillor Brenda Johnson did an excellent job explaining it.
Okie doke.
And I take it that Councillor Johnson voted in the affirmative as well?
Yep. Yes.
Sorry, excuse me, Chair, just to let you know that, yeah, it's coming in a little late for me, so I'm going to try to do the F5, but sorry, Janet, it's in now.
It's okay.
Carries 12-0. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitehead, we're going to swing back to 6.1. If you could kindly introduce your motion. You're muted. You could unmute yourself, please.
Thank you. I do not have the motion in front of me. It is time sensitive. I've been working with Gary Moore, not Gary Moore, sorry, Gordon Murdoch, and we had some issues that recently developed on Garrow. We have some capital, and he said we have the opportunity to fix that problem now. So I would, that's basically the motion allowing me to use my area rating money to address this particular problem on Garrow.
I'll second the motion.
To the chair, I'd be happy to share it if everybody would like me to.
For the public record, perhaps that would be a good idea. Thank you, Clerk. There is the motion for the public record. It's been duly moved and seconded. Thank you, Clerk. Yay from Councillor Wilson on the vote. Yay from Councillor Powers. Yay from Councillor Whitehead. And that carries 12-0. Thank you. On to 6.3. Councillor Nan, would you please present your motion?
Certainly, it's a housekeeping motion, amendment to Light Rail Transit Subcommittee Terms of Reference, and it's seconded by yourself as Vice Chair of the subcommittee. Whereas committee means a standing committee, subcommittee, selection committee, or advisory committee or task force established by council from time to time. And quorum means the number of members required to be present at a meeting to validate the transactions of its business. And whereas the procedural bylaw 021-21, a bylaw to govern the proceedings of council and committee of council, was amended on February 4th, 2021 to provide section 5.4 quorum that the quorum of all committees shall be half of the membership rounded up to the nearest whole number, whereas the terms of reference for the Light Rail Transit Subcommittee of Council was approved on March 2022 without updating the definition of quorum to align with our procedural bylaw as stated, and therefore be it resolved that the terms of reference for the Light Rail Transit Subcommittee of Council be amended by deleting the voting attendance section as follows. Voting and attendance for purposes of voting, majority means more than half of the committee members present and voting. A quorum for the purposes of voting shall be 50% plus one of the subcommittee members. And if I could, through you to staff, just to clarify, the definition of quorum for us through our procedural bylaw is stated to be half of the membership rounded up to the nearest whole number, which is different from 50% plus one member. And just clarifying that if clerks could clarify the difference. Thank you.
Clerk Holland?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Nan. Yes, under procedural bylaw, committees of council quorum is 50%. Council itself is 50% plus one.
Thank you. There are no further speakers. Councillor Nan, are your remarks concluded?
Yeah, it was a housekeeping amendment that I was asked to move.
Thank you so much. It's been duly moved and seconded. If we can vote on that, please. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers in the affirmative. Thumbs up from Councillor Wilson. Thumbs up from Councillor Whitehead. That carries 12-0. Thank you. On to notices of motion. 7.1, Councillor Marula, you have a...
My apologies,
Sorry,
Deputy Mayor. There's 6.4.
Thank you.
And so this motion, this is council's request for cities tribunals to consider adjusting their meeting format, and it's seconded by Councillor Johnson. Whereas the Council for City of Hamilton has the delegated authority to tribunals to make decisions on their behalf, and whereas the city's tribunals fall under the Statutory Powers Procedural Act and under Section 5.21 permits electronic participation for hearings, and whereas the term priorities for Council include trust and confidence in government with a goal to provide the public with greater access to city government information and opportunities to become more engaged in decision-making processes that impact their community. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that Council requests the city's tribunals consider continuing to provide live streaming of public meetings and to continue to permit electronic participation in addition to in-person participation for all the parties, members of the public and members of the tribunal participating in the tribunal. B, that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to each of the city's tribunals, and C, that staff be authorized and directed to provide any required staffing support and technology to support electronic participation at tribunal meetings to be funded from the Development Fee Stabilization Reserve for 2022 and referred to the 2023 budget process for future years.
Thank you. It's been duly moved and seconded. On the motion, Councillor Whitehead.
Just for clarification, is that the licensing tribunal too?
Can staff speak to what tribunals would be included in this motion, please? Councillor Clerk Holland.
Through the Deputy Mayor, the motion will be sent to all the tribunals, which includes business licensing. It will still be up to the decision of the tribunal how they wish to proceed with their procedures within their meetings under the SPPA.
Hence the word request in the motion. Yes, thank you. Councillor Whitehead, does that answer your question?
Yeah, so it's not prescriptive. It's in fact whether it can be done within the confines of the rules that those particular tribunals have to work within.
Affirmative.
Thank you.
Welcome. No further speakers. Let's go to the vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Thumbs up from Councillor Wilson. Thumbs up from Councillor Whitehead. Carries 12-0. Thank you. Now to Councillor Marula. May I please have, I understand you are wishing to waive the notice with respect to your item, sir?
Indeed. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jackson that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting the budget increase for the housing for Hamilton Community Improvement Plan for the Roxborough Mixed Income Tenure Demonstration Project. And that's it.
Are you able to speak for the reason for the waiving?
Staff have indicated that there's time sensitivity with respect to this item.
Thank you. Just for the public record. Thank you.
Yes.
So it's been duly moved and seconded. If we can have 2/3 to move, to waive, rather. Thumbs up from Councillor Whitehead. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers.
Affirmative from Councillor Wilson. This is on the wave. Thumbs up from Councillor Partridge. Thumbs up from Councillor Vanderbeek. That carries 11-1 with one abstention. Please proceed and introduce your motion, Councillor Marilla.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jackson, whereas in 2019, the City of Hamilton approved the Housing for Hamilton Community Improvement Plan for Roxborough Mixed Income Tenure Demonstration Project, whereas the intent of the CIP is to establish an innovative demonstration project for a joint public-private housing redevelopment, which will deliver a mix of market and below-market home ownership and rental housing options through the redevelopment of approximately 12.5 acres of land within the McQuestion neighborhood in East Hamilton, Ward 4 East Hamilton. Whereas the city's financial contribution under the CIP is primarily in the form of waivers of development charges and parkland dedication fees, whereas the Roxborough demonstration project was envisioned to deliver approximately 650 to 750 mixed income and mixed tenure residential units, including 103 family-oriented rent geared to income and affordable rental units to be owned and operated by City Housing Hamilton, over 200 multi-residential rental units with capped rents approximately 200 to 250 below market home ownership townhouse units and approximately 100 to 150 masonettes and condominium units geared towards seniors and smaller households, whereas the 103 unit City Housing Hamilton building is nearly complete, and the first of 126 below market home ownership townhouse units are under construction, whereas the Roxborough Development Group has now secured preliminary approval with CMHC for participation in the Rental Construction Financing Initiative program designed to facilitate the construction of new rental housing that is attainable and affordable, which would allow the Roxborough demonstration project to construct 352 affordable rental units, far surpassing the minimum 200 rental units required by the city's CIP. Whereas the affordability benchmark for the rental units would exceed the affordability threshold established by the city's CIP, such that rents for new tenancies would be capped at not more than 90% of existing market rents for comparable product, 10% below market at minimum, and rents on 20% of the units, 70 suites, must be set at rents not to exceed 30% of household income for the Hamilton CMA. Whereas a precondition of the federal RCFI program funding is that the municipality also make a contribution towards the project, which would satisfy the city's development charge contribution under the CIP. Whereas expanding the scope of the city CIP to provide for significantly more rental units as well as enhanced affordability for all rental units will require an expansion to the CIP current budget of approximately 10.5 million. And whereas there is a significant time sensitivity to confirming the city's support in order to leverage the federal support or federal money. Therefore, be it resolved that the budget for the for the Housing for Hamilton Community Improvement Plan for the Roxborough Mixed Income Tenure Demonstration Project be increased by amount of $4.4 million in order to support the expansion of the project to include approximately 352 affordable rental units and to secure an enhanced level of rental affordability to be funded first from any 2022 favorable housing services division surpluses, and second, from the unallocated capital reserve number 108020, and B, that the general manager of health and safe communities and the general manager of corporate services be authorized and directed to enter into any necessary agreements for the provision of the enhanced funding under the CIP in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. And if I could just quickly remind everyone, this started back in 2015. And we took a bad news scenario when they closed Roxborough School and made basically lemonade out of a lemon. So we now are looking at a very significant mixed use residential development that is changing the face of the McCluskey neighborhood. As you know, the McCluskey neighborhood was home of Oriole Crescent, significantly over concentration of affordable housing, ghettoizing the area from an income standpoint. Since then, however, based on the expressway being developed and the influx of Torontonians and a significant amount of money, the area has significant renaissance that we're experiencing. This will be the icing on the cake. And let's look at this from a numbers perspective. It was a school that generated absolutely no taxes and will continually and perpetually generate taxes for generations to come, not only in the project itself, but within a surrounding radius of that project. So this project will continue giving to this community for many years to come. But I must say, as much as I've accomplished in Ward 4 East Hamilton with the help of Ward 4 and Council, I have never been able to say that I could support and build an apartment building in Ward 4 East Hamilton. Never thought it would happen again. And this is what's before us with federal money that we might lose if we don't support this today. So I appreciate your time, and the continued renaissance in Ward 4 East Hamilton continues, and it can only do so with your help. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, are there any speakers on this item? If I may, Councillor Nan, could you assume the chair?
Certainly, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Marula, for this. I just have a few questions because it's been a while since I turned my mind to this development proposal. If I could ask through you, Chair, to the 2022 favorable housing services division surplus to the appropriate staff, where does that surplus sit at present?
Thank you, General Manager Burden, or?
Through the chair, Edward John, Director of Housing Services. So in terms of the surplus, that will be each end of year surplus that we are delivered through those funds not spent on our social housing portfolio, through vacancies, through other IRR remittances that come through. Those will be those that are generated, which we have not planned in advance for us to spend on. So it's not just the surplus. We do have other aspects that will be part of that surplus, and this will be the balance that's left over that will be assigned to this fund.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. If I could just probe a little further, while I recognize it's not year end, is there a consistency in generally year after year fiscally how much is in the surplus, please? And if I could ask a second question, Mr. John, have any of those monies been earmarked already for other projects? Thank you.
Director.
Through the chair to the councillor. So we, as you may recall, last year used some of that surplus for the Rent Ready program, which assisted those households that were struggling to make rent as a result of the pandemic. We have similar asks of the surplus going forward. This would be obviously, as I said before, the balance of that. And typically, I think to your first question, we have seen year over year over the past 5 years, fairly high surplus numbers in the range of around 2 million, which we continue to try to budget better. But ultimately that surplus and is anticipated to be maintained at least in the next few years.
Thank you. If I could, through the chair. To Mr. Zagarek, please. The unallocated capital reserve, can I have a sense of how much is in that reserve? And if it's just a general reserve or if it's typically allocated for certain projects? Thank you.
Through the chair, I don't have the specific balance, but I believe it is somewhere in that 90% of council's target for the reserve balance. That would bring us somewhere around that $30 million mark. The reserve, the purpose for the reserve is for infrastructure or capital related investments. We have drawn on this reserve in the past as it relates to funding development charge exemptions. And so both identified funding sources are in keeping with previous council decisions as it relates to development charge exemptions and investments in housing.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Councillor Nan, for taking the chair. Councillor Clark, did you have a question on this?
No, I don't have a question. It's just a reminder to the general public that I declared a conflict of interest at the beginning of this meeting for this particular item, as I have a pecuniary conflict as one of the principals of the planning consulting firm, has a retail business interest with my son. Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much. Any further speakers on the item? Seeing none. It's been duly moved and seconded, please. Affirmative from Councillor Powers. Oh, Councillor Pearson, no, affirmative, okay, thank you. Affirmative from Councillor Whitehead, affirmative from Councillor Wilson.
I didn't get a vote. I don't have no votes coming up. So are you getting me? Or
I think because you were
but I was here the last vote and
were you
I just want to.
Okay, so were you able to vote in this one, Councillor? Oh, so
You weren't able to vote in that one? Okay, so Councillor Pauls, do you want to vote in the affirmative in that? Okay.
Thank you.
I'll have Janet adjust that.
I will.
Thank you, Janet.
So the result is 12 to 0.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've already done 7.2. We're on to statement by members, I believe. Item 8, members of council. Do you have any items of interest? If you could, and I'll work my way down the list. I'll put myself on last. Councillor Nan.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I did want to inform Ward 3 residents, as we have through our e-newsletter, as well as through our social media channels, that effective this Friday, we will be hosting Ward 3 office pop-ups. We've been cleared to be able to host these community pop-up office hours across different neighborhoods in Ward 3. Though it was on our work plan for spring 2020, the pandemic required us to pivot to virtual platforms, and we've been maintaining those on a bi-weekly basis. And through the pandemic, we've also been quite conscious of the fact that there's a digital divide and recognize not all of our neighbors have been able to connect with us for support on city service questions and concerns or ideas, especially and included in that our residents who do not have access to phones. Our objective with this roaming casework initiative is to connect with residents and neighbors one-on-one in Ward 3 to listen to the issues that matter most to them and I'll help identify next steps to address them. We'll be setting up in the shipping container outside St. Matthew's House, belovedly known as The Box, at 414 Barton Street East on Friday, May 27th, beginning at 1 p.m. until 3 p.m. When you come by, please remember to keep your mask on. There are considerations for family members, for myself, and I would appreciate it if you do keep your mask on if you're coming into the box to speak with me. And please do help get the word out to your neighbors who don't have internet access and encourage them to come by. We'll be roaming throughout different parts of the neighborhoods across the ward over the next coming months. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Ward 4 is Councillor Marula.
All good, thank you, Madam.
Good, thank you. Councillor Powers.
I'm fine, thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Acting Mayor Wilson, thank you. Three quick public service announcements to say. First of all, because of this long 9-hour meeting and my duties to council business, I unfortunately missed out on 2 retirement parties of terrific recreational city staff that was held this afternoon at Sackville Senior Center. But I did send gifts from my office. I want to give a great shout out to the retirement after 30 years of serving us to manager Eleanor Morton and to Supervisor Kathy Kohler, again with over 30 years of exemplary service. Kathy, to my knowledge, was primarily in recreation her entire career at the city, absolutely beloved by all the seniors at Sackville Hill, dedicated right to the core. And manager Eleanor Morton, who, if I recall, for half of her career came from the social service area department of our city and formerly region, and the last 10 years approximately has been manager at Sackville Hill and has provided exemplary leadership. Congratulate both of them. Going to miss them enormously, politically and personally. Wish them the very best in their next chapter of their lives. Secondly, tomorrow night, Thursday night, follow-up meeting for my Eastmount community for the Sherwood Plaza proposal, where the old 5-pin bowling lanes used to be. You heard from me a month ago. I had my first in-person town hall meeting at Carmen's Banquet Hall, and over 100 people turned out. I know you've heard me say this repeatedly, probably ad nauseum, but my community was just desiring and yearning for in-person meetings. And tomorrow night, I suspect I'll have a similar good-sized crowd out. And this time, the owners, along with the planning and architectural agents, will be joining me to hopefully answer some more questions and concerns and see if we can get some consensus from the community moving forward. So that's tomorrow night, Thursday at 6:30 at Carmen's. Please come. And lastly, on June 23rd, again at Carmen's Banquet Hall at 6:30, the proposal to reconstruct Mountain Brow Boulevard and Concession Street from Upper Gauge right over to the Kenilworth Circle. Letters are being sent out as we speak, inviting my community, the 2 or 3 neighborhoods abutting Mountain Brow Boulevard and Concession. We want to replicate and mimic the tremendously popular, successful project outcome we did on Mountain Brow Boulevard from Kenilworth Circle to Mohawk about 4 or 5 years ago. I know there's a great appetite from my constituents and community to come out, and city staff will be in attendance. So again, that's June 23rd, again at Carmen's Banquet Hall, 6:30 p.m., but letters should be arriving over the next week or 2. Thank you, Acting Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And of course, Councillor Jackson took my thunder. I also was going to go to the retirement gathering at Sackville for Eleanor Morton and Kathy Kohler. I actually was planning this about back in March. We were talking about doing something, and I'm going to miss Eleanor. Sackville's in Ward 7. I go there often. I actually play some pickleball there indoors, so I love going there. So I sent my assistant to go and with certificates. So I just want to say congratulations to Eleanor and Kathy. Second, tomorrow is a big day at Convention Center. We are passing the Birmingham passing of the Queen's Baton. But the best thing is we're honoring Chris Cutler. And many of you knew Chris Cutler. I knew him because he used to do the spin classes at the Y. And he was amazing at it. My husband and I always did spinning. And he was our leader doing it. So he was a gentleman, a great community leader. So I'm looking forward to going, and this is in honor of him, and money will be raised through for the Y, and the Royal Bank, Fluke Transport, and Tri-Capital are the organization that are helping out with this. So I hope everybody hears this and comes, and let's make it happen and honor Chris as well. Thank you.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm going to use my non-debatable statement by member time to discuss the council decorum at this meeting and previous meetings. Frankly, Madam Deputy Mayor, this meeting is an embarrassment. The harassment, the belligerence, speaking out of turn, the inability to request to speak, then forever bickering about it every single time, speaking over the chair, speaking over other councillors, asking the same question over and over and over, speaking off topic, being ruled out of order over and over and over, abuse of staff, challenging the chair, disparagement of our colleagues, disparagement of members of the public, the insults, the threats, the angry phone calls and voice messages, the feigned innocence, bickering with the chair and everyone else constantly, the pattern of purposely disrupting the meetings and then just leaving, going on the speakers list 2, 3, 4 times, the personalization of debate, the not showing up to committee meetings and then expecting all these questions to be asked and answered at a council meeting, the arriving unprepared and uninformed. And frankly, Madam Deputy Mayor, this has been just a complete waste of time and resources. And unfortunately, we're wasting the time of this council. We're wasting the time of our professional staff who are highly paid to be here. And we're wasting the time of our taxpayers who, more than anything, deserve mature leadership from this council. The behavior that was on display today, frankly, is toxic for all of us. It's toxic to our staff, to the press who are forced to sit through this, to the public who may be watching. It's toxic to the reputation of our municipality. So I want to thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, for your attempts to maintain decorum, your best attempts in this meeting. I know it is a challenge if you have councillors that are simply unwilling to participate in a respectful manner. I know that you've done your best, but frankly, we can't place all this burden on the chair alone. We have to take responsibility. This reminds me of, it's like a toddler throwing a tantrum. The parents ignore them. They just live with the disruption, but everyone else observing this behavior is wondering, what is the matter with that child and why are the parents permitting that behavior? They've become desensitized to it. So why are we permitting this behavior? It's not just this meeting. It's not just the last meeting. It's the same behavior every time. And as I said at the beginning, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for the dignity of the office that we all represent. The office of a city councilor. This is a serious position that we've been elected to, and it should be taken seriously. I think it's in the best interests of all of us to no longer tolerate this, and I believe we have a duty as a council to lead with dignity, respect, and maturity. And it's very unfortunate, Madam Deputy Mayor, that in my opinion, that did not happen today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I couldn't have said it better myself, but I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been a councillor for 18 years, broke the most popular vote twice, had the highest numbers twice in the city. That doesn't happen by accident. That happens by doing your due diligence and doing your work. The last 4 years, I can tell you, I've written articles in Spectator and both in people's their podcast, talking about what a great council and diversity of thought and the respectful conversations, whether we agreed or we didn't. I tell you, this term of council, this council is an embarrassment. The reason why this council is an embarrassment, you got councillors that get elected that have a social media group that represents 10% of what people think, but 90% of the narrative that's being talked about, and goes around threatening councillors on a regular basis, even though they're in pockets of the number of councillors sitting on this horseshoe right now, pretending that they're innocent, pretending that they are sanitized, that they are respectful. Meanwhile, they're sticking the knives in our backs. That is what's been happening in the last 4 years. Those 3 councillors know who they are. Councillor that just spoke, you want to talk about embarrassing. I represent that ward with highest of dignity and highest of respect. What I hear and what I understand is that he was going to come to council and work in collaboration. 3 projects that I consulted with Ward 8 residents. 3 projects that I made a very strong point of having a deliberate conversation and having the community and neighborhoods come forward and speak to. He never spoke to those neighborhoods. What he did is unilaterally made decisions, like Aberdeen, like construction across the street on Gar Street. That's his collaboration. And then the chicken guy doesn't want to talk to people on the phone. What he wants to do is hang out platitudes, run away from being held accountable, and then throwing lopsided bombs that he can't defend. Well, I got news for you. I have a company we're putting together. We're calling it Council's Highlights of the last 4 years. And in those highlights, we're going to project the bullying, the contempt. I mean, I had a councillor ask me for an apology who was chairing a meeting. And then we went back on the tape and looked at it. And what I had said was verified by staff. And I was apologizing for staff for something they had already verified. I was cut short on a meeting by 3 minutes that was recorded by many of the people watching. So you want to talk about provocation when there are a number of councillors around this table, not all, that take this advantage of this format to bypass the procedural bylaw, i.e., you cannot shut off a councillor without allowing them to challenge the chair. But by the way, that happened. That happened. A councillor took a unilateral step to cut me off from having a due right to speak on behalf of the 34,000 people I represent and had no authority to take that voice away. But they did it in the back room of a virtual system. They didn't allow me to have or challenge them in the context of that direction. The procedural bylaw is clearly laid out of what that responsibility is, and nowhere does it say you can unilaterally cut a councillor off without allowing him the ability to challenge the chair. That didn't happen. So you want to understand why I'm upset? You want to understand why I'm belligerent? It's because there are people around here watching what is happening and not saying anything when they see the abuse. I have a councillor sitting here who called me a bully. She didn't have the floor. I had the floor. I never provoked her in any way. I was asking a question in regards to a point of order on what takes priority. Next, you know, I was being called a bully. Did one councillor stand up and say, pull that back? That's not parliamentary. Not one. Not one of you did that. So for you or anyone else to stand up and boldly say that I'm out of order, maybe you should start taking a look at the mirror, because I'm going to show you the mirror when we bring the whole litany of contradictions and hypocrisy and put it out for full display. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's Mrs. Chair to you. Ms. Chair, thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek. You're muted.
Thank you.
Oh,
Nothing today.
Nothing today. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I do have a couple of announcements, if you please. This Friday and Saturday, the Case United Church is hosting their annual garage and bake sale in support of their building improvement fund. On Friday, Sinclairville, believe it or not, the southernmost part of Hamilton, Sinclairville Church suppers are back this year. It's takeout only. Just place your order at the end of the day, and they will, and you can pick it up. On Saturday, the Pembroke Little Theater is hosting a one-night only fundraiser performance. The silent auction begins at 6:30 and the show starts at 8 o'clock. And temporary road closure on Rosebery Way in Mount Hope Village from Fulmer Way to Provident Way from Monday, the 30th to June the 6th to allow for sanitary sewer repairs. And please save the date on June the 5th for Bimbrook Pride. For the second annual Bimbrook Pride event hosted and sponsored by the Bimbrook Agricultural Society, and it will be an afternoon of Pride family fun with performances, prizes, resources, and giveaways. The event will take place from 12 to 3. And on a happy note to leave off with, on June the 2nd, I just want to wish a happy 60th anniversary to Ray and Shirley Spolstra. Some of you know their grandson is Drew Spolstra. What an amazing family in the Bimbrook area. And Ray and Shirley certainly do deserve all of our accolades. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good job today, ma'am.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I just, I wasn't going to say anything else, but I'm going to just compliment our staff, especially John Savoya in our water, wastewater, billing, etc., for continuing to push the Service Line Warranties of Canada the programs that we have at the City of Hamilton. You know, he gives us updates, and we just received a recent one as of yesterday, I believe it is, yes. So for residents who receive those envelopes and call me and question what it's all about, they're insurance coverages that we were able to obtain through a company that will service residential properties in Hamilton. So it's through Service Line Warranties of Canada. So currently, Madam Deputy Mayor, we have 13,700 people enrolled on the plans since we brought this in 2014. Over 8,700 claims have been addressed by the warranty company through a network of local licensed contractors at a cost of nearly $3.6 million. That's savings to the City of Hamilton and to residents. And they have had, actually in the past 12 months, over 1,600 completed claims. So for residents who are listening, when they get that envelope and question what it is, don't hesitate to call. But it is a great opportunity to take advantage of 3 potential coverages that are available. And it's certainly worthwhile to get the information. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
I think I'll pass, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, can you take the chair for my statement? Thank you.
Well, certainly. This floor is yours.
There's nothing that gets my goat more than when the integrity and competency of public servants are challenged by a member of council. And there's nothing that gets my goat more than the person who's in the chair doesn't call them on it. And that was my responsibility today. When we fail in our duty to uphold the integrity and the professional competency of our staff, we diminish the institution and the office that we seek to serve. I would like to admire and recognize the counsel that has been provided to me in Chair Clerk Holland and to Mr. Gauthier. And I am sorry that I did not request an apology from a member of council when your competency was questioned. That is my failing, and please forgive me. And on behalf of this council, I apologize and I appreciate your service. Like Councillor Danko, it has been a trying day of many days, too many days to mention in the past 4 years. Like Councillor Danko, I have emails that I have kept that are not welcoming and I would define as toxic. There are other displays out there, and these displays diminish the importance of public service and the importance of our requirement to lead to the best of our ability. We can disagree on policy without being disagreeable. But when we question the integrity and the right for people who have been duly elected to be here, that is a line which should not be crossed. when we diminish our service by acts of belligerence, bullying, intolerance, we diminish this institution at a time when public institutions are under threat all over the world. And do not dismiss or diminish the importance that local government plays in creating an era of trust and confidence. It doesn't flow down, it flows up. It flows up from neighborhood to neighborhood, from ward to ward, and up to the city, onto the province, up to the federal government. It is our responsibility to uphold the integrity of this institution and the office which we seek to serve. When we come and deliberate and we are not prepared, when we are bullying, when we consistently, constantly, regularly, predictably interrupt, we diminish this institution. And we put at risk our very ability to attract the rich competency of the people who give us their best counsel. I implore all of us to not to ignore, I implore all of us to reject that kind of service. Reject it every single time you can. Hamilton deserves our best efforts. We did not see that on display today. We must do better. Mr. Collin, thank you again. Mr. Gauthier, thank you. That concludes my remarks. We will go on to council communications. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion to receive the council communication updates?
Certainly, and thank you. Item 7, council communications updates, that the listing of council communication updates from May 6, 2022 to May 19, 2022 be received, and it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you so much. Any items for discussion? Seeing none, if we can have the vote, please. Affirmative vote from Councillor Powers, affirmative vote from Councillor Whitehead, an affirmative vote from Councillor Wilson, affirmative vote from Councillor Pauls.
Just waiting on Councillor Johnson. I know she's been delayed.
A lag there. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson is thumbs up if that hasn't come through, Janet.
Thank you.
I forgot to press submit, sorry.
Thank you. That carries 12-0. Private and confidential, there are none. Councillor Nan, may I have a motion on the bills, please?
Certainly, that the May 25th, 2022 bills be passed and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto and signed by the mayor and the city clerk. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Partridge.
Thank you. Any speakers on the bills? Seeing none, please indicate your vote on the bills. Affirmative, Councillor Powers. Affirmative, Councillor Partridge. Affirmative, Councillor Pauls. Affirmative, Councillor Wilson.
Just waiting on Councillor, there we go, Councillor Whitehead's.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Thank you. It carries 12-0. A motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Powers. Please don't leave until you vote. Again, I extend my best wishes to staff. Thank you for this participating, and to members of the public. Affirmative from Councillor Powers. Affirmative from Councillor Pauls. Affirmative from Councillor Wilson. Affirmative from Councillor Partridge. Affirmative from Councillor Whitehead.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, please submit your chit for danger and overtime pay.
Councillor Wilson, thank you for your
Adjournment.
job today.